So, I wish I found a multi-chair boxes, no, and the people, they are called a police station, no, be a better at the back of a police for no, and a boy, I know our multi-chair boxes, no, until to me say ballot boxes, no, it's a lie, the line, no, a police for no.
It's one of the busiest police stations we have in the Bole constituency. I understand it's generally a very calm place on election day. I am told it is because most voters here are connected to each other. It is like a family. And so it is a very peaceful atmosphere here in Bole. That notwithstanding, security personnel are present at every police station here. We have a police officer, the fire service officer. And protecting the integrity of the process. Party agents are also seated.
Baba. That's what Baba said. That's what you get.
At around 10 a.m.
What's mom?
And so we will be bringing you those you see the Honorable MP Yusuf Suleiman just casting his vote. Yes. I wish the camera could turn around and show you images of the children in the family and watching. What is going to be the future leaders? We will try and get a few words from the MP after he cuts the vote. Station.
Hey, go on, how are you?
Nessuno tomando le palle.
Master, I sound to you, master.
Please, we got this in front. You know, you're going to be so 16. That's right. Tell him, Mr. Pussy.
Anu ntina busiafo ye mo bibia kwaba emna Ghana Talks Radio ene memeda ene da kese o Ghana bakose mu ene 7 December ntini won say 7 December na say ye 4 years nko ade o se ye to aba ntene nso no ye hyemobo se ye de bibia ba election no 2024 election no ye de bebrem o Ghana Talks Radio ha na emna so se ye betena se na ye de wura abatu ni mu ankasa emna so se betena se ho na ensem bi e fa about no ho ena election no bibi bi e fa ho bia no ye de bebrel e Ghana Talks Radio ha ntimidin e DJ Q emripa mu no ebejafo betena se na omudu awura about mu no ankasa ba me de ene no on se mbebie kwan ni mu on se Yesu Kristo obesian ko Jerusalem no omma no Ozana afupon ko no otena so na obie kwan mu ma no Ozana no timi me ba bebie kwan mu na abedwafo betena se no mudu awura mu ankasa ba ye bekọ other regions no be bia nkofoto to aba no ne ye di mu nkomo e di abrɛ ye nya ne tie se MPP Fragberia no Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wakoto na aba wakoto na aba no ntesi ano onye vice enne amnu ka say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia enne onye vice yon si to aba wo position wo de to ntena Ghana nkasa mpo no Ghana nkasa no ye ni omampanyi na Kufuado ni position no as omampanyi no de ato ba ye wo bi a o hwe akire ntema nkasa ye ni mampanyi nti no o kwakwa Ghana mampanyi da bi ye wo bi o hwe akire ene ye MPs ni nyina no obi anye MP ene ye MPs ni nyina no obi anye MP ene obi anye MP obi ade ne position to ye to aba ni wie a na wakofa na afi ye hu so obe keep you position no ana asa wo kọ na obi aba what you say enu ti bi e by election no ha na obenya no wo de bi ka ti osi ehia wo ha enya me nko na me wo ha ye emripam no ye juna manager pa kwesi betene nka ye ko MC ya ho nso a ye wo Fikozi wo ho ye wo DJ Rock wo ho ye wo DJ Cham wo ho ntina team no nso no a mo di election no bi e by election no bebre wo no nso no ohima trimude any sister Debbie ewo police station so baby eto aba no emilpam beti omonka ye be from phone so na bibi e course wo baby omo wo no omo di mu nkomo e de bebre e wo Ghana talk show do ha what you say nti no joining at time a ye be wies ye wi abato na e ha no so wo de to election headquarters no e ha na wo nti bibi by election de e ha e na mbanya un se Ghana so no we the first time ye to aba abani atutu bia atutu abani bia from Third Republic beti 4th year ye wo mu ya atutu abani bia atutu bia 92 96 ye to aba 2000 2008 ye to aba baba tuwe no kofo ni wo hu yie pa nti bibie by election no ye de bebrew say misi kan no Ghana ye vice president no basi so ye vice biem Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wakoto na aba kama wakoto na aba sanso na Haruna Idris so ye won say Haruna Idris so Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na daso no wakoto na aba na won nsem trofo twetwen komo ho ntin no MPP presidential Fagberi anonnie Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wakoto na aba kama na won nsem trofo twetwen nkomo nso no ewo ho no MPP for akoto maba ntino presidential candidate for MPP no Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia mesi enne no onye vice enne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia enne onye vice ono no ogina me akoto no so aba ntino Fagberi e de ma MPP ntene de Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia enne ne vice position no eno de ato ba yeto aba ni wi a oba akofa ewe no kwano akoto na aba ni running mate nso no ni running mate onso akoto na aba ni running mate Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempen so akoto na aba nti na aba to na egusu ko bibie by election ne maka say ha e na obenya no wo Matthew Opoku Prempen akoto na aba na Haruna Idris mo omu nyina akoto toto maba no a ye di mu nkomo no ye de yebre mo Ghana talk show do ha nti bibie by election de maka say ha na obenya no wo nti mukoswa na mo join ye wo Facebook live ye wo X ye wo TikTok sanso na ye sanso wo YouTube na de nti mo join ye wo ho na bibia by election no on say eyo obi na ba koto aba no e na ba nso to a na wakọ ofie nti ukotena ofie a na wa join ye live wo Facebook YouTube TikTok and X no na bibia by election no ye de abrew e wo Ghana talk show do ha nti no nkomo kakra ewo ho no na ye de emamo eba election no obi see vote abandi also to want to ye be obi di amawo abandi so want to me say special vote no yakoto ye de awie special vote no yakoto ye de me say me to special vote no ni obi matoma nada nti me nkoto aba ma ntina fie nka se me de me nkoto want to ye be yi bi di amawo se wan nkoto a ye be yi bi di amawo ba sa o se o pese yesisem ana o pe we ya ana o pe fofora wan koto a ne o pe no beba nti ne o pe so obeto no eyi o pe party A o pe party B party C party E o gina ho a na wan kasa wo hu ne o beye na okoto aba na kama e de ama no nti wan koto de a ye betusu bi de ama wo ebi a no beba no mpe ba wan to de sa o pese o party badia unipa no a wo feel say no betime diga nanim e de akobo sha asase so no ment na fie koto aba no o tena fie a metusu bi di ama DJ Cham betusu bi di ama DJ Rock betusu bi di ama Fikozi betusu bi ama Koko betusu bi di ama ba sa wo koto de a unimi say we mi na mtoma no mi na mi yi no ba wan koto na so wo tena fie na ka say o DJ Q koto nti no obeto ama me a unim ne mekoto ama no ebi a ne mepe no ehe na ope nti lumba kan no ehe ne ope e na mepe ehe ne mepe e na ope nti koto aba no o tun so a na wato aba pa eno so hu hia ye pa o tun so a na wato aba pa so ati ase o to no wato aba pa ehu hia e na ya sumdue nso hu hia isi de mragu odi nhihye egu kwam se aba no to wie a ye den kofie otu aba ni wie a kofie ebo 5 na se ye be kan a obetumi akọ police station ho ana police center ho na wakotie utie a ebi a party A na otoma no party A baby awo no no win ye watro de ato ho ukọ party B na otoma no party B ono win wo watro ukọ ebi otoma party A ma party B na win ye men kokon Ghana nya wo dia political party na nya wo dia political party no enya wo dia enya wo na wo teye so wodi nkwase asem na se ye chiwa ukodem party krona nipa krona okokwama no nipa no o ma prison hobi nipa no o ma prison hobi me ka kire ofa hye otrim so ukodi nyambra asem bi ukofa ballot box no anas na so wodi dwane a na se ye chiwa ka hu se nipa krona oyo yodom ye yanko asafo me yanko munkodi nsemone no ka hu so no ne batifie bebre kwa no omuma ni krom ha o ye beto abai bebre no omuma ni krom ha o ma fly omo ne ba to aba no wa mo na kwoto special vote ni bi ne ba to aba no sa MPs ni ampanyin fo meto to abai omo ba no omo kwoto special vote ni bi no ma fly omo afi krom ha ko nti so bi ba won nchen ebe ma osika kakra bi se oh masa diwe na ye to aba na kodi nyamena sem wo ha ka kire ne se masa sa so wo ba wo nua wo ofase wo fa komo mo no mo kodi san nyamena sem no ukodi bibi na se ye ti utuma wa so hye ebe ye hye no wa se hye a ebe ye hye wo krom ha no enti men kodi nyamena sem bia unim ne so wo ye isi se abane en hye se 7 no kwa ye dwani kiu na wo ho no ko dwani kiu ni bi kakra unya kodru ba bi a yeje eyi na me yeje we na waje ni a kire ebi a odu a de mame papa isi wo officers no motete wo no ba mame papa abalo muntu bi da ntime ye ne sen oso de wo kwa box nkantikiti na wo ha no fa hokromoti no fa timi mfinfin sa wo di tu na se tra asai ode tukoto na sa adene tra sa line na asai fatu mfinfin madene na mfinfin ukokromoti no mane na adene mfinfin ebi a party A for no ebi a me say me beti party a me party bi a denchem na ye ahyenso de no denchem no denchem wo so metro boss bi no mo de me picture ato ho na me ahyenso de so da nchen na ye de box bi ato ho sa box no na odu sabe team finfin o de team o so de ukokromoti ko team anima o de ko team me anima asai so we me ka kire ukokromoti no o de ko team me ahyenso de no so they said me denchem no o de ko team so a asai ye nkan so o de ko team anima ye nkan box kitikiti bi na wo ho no na o de ukokromoti power no ukokromoti no ukokromoti we no ehu hie ne no ukokromoti no ehu hie ne no hwe nkofo sai so o mo charge o mo de ye ne so me de ni se me sia no na me charge ye asana me koto special vote no nti no box bi na wo ho no na obetim so sa box na wo na obetim so me fa ko team ni pananim me fa ko team as a party ascension me fa say omo logo me fa ko team so da bi box no o se udi team so se be ya wa ba ni betimi akan because o de ko team obi nanim a anomo ascension de no so a ye nkan asai adena asai na adene so no omo ye makoma ku 13 ne so no nkofo 12 pe na o se yetomo omo ye 13 ba nkofo 12 pe na o se yetomo ye nkse ni se ye mame ekwadonko wa free mu mame ekwadonko wa free mu nti se wokotuma mame ekwadonko a wa save vote no ye nkan wokotuma ye mame ekwadonko a ye nkan nti no ye yini mfimu na tuma nipa foforo ye mame ekwadonko yini fimu se o maka 12 na mo so no mo ye 13 so maka 12 no mo so nti 12 no na so ko hwema 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 12 no be kona o party ni wo ho ne open asem no wo ho This is your musho Facebook live. On some mamma, wakwaji ndiye kama eno oko no. Mamma no, wakwaji kama no onanko wakwahye box ni mu. Oto ne de kama. Oto odika koto presidential no na fi waba MPs de ne so. Nto no, otu wi a no wakofie. Memfa okonya ntena ho. Eho nye ofie. Wodi esa wote ben ho kra na ko ofie ko hye ko ofie. Ba bia to aba no eho nye wodi a. Eho no enye wodi a. Intimate na ho ko pa asem fa ma wo ho. So ati ase because aposifo ni soja fo no omodi letter ba se wo bi udi nkwase asem a bu ebe bo no ye be bo sa shama kronfo no wo be nu ho intimesrew otu aba wi a ko fie boko menko ye gidigidi bia wo ho menko ye gidigidi bia wo ho oko ye gidigidi bi wo ho a yemma waso ayehye ntino aba no sino esma ka chiro no Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wakoto ne de Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wakoto ne de ena hawina disun so akoto ne running mate nso no wakoto Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe onso akoto ye twese Ghana NDC for so de ne ba beto NDC for mahama nso no ye onso hwese bon mama so akoto a mama so koto a ye de mu komo de bebrew e wo Ghana talk so adu so nti Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na aba no koto no ena ade ba konso ne se enne no menko hye party jersey bia na party shirt bia mfa nko ho ena bibi bia ba sa political parties no men hye mo colors ye mpa mo colors wo abato na se men yen se media mo party enti no ena party e no ye mo ye hye rainbow colors enti no me ko hye me colors nam da ko ho etia mra no emra no se ye to aba ye mpa party colors bia wo ho memfa bibi bia ba wo political party no memfa ma ho yesrew pa yesrew ye nyankopon di epa wo cho ye bu nkotodwe osi ade ye yofo no yesre mo obi wo ho nde wo da sini tirim se nye be kan bia no ontie sisi kwabra fofo no ante moyefo no on de oye ndem kra no wasa still na otim watra peto baka won se omam ha no emra wa ha papa so wodi nkwase asem na se ye chiwa memigusu ka che se se ye chiwa sa political party no o meyiwo ubedem nti kona koto abato on de eyo wangsa right abato no eyo wangsa right obi antimi ndi mfi usem nti kokoto aba ukona so udin wo honko ade a koto aba menkoye basa bia wo ho menkoye basa bia wo ho yesre wa Ghana nkasa no ya wo yasunwe dada mumien kipi yasunwe no na yenko itusu ye leaders nenne na yenko so yin yasunwe ne kama enne ya menu kasai Putin Vladimir Putin se munim no Russia man panyin enne menu kasai wa the bomb akoto Ukraine or the bomb wa bomb Ukraine for no nti se wunim war na ekoso Ukraine Russia no de hwese na etie ohun edan omo se nkofo wuwu yempe sa war ne bu okrum ha sa war no yempe bi ewo krum ha mesi enne no kasai Putin de papa Putin or the bomb akoto Ukraine or the bomb akoto ho o wie nso no wasanso or the warning kakraka de ama Poland ene omo ben Ukraine no so mo nti omo hwe yie no mo fo mo hanje wo ni mo o wi osanso ka kire se obi bia na se Russia Ukraine for to omo tu bullet na omo befa bullet no ma hwe ebi bullet we efi Ghana bullet we if US bullet we if Afghanistan nti ehu ba bi bullet we fi a you say ha Ghana for mo supply Ukraine for bullet ye ba mo so oh Putin wali ba kroma oh ne Putin ne ba nti ye mpɛ san to kwani bo kroma mo ma yen nya so ndwe yen kipi ye peace no abato de bi e ka sa abato e ya adwenkyere abato ya adwenkyere enye ntokwa memeti yi mo me party a me na asem pa onso wo party a open na asem nti no mo say ya ma 2 minutes say kona koto aba mani pa open no ya ka say kona kokko ya say koto aba na yi ne open no nti se wan koto a na se me koto na se me nipa ni wini a wo na wan koto ena mo nipa na wini nti ye nko twen to bo ase na tena mu 4 years me sure say last 4 years me be na nkoto ena omom koto ye no omo nipa wini ye ene sankofo man koto no omese so ye new opportunity so mba koto na nipa no mo peno no wa ba power enu ntina every 4 years bia no ye mu akunya se kona koto aba no sa wan koto na se meme koto a na no kire se one memeko wo na wan koto sa wo koto nso na so nipa na mfa na no kire se e ba wieye hwe ye papa kofo one Papa J former president David John Rawlings omo koye I think say 92 omo ko baako kufo lusu ye 96 omo koye kufo lusu ye kufo wanwu osanso ba 2000 obewini ye enti se ukọ na se uko lusu a enye ntokwa osanso under 4 years wo ho eda wanim nti abato na eya adwenkyere ye papa ye former president wawi Evans Atameo say so ko 2000 okoye no olusu ye wanwu wanko ntokwa no sanso ba 208 bi wanwu enti no abato na ya adwenkyere enye bibia gidigidi enye ntokwa koto aba na kofie na nhyehyeye egu akwan mu no di so pepepe okora se ka se bia o fa okase tena ha yakase kiu ni a dwani kiu no yesremo yempese enne yebeto aba na wie no maka kire se ntokwa si gidi bebre last 4 years nkofu wu obono ho side nkofu bebre wuye because of election ti yempe moja hwiegu bia biem yesremo yempe moja hwiegu yepe yasundwe no umien kipi ye peace no obi anim se Ghana no eya asundwe man Ghana asundwe man umien kipi ye peace no yesremo Ghana no enye political party bia dia eyemene wo ye dia nti ma political party bi ena adawo ma unkodi nyame nasem meguso boho biem ma political party bi ena adawo na unkonkoye ne yenye because me say ye chiwa ubedem udem a party no o meti onti meyiw ene ye ba kope nti yesremo ohun say eda so kama ohun nkofo na adwene kiu no oso ma adwene o twen se bedu no so na wakofa na ade na akoto na aba sa na o se ye no uwia menjina ho aba no ye se ye hya 7 na ye wie 5 ye hya 7 na ye wie 5 nti se 5 duru a na wo so beso ukọ twe se ne ye kan ne na wetumi akọ bi bouncement na fie ka se 5 na wonso ukoto aba masa ebo 5 ayapon ebo 5 na se unka kiu ni ho a oba ye ma wonto nti wunyim ya so wo ye koto aba no before 5 ebo 5 ayapon ufifie ba ye njew obi nso e madwen se si aka se ye be pon 5 nti no obekọ ho ebi a 458 woni pada sani 458 oyo kodwe ni kiu na se ka se masa wa mantem no de ntokwa beba ye ne sa ade si ye pon 5 ni we wie 5 bo na se ondwe ni kiu na e wo ho na ye fa won ka ho nti yesremo se ne yesi ka no wo ma bibia nya sundwe boko ye nto aba okro mama ntokwa nsida nti yesre mo mo bibia nya asundwe mu bibia nya asundwe mu bibia nya asundwe mu nto ko sisi ya yeminu mienu me de biam ka se me ni bibia ko Ghana ha no me ni bibia ko ehe ane wo me wo me mfuruma ehye konfa no che ohun eho na me mfuruma hye me ntu me tu kwan ko akira ya akra ha mabai ohun me tu kwan ko akira ya akra ha me nko bibia biem me onso saa onso ni uni bibia ko me kan ko uni passport se nyam tie me so uni passport yi sento ko sisi a ehfa na obekọ okọ he nti me mo bi na ada me mo bi 500 Ghana 200 cedi 50 cedi e ma ne nhia wo se ko na ko di nyamra sem yasremo pa so bi disikaba e ka cho se ko ha na ko di nyamra sem ka che ne se bra sa wo ba uni ba kurampo na so wo awofasefo ni nuanom wo ho ko fa sa iska mo mo nko ka tro mo saa so ati ase ntino yenkoto yaba na asundwe mu mi se maka yesa me makoto me dededa me se me to special vote ni bi makoto nti wan to a yebetusu bi di ama ntini on hayu na drisu ono okono hayu na drisu ono okono akoto na okwakoto okoto me se enne obi anya MP okrum ha ene yeni vice ene yeni mampanyin yetu aba ni wi ani benyi no ma from position no be ne de me kan sa obi se nti mi se ne Ghana yeni mampanyin nti no okọ ha kodnaka no ko mampanyin masa ya yeni sa o even though yeni mampanyin ba ye won kofo mo hwe akire yeni mampanyin ba ye won kofo mo hwe akire nti me wa de se Ghana da hokwa nti no okwakofa akunya no debere masa yeni sa nkofo wo ho omuhwe akire so ati ase nti no Ghana man me se Ghana man pen enche onso wo to na ba se baumi akoto ena opoku prempen so ne running mate nso akoto nti ye twen se mahama so ba akoto na ba ne hu mama akoto a ye wo hanku ade maka se ha ne election headquarters no bibia to se pi kwa to fun kwa ye mo ate nti ne se kofie no ye so to ba ne wi kofie men ko gina ho ho no gina ho kra wunya hwe papa bie ni ho de mawo ntutu oba ni wi a kofie na join your life e wo Facebook your TikTok your X your YouTube utina ho bibi bie be election ni nyina no ye de be mawo ko gina police station wo kra na so wo to oba ko gina ho na se mama koto ko na unhu no otufo koto a unhu no na nado koto a unhu no ba ye be mo unhu life se ne ba omu yakoto na ye mo unhu life no ntu ko tena fia na wo popcorn bia mi say me ndie me ya me popcorn sa me ya me pani mu odu no na simanim na me hwe Ghana Talks Radio sa na ene be ni okuye nim sa kama ne yeko mese me no enanu mbebie kwam keke enta bedwafa ba djuma kunya no mu wure mu ankasa me no mbebie kwam mu se ka se Yesu Kristo obese twema ko Jerusalem no Ozana ye bie kwam mu e di ntoma sese kwam mu e ma no be fa so ebi na me be ye no mbebie kwam mu na bedwafa betena se na ye di wure relation mu ohima timu den ne sister Debbie mu wo enyo mu nko a baby bia all the system religions no e wonkofo ho a e beteki life coverage no ho na yamu yohu nia o ekoso ho bibia ekoso bia na ye mu wate nti koso a na hwe na mani na ha ya mense no wacha se ba wonto abandi akona koto oba no beti na akire na bibia ba election bia no ye dia mamo medin edi DJ Q ahanso ye Ghana Talks Radio international election headquarters na nwanie ti koso ma wa fide no na Ghana Talks Radio na ne di empire ebedwa e wo ha se ma ka cho se Putin anopa ya wasoma bomb edu ko Ukraine ho akobom Ukraine for no Putin akobom Ukraine for no o wi nso wa aseso ate won ne dia ma we for no warning Poland for no on say Poland ni Ukraine omo ben wa ate omo warning so what say omo ne US for no kwakoye meeting omo nhwe yie na meeting na maso so omo mpa mo ho asem a omo ni omo fi asem ana wasa ka kire ada European countries for no say omo so no say Ukraine two bullet omo two etuo bia ba omo so na omo be fa bullet no na omo ahwe say bia bullet we Ghana for na ye bullet we China for na ye bullet we de bullet we hwema ebe fi Afghanistan nto mu hu pe na ye ba wo so omu hu pe na ye ba wo so ba Ghana de empento kwenti no o me enko asundwe mu na ye mra asundwe mu we the first time you to aba ya to ya to aba na ya to he ne ne beto aba ye nim ni o se ye dada nti we ye kasa bebiri by wo on say o mo se ba bia yakopon okototo obu na pesie no na bonsam so ko to ko bi wo momone e ho na okototo wo ohun enti na eguso kan chiamo no asundwe ne hu hia pa memo bia so na ada 100 cedis memo bia na ada ko to abapa ne yin enko yenim ha Ghana Talks Radio media ni DJ Q yenko yenim.
The party agents have also voted. So in this case, we've started already. Okay. This is McCarthy Hill taxi rank. It's a part of Wejagbawe constituency, McCarthy North. Yes, this is a taxi rank polling station. And this morning, we are here to vote, and we noticed the Electoral Commission delayed the process for let's say over an hour before we start. But upon conversation among ourselves as the McCarthy electorate, how we organize and we understand ourselves, we cooperate with the Electoral Commission to make things stable. So currently voting have started, which the elderly people have started voting step by step, and the party agents have also voted. So in this case, we've started already. So yes, basically I would say the Electoral Commission delayed for now, but you can see all the political parties are active, agents are active, so the process has begun already as it is. So yes, that's actually thank you.
Ebesi na sifo nyina no omo nyina mo sa hyase ento bie no betima ziza yenya galamse ento o man mu a na o man mu de be yakra yen kola na mo ba ne de ahwe be kra nsuo fra brochire ane abenom e wo man mu ha.
Welcome to Street Talk, the conversation live on Ghana Talks Radio, where we hit the street to ask people about their opinions on trending topics. We ask you, the public, about what you think on trending issues circulating in Ghana and beyond. I answer to the name Ohima Chimude. Do well to subscribe to our socials on Ghana Talks Radio, and also visit our website www.ghanatalksradio.com for more detailed information. Enti dadi mpacho ye bisa se galamsey na ekoso wo Ghana ha no, and looking at galamsey ne say ye water body social river pra ni densu de keka ho na nsu na say. Enti question ne say ye nkoso na enye galamsey ana ye mpe kwan a ye betumi abre ano ase.
Our hema what we have question about was pa so we have question we. Na galamsey ye ntimi nya atu. Galamsey ne bekoso atu. Esi ye man panifo no efiri mpanifo no so ne otia konya no so ebesi na asefo nyina no omo nyina mo sa hyase ento bie no obetima ziza yenya galamsey ento o man mu a na o man mu de be yakra yen kola na mo ba ne de ahwe be kra nsuo fra brochire ane abenom e wo man mu ha galamsey na nya de be ja atu ne atu ochina eso omo nyina no omo jiska ne bidi o man panikro otiso kwa ne krom etu gold wo ho eno no
Enti no kasa no say ebeju emre bi no ye be kran nsu efi amanone aba be no enti won di say ye njai kra na e de be ya ye bi ni na ye benya nsu pan
Ohema, Galamsey say wo ya we say if you met into almost start some more black Galamsey o ma bla no. Some mla no say gusu koso. Da bia to na e di machine abetwa machine e de kwa dai. E de gotu Galamsey. Ndi Galamsey de e koma nkasa na e be ba oman mu. Enye nsuo nko. E say wudua banhye a enye yie. If you kokko fo kura na so mba no si gold wo na wo mama ntu gold no a. Omo tu gold no fa ho na kokko no na ahye. E say kokko kura na be kra kokko no kura Ghana kokko sam na be kofom. Ti Galamsey ne de
of Carnation interrogating with some of the citizens asking their views towards the election. Make sure to download the GTR app on all platforms at Ghana Talks Radio or at www.ghanatalksradio.com for more detailed information. Daddy say yes, manyo kwa ewo mine ha NDC MPP na pema nyoko bebe na o commission a lot of infrastructure, a lot of projects, any other identity will it influence your vote?
Not to my MPP. If you say me banko free HS. Na me bra me bra ye no. Sen kan fi say o munya bi no mo koya sa bre no. Nanka me mresa. So now say o antimi anya bi no. Me bra papa. Etum de me say MPP na me to aba no e de ama no about time party
before say me to aba no me hwe de tour nyina eden aye me gyan so de to aba no ti me compare the NDC be ya na mo ha ya me tu kwan na mo Ghana ha ya NPP ba so mo ha ya ho do mu nya aye ti based on that na me de to aba
na na wu aba no e de makoma so dadada na won fa sa school education ni my pare da makoma so hu no asade sa education school fi na aba no o mo da makoma so nti o mo na meto ma aba mo
afi mi wami afi emi kukua meto medema MPP
me to ama NDC na me to ama no NDC ankasa na me to ama because me hu mfaso bia wo abawe hu fisa me be hye adwa fiti anapa obi ni ho wa ba se maame wo ton de yen obi ni ho wa ba nti me to ama NDC na adwa na aba free HSS you to meet your school fees me go school ya tue me school fees enso me obi enso ma me se me wo manya wo de me tue school fees nti eno ana me work asa
yes ba o mi na betu ma pa bibia so o Ghana ha ono an ye pe because MPP buy no ma ye no ma kese aboa ye to ade ndi fa banka ne mboa kwa ya de papa ama ye timi SPS nya bi ka to ama ye da chen kola no betimi I enjoy.
Okay, me share two parties no there NDC aba MPP aba but o share development party a MPP ewo wanim pa ntimi vote meto ma MPP
almost 6 schools are MPP to buy or no so 6 schools don't so see papa don't so see ai tunde de minimum MPP minimum bia
nti bibia ni ho ebetime influence o
bia ni ho da bia ni ho betwa mo kra ma me kra sa me ntwa ba ma MPP na to no na to edu ka na to edu
se ba to man ko ngin kiti pa de anka betwa ko ko botini ko ato atwene ti beto ma ba o mia
makoma so ko so ahomo bro ma obi wa na oni ma me papa kra ni bi enso enam certificate na ode ba ye nti ama obi a betumi ko school ewie se obi wa na ne fie kura no obi nko school ewie enkwa nnem da so na adum na homobro nti ama obi homobro ni ba bi etimi akobi awie tie de oba yi mako free menana so free
enti wo de wo hwa fe se jesan kofo bon de roni me de enya me fempo enya me fe because
my name is Osman Jacob. I'm the presiding officer for this police station. The name of this police station is Nawaria Primary School with the code M3005.
So, in the process of are you able to start setting the campaign?
Well, we had some few challenges, but it was just a few minutes after 7. But since that time from now, things are going on smoothly.
What is the total number of voters?
total of people voting in the schools.
So, how many booklets, number of booklets have been received?
Okay, the parliamentary is 600, and then also the presidential is 600.
Aside from the thing you mentioned earlier on, has there been any concern raised by the polling agents of the voter political parties?
Well, yeah. The thing is, our polling statement of pool has been mixed. They didn't put our statement of pool, but rather they kept a different station statement of pool into the ballot box. So right now we are voting without statement of pool. But I've called my authorities and they said they will bring it. So I hope by the end of the day we'll be able to, like, if we get a statement of pool, voting will be done successfully.
Well, I've seen the process is very smooth. Are you going to expect the same? Are you expecting the same thing throughout the day?
Yeah, I hope. That's my prayers. I hope it remains like that the end of the day. I think that will make us all have peace.
A message to the voters who will be coming here for that.
Well, I'll say every voter should vote wisely and then vote according to what they think will benefit.
So far, what I'm here. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, members of the press. I've come in and I have voted both in the presidential and the parliamentary elections. The process has been smooth. The lines I can see are very orderly, and we are expecting a very peaceful election. And I'm encouraging all Ghanaians to get up and get to the polling stations, queue peacefully and vote and exercise their right to vote, and let this be a very peaceful election.
Sir, are you hopeful of winning this?
Yes, I must say by the grace of God, I am very hopeful of winning this election. I think that we have done a lot of work. We have put our message to the people. I think the message has been well received, and I believe that by the grace of God, when all the ballots are counted, the MPP, myself and our parliamentary candidates will emerge victorious in this election.
How do you see the election so far?
So far, I am very happy with what I'm hearing in terms of reports around the country. It's calm. There's very little tension that I can see around the country. People are going to queue. In fact, I gather that people were queuing from midnight across the country. It shows enthusiasm, and I believe that portends well for the democracy of Ghana.
Any figure of a margin of victory?
Stephen, you're going to set a trap for me.
Can you say again?
I'm not going to fall in that trap. A victory is a victory. We just want to win. So, by the grace of God, we will win.
Can you say again what you expect for this election? exactly?
Well, I expect a peaceful process. I believe that we will see a democracy.
Right, they say ball coach. Now undi players omu good wa. Obey said the Krana in the MPP Nendis omu team hodada.
Welcome to the big question on Ghana Talks Radio as we unveil hidden truth in the world of politics and current affairs, as well as giving opportunities to citizens to share their ideas as well. My name is Deborah Alfroso. Do well to subscribe to our channel at www.ghanatalksradio.com. As we unveil trending headlines ongoing in the country, and we are here right now to ask questions pertaining to trending issues in this country for them to also share their ideas. And see, Daddy, Osha Yemaya Yewo Mohana, Yewo Amanyoko Mienu, our Mudi Akotene, MPP, and Afi so NDC. Now, so Afi Abatuono, Yanya, Gofobe Brown, Moso, Omudi Omoakodo Amanyoko Nimo, Osha, they are.
Right, they say ball coach. Now undi players omu good wa. Obey said the Krana in the MPP Nendis omu team hodada.
Welcome to the big question on Ghana Talks Radio as we unveil hidden truth in the world of politics and current affairs, as well as giving opportunities to citizens to share their ideas as well. My name is Deborah Alfroso. Do well to subscribe to our channel at www.ghanatalksradio.com. As we unveil trending headlines ongoing in the country, and we are here right now to ask questions pertaining to trending issues in this country for them to also share their ideas. And see, Daddy, Osha Yemaya Yewo Mohana, Yewo Amanyoko Mienu, our Mudi Akotene, MPP, and Afi so NDC. Now, so Afi Abatuono, Yanya, Gofobe Brown, Moso, Omudi Omoakodo Amanyoko Nimo, Osha, they are.
Right, they say ball coach. Now undi players omu good wa. Obey said the Krana in the MPP Nendis omu team hodada.
Welcome to the big question on Ghana Talks Radio as we unveil hidden truth in the world of politics and current affairs, as well as giving opportunities to citizens to share their ideas as well. My name is Deborah Alfroso. Do well to subscribe to our channel at www.ghanatalksradio.com. As we unveil trending headlines ongoing in the country, and we are here right now to ask questions pertaining to trending issues in this country for them to also share their ideas. And see, Daddy, Osha Yemaya Yewo Mohana, Yewo Amanyoko Mienu, our Mudi Akotene, MPP, and Afi so NDC. Now, so Afi Abatuono, Yanya, Gofobe Brown, Moso, Omudi Omoakodo Amanyoko Nimo, Osha, they are.
But on matter, may also say, Obabe, upgrade on my Mama and Saul solution.
The conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street to gather undiluted information, undiluted opinions from the people on hottest trends, hottest topic, ranging from socials, entertainment, politics, and many more. I answer to the name of Himachimoda. Do well to visit our YouTube channel at Ghana Talks Radio for more content.
Auntie Daddy, between how do you understand reset and upgrade? And who read this question now? Between the reset and upgrade, which do you prefer?
First one, no passion say, or say yes, son. Na yamaho froba. And I will answer yaman and twasso. Yeah, so no buy. We know also that as a stay was yes, Antomano. I don't know so yet. Was all Baba twasso. Inquiry.
Reset and upgrade. Okay, once your phone see a or reset here. like we say, the best reset. But upgrade here, I said up, it will take long time. So for very, very long time.
But I mean, to my own opinion, no, Mahama buy no, wabe yebi, yehundo ye, and no credit however, we create we have short memory. And to me, the NPP, NDC, or made the or minus for so many years. You whom put to do man and your papa beer or my Indinano, and in me in Koye.
It will be so bad a reset. I think the upgrade better say a reset.
Nipa be on side, but or my yebi, but in Mini Yane, as I'm young right now, as I'm talking to you, me kind of crash, I made them a cheddar.
Ne tintini ni titi ayan toma baumia.
Baumia nerko. Baumia nerko. Every said ono mother.
Nana Kwan Bedia. I have sold my soul, my body, everything for him. Intimino, both of them, Ninina no, we have to throw them away and choose each other.
What about that dear?
Positive and impactful perspective on GTR election zone. We feel this to the election. We are here on the streets of Carnation interrogating with some of the citizens asking their views towards the election. Make sure to download the GTR app on all platforms at Ghana Talks Radio or at www.ghanatalksradio.com for more detailed information. So between the country Ghana, your job, and then your home, which of these three can you manage best?
Let me manage your man Ghana. Mejuma pa first, and as a father, I will manage it to now. As for my home, that is where I live, so I have to manage that place very well before I go out.
Aden,
Ejuma ne mama miska. Ejuma ena di sika ban when you be the chefie. Na mpanifo bo be o se wonni adagye so a wonni wo ba yie enti ase otumi siesie fie yie na mama wani ko adwuma ho mo na otumi nya bi e de siesie fie so me modo ma Ghana shamisa ti se de ye ka no enwomasua e ya de a eye oman bia fapem enti enwomasua e na me de be fapem pa se na be ya akwala bia benya enwomasua ho faso. So when you give me Ghana to manage, it's the whole country. And I'm not ready for that now. Ejuma na me ye no. En na me de kokkohwe me yere na me ma e ofie. Se ejuma no enko so ana se sika eni ho na ma efie enye de. Ana
ba cho me me transfer me go the my number is transfer the back. La na mama nda do ama tell now mo do this me ba ya wo se this me pese me and intina yes me no more kasana mo ho kwaya mo ga fa so mo go to matlata mele 25 years de bia ya na me se me go to wa na bia na pere no na you see choma koni nyina wo kwa o mo paja transfer people no dey chire wa bi o wa na e wo gi no wo so ba ko bi so wa e ni wo so enti se ne e wo so ba ko ni mi ni nti no e mo nti mi hu ba bia nti no wo anu na mi hu mpanyimfo e se ne kwan a me so me pese me vote so ye Ghana ni nti e wo se me chire ma aji nti kwan a wo be fa o wo be ya ma so mo be ma mi di adi card so to e no so mi
aban ayin social won sa obetimi manage because it's getting na aba won jai so what you say indingo baby for fresh aha say nya wo so bo modin say obetimi akohwe ho no mo na wetimi aye ade kakra wo no mama wo.
So you manage the two?
I manage the two well. Very well. And as education ni wa ye nyina ni na mo man ni mu kwa what you say hwe on so hwe ha no ma ni pe ton ade o street ni so
any adina or education say any education can you see at it because I'm not a politician. Yes, so I will manage my home well.
So when you're given the opportunity, you're going to manage your home.
Yes, I'm going to manage my home.
So that's it. You can't feel comfortable. So that's about you many there. And if you know where there, and it's also where there until you might AFS.
And it's still now until the mentioning of it, you're managing.
You're managing in I think so. We need scam.
It is a one-year Kenya now. You manage Ghana, and one of your policies is to promote and improve the educational system of the country.
Say, Mama, Kenya is here. I mean, Franco and Kukanket and Magana.
More than 750. They will split it into 2. So I think if there's anything, I suspect that would be the time maybe that will actually, happen.
Thank you so much.
One police station, and later on, it was split into 2. That any police station that has more than 750, they will split it into 2. So I think if there's anything, I suspect that would be the time maybe that will actually, happen.
Thank you so much.
One police station, and later on, it was split into 2. That any police station that has more than 750, they will split it into 2. So I think if there's anything, I suspect that would be the.
No.
The woman is a galamsey problem. Never Ghana. She not any problem. My way. It's an easy to solve. In the sense, he said, the whole Ghana within all the about I don't know whether 10 regions or whatever it is. Baby, I'm your soldier for any police force, security men they were around. So it's easy for them to stop. But because the government of the day, or no on buy it now Maya faces so many problems. The government of the day or buy and when it's easy. Government there new because we have the government are all the security men they wanna see. So you use them to wear the guarantee site all over the country. Then when you arrested them, you bring them to justice. But according to say in 24 man kasanu, or man kasanu no yes no man microphone, no yes how can we live a country like that? Now Ghana for su say galamsey kuye na abanu tiona for follow niam so it is also do baby no come die you come die ye nyan so nu edwanu kwa because as I said in Nigeria it if there's any blame you can't blame me, you can't blame the ordinary citizen, you blame the government. Yeah, because it is the government of the day. So the whole cost now wakata neni no say family where the people are complaining they are doing it and then I'm for become.
So what do you think the government has to do about it?
The government yes at the moment he said they can say You can't go into make a just like that without no raffle or anything. You are going in strongly with your security men. And already they will set a law to the nationwide that anybody now if you form a baby or minister that say piano because we're not going to say do and that first because in the years to come, you know, not now, but maybe about 30 years ahead of us, you know, about affecting our future. You know, we need to stop it now. The government have to stop it with force. And yes, I best stop with you. Now, no. The government have to wake up seriously and face this challenge. Yeah, thank you.
I'm saying, dear, Yensu ni nyinaa ɛsɛe asase nyankopɔn de maa yɛ no yɛsɛe asase no nti yɛbɛda ne aduane yɛsi sesi a na ade no mu de gu mansa na ɔmatu no ɛno nso ɛmoa yɛ pɔmuden obi wo a ne ba de bi a ne nan ni hɔ ebi nsa ni hɔ nti asɛ de yɛn a na yɛyɛ yɛn ho aboro nti ebi nye yɛn nyinaa yɛbɛnya ntɛse na nya adwensa kyerɛ sa asase na nyankopɔn de maa yɛ no yɛbɛma asase no awɔ hɔ ema nsuo no nso awɔ hɔ no ma ɛbɛboa yɛn because asɛ yɛn a na yɛyɛ yɛn ho aboro enu nkwan so obi na efiri baabi ɛbɛka sɛ yɛn gyae wahu enye nu nkwan so obi na efiri baabi bɛka
So we are going to form the lines where we start voting. Thank you. My name is Foster Zuwada Desmond.
Foster Zuwada Desmond. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, sir, you are welcome to Despite Media, UTV, Peace FM. Please, why are you not voting as at 7:35?
Thank you for interviewing me this morning. We are here in the morning. Up to now, lack of the stamp doesn't come. That's why we are not able to vote. The other settlers started, but we are not voting now. We are waiting for the stamp to come so that we start our voting.
For how long have you been here?
We are here almost 6 o'clock now.
You've been here since 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's almost 7:35. You've still not started voting.
Yes. So they told us that they will bring the stamp.
They'll bring the stamp.
And the presidential stamp, the up now is doesn't come. So they say the people on the way coming up now, we are not able to do anything.
We are starting.
Now that they reported, so we are here. So we are not going to start.
So this is Northtown.
We are Northtown D.
Manya
D. Methodist D. So now that they bring the stamp, so we are going to form the lines where we start voting.
Thank you.
My name is Foster Zuwada Desmond.
Foster Zuwada Desmond. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, sir, you are welcome to Despite Media, UTV, Peace FM. Please, why are you not voting as at 7:35?
Thank you for interviewing me this morning. We are here in the morning. Up to now, lack of the stamp doesn't come. That's why we are not able to vote. The other settlers started, but we are not voting now. We are waiting for the stamp to come so that we start our voting.
For how long have you been here?
We are here almost 6 o'clock now.
You've been here since 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's almost 7:35. You've still not started voting.
Yes. So they told us that they will bring the stamp.
They'll bring the stamp.
And the presidential stamp, the up now is doesn't come. So they say the people on the way coming up now, we are not able to do anything.
We are starting.
Now that they reported, so we are here. So we are not going to start.
So this is Northtown.
We are Northtown D.
Manya
D. Methodist D. So now that they bring
any violence free. You should accept it in good faith. Now any day you support it just like the Americans after about to Obia, there's no political party view. We have to rally behind the wedding and one and not one team the man for the next 4 years. 4 years, yes, if we evaluate, we evaluate the government, say Ankoya, then we vote him out. Now I'm praying, say, any free and fair. Now about to win, any violence free. Okay. You should accept it in good faith. Now any day you support it just like the Americans after about to Obia, there's no political party view. We have to rally behind the wedding and one and not one team the man.
So now the question is, put your political party aside and speak as a true citizen of Ghana.
Right.
Who do you think has put in Ghana at the corner side?
Okay, let me give you an example. If I have a car and I've given it to a driver, and another driver said the driver is not performing very well, so we should give the car to him to be able to perform very well. And at the end of the 8 years, you have seen that the driver is not just a bad driver, but cannot even make sense, cannot account to the car owner. So as a car owner, what will you do? Will you allow the driver's unit to come and drive? Or you give it to the driver that is performing very well, that you think is not performing, until you're giving it to a new driver who has shown that it's competent and this is not about politics, it's about our life. You see, it's about our life. We can see the things that are going on for the past 8 years. To be honest with you, talk is cheap. They talk for 8 years instead of concentrating on the job. They shift excuses to people instead of they taking the problem and seeing how they can be able to solve the problem. But it's as if they are always shifting blame to other people, and that is not what Ghanaians need. We need to move on as a nation, and the presidency is a job given to one of the nation population. It is not because he is the best.
but they've taken the win as bona fide.
far, so how has been the process so far?
Since yesterday night, we've not gone back to the house till now. So no challenges so far.
Okay, so how is the security process also?
For now, I've not encountered any problem because I'm also part of the security lines. Nothing has happened since moment.
Okay, so we are live reporting at Anya's so we are currently with me Ashon NDC branch secretary. So please, so far, so how has been
nneɛma no a na ɔde kɔ sukuu no a ɛno no yɛ bɛta sɛ saa akwanya no ba no yɛnya saa akwanya no yɛyɛ se yɛkɔ a me maame no ka wobɛtumi de makɔ sukuu but na boafoɔ ni baabi a nti mantimi ankɔ sukuu no.
But it looks like they are all bringing up an initiative that is so, I mean, good.
Initiatives, no, Mama Diana can be good, maybe.
Also, the initiative, baby, 24-hour economy, and also maybe developmental bank, and our free or more free, such as some more university, so first year, so I'm free.
The first year, no free now. Second year, 100 to SS Canama. Muzama Hama say. Oko invest in the first year, the school fees in amount free. Second year, 100 to amount.
Maybe I have money for a pound from my room. Metro about her. But 1 million number one on 1 echo. Men quite no size, or be any opium.
It's on the 7th, and Oko better.
Matua Mananado Abai.
Internet, dear, an opportunity to say at the movie. If you be a bit to say, if you be a benefit to sir. MPP government in China, some imagine say MPP for Muhammad NDC, but NDC only project be but more the MPP
benefit be na Kofodia for Ebenya was it any compulsory no optional up and how meaning say any idea about mining na what I see, yeah. Based on that, who any sense in that segment to man. Yeah, but normal by ya, a babu mine now, mine, I mean, some fast work. So what I say, the old item is a optional. What is a crowd at the background? I won't meet me, my into us media. So what's the sense of semi to Obama?
Because if sharp pine, if you school, you hear hospital, no other agenda 111, you also never be not quine, and another dinner with most of one home.
So, Baumia's initiative, it actually makes sense.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense to me, but yeah. I'll vote for him. I'm at the very.
Until we're talking about the
MPP.
Yeah, that's very
Dr. Bamia, and all number to my mom. Into a normal wine.
So I'm your crown. I said, every 4 times to come, a difference because almost that be against the rules. I say, and if I don't know why, it was saying I got to Tiano.
Nti Mr. Ghana for you say the vision now de ban obi a Antona Bama Dr. Baumia this about on the nhihye ba deketa no
Information that there is a misunderstanding anywhere. I want to thank the security services, the police service, and then the military and other security services for upping their game. I want to say that I can assure anybody in West Mamprusi and Fadamata in the country that the Walewale constituency elections is going to be very peaceful. It's going to be free and it's going to be fair. At the end of the day, the one that will win definitely will win. And I can say that there's not going to be any problem at all. We have put in all measures in place, especially putting the measures in terms of security in place. Every polling station has at least one security officer. We have a joint military and police patrols. We have other backup teams that are there to look at issues that may come unknowingly. And I want to say that I am happy as Municipal Chief Executive that today we are here and we are to cast our votes peacefully. I can assure you that after the election, Walewale will continue to be peaceful. However, I will not take anything for granted. I am always updating my security officers and they also update me on what is going on the ground. Inshallah, any information that there is a misunderstanding anywhere, I want to thank the security services, the police service, and then the military and other security services for upping their game. I want to say that I can assure anybody in West Mamprusi and Fadamata in the country that the Walewale constituency elections is going to be very peaceful. It's going to be free and it's going to be fair. At the end of the day, the one that will win definitely will win. And I can say that there's not going to be any problem at all. We have put in all measures in place.
ni ko ngara ta ara na ka treso ni no wa bi da ni ko ma ni ala ni de ba sha ta na ko da ba now you can know what somebody had
na galamsey yentimi nya atu galamsey na bekoso atu esi ye man panifuo no efiri panifuo no so nyotia konya no so ebesi na asefo nyina no omo nyina omo sa hyase ento bie no obetima ziza yenya galamsey ento oman mu a na oman mu de be yakra yen kola na mo ba ne de ahwe be kra nsuo fra brochire ane abenom e wo man mu ha nti galamsey na nya de be ja atu ne atu ochina eso omo nyina no omo gisika ne bidi oman pani kro otiskwa ne krom etu gold wo ho eno no
enti no kasa no wo se ebeju emrebi no ye be crying su efi amanone aba be no enti won jindi se ye njai kra na e de be ya ye bie ni na ye benya nsuo pan
ohema galamsey se wa wo ya we se efi metinto almost start some more black galamsey o ma bla no some mla no se gusu koso da bia to na edi machine abetwa machine edi kwa dai edi gotu galamsey ndi galamsey de e komankasa na ebe ba oman mu enye nsuo nko ese udua banhye a enye yie ivi okokofo kura na so mba no se gold wo na wo mama ntu gold no a omo tu gold no fa ho na koko no na ahye ese koko kura na be ka koko no kura Ghana koko sam na be kofom ti galamsey ne de e be ka o man Ghana de koma be kunyen no ebi mada eno no
de wo mo ani se galamsey problem ne wo Ghana se se another problem am I wo my we it's an easy to solve in the sense in say the whole Ghana within all the about I don't know whether 10 regions or whatever it is baby I'm your soldier for any police force security men they were around so it's easy for them to stop but because the government of the day on why it in Amaya faces so many problems the government of the day no why when it's easy what may be new because we have the government are all the security men they wanna see so you use them to wear the guarantee sack all over the country then when you arrested them you bring them to justice but quiet is here in 24 man kasanu o man kasanu no yes you no man microphone no yes anu how can we live a country like that na Ghana for su say galamsey kuye o galamsey kuye na abanu ti ona wa follow me am so it is also do baby no come die you come die ye nya nso onu edwanu kwa because assassin in Nigeria it if there's any blame you can't blame me you can't blame the ordinary citizen you blame the government yeah because it is the government of the day so the whole cost nu na wakata neni no say family where the people are complaining they are doing it and then I'm for become.
So what do you think the government has to do about
The
it?
government yes at the moment he said they can say you can't go into make up just like that without no raffle or anything. You are going in strongly with your security men and already they will set a law to the nationwide that anybody are now if form war in a baby or minister to galamsey biano beka because we not quite say do and that first because in the years to come not now but maybe about 30 years ahead of us it may affect our future we need to stop it now. The government have to stop it with force. And yes, I best stop with you. Now, no. The government have to wake up seriously and face this challenge. Yeah, thank you.
I'm saying, dear, yes, when you na essay. Assassin Yankopon de Mayan, yes, I assassin. Into your bed and ye duane. Yes, see, and I didn't know do Guman sana, Omotuno. And also a moya pomodin. Will be war, nobody be an anyhow, a being sent ho. It's young as the young Anne, a wabro. ti ebenye ye nyina ye benya ntase na nya adwensa kyera sa asase na Nyankopon de ma aye no ye be ma asase no awo ho ema nsuo no nso awo ho no ma ebe bo aye because asa ye nga na ye ho aboro enu nkwan so obi na free baabi ebe ka se ye njai wahu enye nu nkwan so obi na free baabi be ka che se ye nya galamse de ye nkasa ye no ye ho aboro wahu wona wo de obetimi ato nsuo korogin bi anoma obi su ni bi onyame di nsuo amaye first wo kwakurase a wo se nsuo ana wanom ye se kurase fom kwakura ye fom kura o mukita pure water oh enti yanga se nyanti ase ni ejaya ebe boye ye nyanti ase na Nyankopon do ye na ode asase kama amaye bebi asase wo nsuo wo ho de be ni ye nyanti ase se ebe jai enti ye nyanti ase ni enyai na ye nga na ye ha ye ho nso ma adwo nkyere no medam ase
na galamse yentimi nya atu galamse na bekoso atu esi ye man panifo no efrim panifo no so ni otia konya no so ebesi na asefo nyina no omo nyina mo sa hyase ento bie no obetima ziza yenya galamse ento o man mu a na o man mu de be yakra ye nkola na mo ba na de ahwe be kra nsuo fra brochire ane abenom e wo man mu ha.
Welcome to Street Talk, the conversation live on Ghana Talks Radio, where we hit the street to ask people about their opinions on trending topics. We ask you, the public, about what you think on trending issues circulating in Ghana and beyond. I answer to the name Ohima Chimude. Do well to subscribe to our socials on Ghana Talks Radio and also visit our website www.ghanatalksradio.com for more detailed information. Enti dadi mpacho ye bisa se galamse na ekoso wo Ghana ha no and looking at galamse ne say ye water body social river pra ni densu de keka hona nsu na say enti question ne say yen koso na enye galamse ana yen pekwan a ye betumi abre ano ase
awa hema we bisa question abeda wase pa so we bisa question we na galamse yentimi nya atu galamse ne bekoso atu esi ye man panifo no efrim panifo no so ni otia konya no so ebesi na asefo nyina no omo nyina mo sa hyase ento bie no obetima ziza yenya galamse ento o man mu a na o man mu de be yakra ye nkola na mo ba na de ahwe be kra nsuo fra brochire ane abenom e wo man mu ha nti galamse na nya de be ja atu ne atu ochina eso mo nyina no mo gisika ne bidi o man pani kro otiso kwa ne krom etu gold wo ho eno no
enti no kasa no wo se ebeju emrebe no ye be cry nsu efi amanone aba be no nti wonji ndi se ye njai kra na e de be ya ye bie ni na ye benya nsu pan
ohema galamse say wa wo ya we say
and that's why we bring you all the live updates on the election 2024. Ghana decides. I'm here in the studios this morning with my brother Papa Kwesi. And we're bringing you all the updates from all the 16 regions in Ghana. We are bringing you with the parliamentary, with the presidential. We're going to give you all the updates on how people are voting. I hope you are voting yourself, because I have voted. But who are you voting for? Bold Solutions or you are resetting Ghana? Papa Kwesi, good morning, Papa.
Good morning, Amaria. Welcome. Let's welcome our viewers, our listeners across the 16 regions of Ghana and those of us, those watching us from all over the world. This is a big day in Ghana. Ghana decides 2024. We've been waiting for this day for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Finally, the big day is here. Ghanaians have the opportunity yet again to elect leaders who are going to lead the country for the next 4 years. Sure. And we just hope that the process so far is so good. The process has been smooth. We've not had any issues of violence, any issues of altercations, any issues of, nothing. It's been good so far. It's been calm, peaceful from the centers that we've visited this morning.
Sure.
Those of us that have joined earlier in the day, they've been watching some of the footages from way from the northern part of Ghana to the Volta region, to the central region, Greater Accra. We are everywhere covering the election like nobody's business. This is Ghana Talks Radio, Election Day, Ghana Decide 2024. Just join us. If you are joining us, make sure that you share, you leave your comments. If you voted, let's see where you voted. Just give us some pictures of how you voted, how come your polling station was, and let's just have a conversation. Today is for Ghanaians, and we need to let the world know that yes, indeed, Ghana is the beacon of democracy. Ghana, we've done it several times in the Fourth Republic. This is almost the 9th time, or is it the 8th or 9th time that we are voting in the Fourth Republic, and it's a great deal for Ghanaians, and the whole of Africa is looking up to Ghana to yet again come out as victorious as we've always been. So the process so far from all our correspondents across the country looks so good. No incidents of any violence here and there, but the process has been smooth. We need to commend the police service, the security forces. At least they are ensuring that everywhere is calm and peaceful. The EC is also up to the task, making sure that everything that we need to vote, all the process, all the papers, all the ballot boxes, the ballot papers, everything is checked, and the process is ongoing. But there have been incidents here and there about late start to the process, but it's Ghana, because even my polling center, we started voting around 9:30 something there, 8:30 something there about.
Wow.
The polls was supposed to start around 7 a.m. but it was delayed because both agents of the parties were cross-checking, making sure that everything was intact before the EC opens the polls. So we started around 8:30 something a.m. But all the same, everyone, the process is smooth. One thing that the EC has done that we need to commend them is that they've reduced the number of voters, the voter population in every electoral area or every polling center. So initially you would have like thousands at a particular polling center, but now they've reduced most of the polling centers to around 600, 800. So the process is a bit faster than before because somewhere in the 2004, 2008, 2012, thereabout, you would have one polling center having over thousands of people. And always you get a place, it delays the process and all this kind of thing. But they've managed to reduce the numbers at the various polling centers. At least the most you get is around 700, 800, which will make the process go smooth,
great
and
work.
faster.
Great work by the EC. But then, Papa, with the voting process starting a bit late, almost at most across the polling stations, do you think it is going to affect the voting today?
That is what I said earlier. Because the EC has managed to reduce the voter population in most of the polling centers. Yes, they might start late. Some started at least an hour late than usual. But I believe, looking at the enthusiasm around the polling centers, people are really eager to go out to vote. People want to vote and just go on their normal day activity. So yes, we're just hoping that the turnout will be great, but I don't foresee people coming out to say they didn't get to vote because of time. No, because even with the EC, they tell us that by 4:50, by 5 p.m. if you are still in the queue, they'll allow you to vote before they close the poll. So
that's great.
Everyone will get the opportunity to vote. All that you need to do is that make sure that you are at the polling center. You go to your polling center with your ID card. Even if your ID card is missing, you just go there. You verify from your biometrics.
Okay, that's great.
You go through the process. So the process has been smooth. If we watch on our screens, I'm sure our MCR guys will take us through from the northern Ghana. You've seen that the vice president has already voted. Our guys were there. They had some interview with the vice president, who is also the flag bearer of the MPP. He voted in a calm way. He expressed his enthusiasm about his chances of winning the election here and there. We've also seen a couple of the pieces. Haruna Idrusu, the incumbent MP for Tamale Central, NDC incumbent MP for Tamale Central, who is the immediate past minority leader, has also cast his vote, also expressing his confidence that he believes that John Dramani Mahama, the NDC flag bearer, will win to come and change and reset the country to what they believe that he can do. So we've seen a couple of the PCs. We've seen the NDC PC at Northtown also voting. We've seen a couple of chiefs also voting in Tamale. Yeah. I think the process in Tamale started very early. Yeah, because the vice president voted around 7, almost about 8 a.m. Wow. Yeah, the vice president voted around 8 a.m. And we have our eye on the Bole Bamboy constituency, where the NDC flag bearer will be voting shortly. So as soon as the former president, ex-president Mahama comes to the poll or to his polling center, we'll bring you the live feed and pictures from Bole Bamboy. I'm hearing the vice presidential candidate of the NDC, Professor Nana Jane, has also voted not quite long ago. We are also looking to see the president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa, also vote at his hometown in Chebi. We are also looking to see Honorable Prempeh, Matopoku Prempeh, the vice presidential candidate, has also voted at Menchia. We are also waiting to see President Kufuor also vote. President Kufuor, I'm sure, will vote at I think within Accra. I think he votes at either the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency also. Okay. And we have correspondent there who will be bringing us live feed on that. So all in all, our eyes are all over. We are trying to get all the updates visuals for our people, our viewers, and our audience. We are trying to get them all the visuals from across the country.
But Papa, before we go on for some visuals from our people on grounds, speaking of enthusiasm, when you were making your submission earlier on, what do you think has motivated the electorate this year? Because I can tell for the past 3 or 4 elections, this has been the most enthusiastic election that we are having today. What do you think has been the motivation behind that?
Okay, it's two-way. I will say the tendency for people to want to make a decision over the past few years, things that have happened. People want to get to this day and make that decision that, hey, we gave you the nod, we gave you the mantle over the last 8 years, and we've not seen what you're supposed to do. So the tendency or the enthusiasm on that side is very high. Okay. Then on the other side, people also want to let the world know that, yes, you gave us the mandate and we've executed, and these are our record. These are the things that we've done based on the mandate that you gave us. So we are going out there to prove a point that, yes, you gave us the mandate and we are still delivering, and you need to let us continue with the mandate that you've given us over the years. Okay. So in two folds, both sides, you have a lot of Ghanaians, anticipating this day, and so far as the day is here, hey, why would they sit at home and just relax? They are all ready to go out there and make that decision, because this comes every 4 years. You wait for 4 years, whether you go through pains, you go through trauma, you go through troubles, you go through hardship. This is the time. Through joy. Some also go through joy. Some also go through happiness. Some also get their pockets filled here and there. So this is the time to make that decision. This decision comes only 4 years. Okay. So for 4 years, whatever that has happened in your life, this is the time for you to let the people know that, hey, when I gave you the opportunity, this is what you did. So
it's either they are rewarding you or
they are taking you out. So people are just have been anticipating this day that, hey, Charlie, this is the day, Judgment Day. Let me go and just show these people whether I'll reward them for their good job or I'll kick them out of government.
Okay, but then we know that it's always been 8 years for this giant political 2 parties in Ghana, even though we have other parties coming in and independents as well. But when it comes to the 2 major political parties, it's always been this coming on for 8 years, this on 8 years. Do you think it is going to be the same cycle behind, or it being the rationale for voters this year? Say, Mabedi 8 years, NC Monko, from Ra, and now said this time around is basically based on the economy, the nation, how things are going or how things are not going for them.
Yeah, we can look at it in so many ways. Yes, for this Fourth Republic, we've seen that every 8 years we change governments, we change political parties who takes the mantle, and it has been an 8-year cycle.
Yeah.
So ordinarily, we all think that it is the end of someone's 8 year, so another party needs to take up. But the party in government is also trying to prove a point that yes, it has been like that, but this is the time for us to break that cycle, because based on whatever we've done for the people of Ghana, based on our records, based on the achievement that we've achieved over the past 8 years. So it's going to be very tough for us, because for all the polls that has come out, all the election polls that has come out, you don't see any clear-cut winner in this election.
Wow.
Because we also have the emergence of the third forces, like the Nana Kwame Bediako, Cheddar, the Alan Chamantin factor, the Goom was third in the last election. He placed third, but this year he's not even that active. But the introduction of the Alan Chamantin factor, the introduction of the Cheddar factor, have really penetrated into the system. So if they are going to really take out some votes, then it's going to be very difficult for the mainstream parties, which is NDC and MPP, to get that one-touch victory.
Wow. And talking about these third forces, we know about the weight the two majority parties pull or hold in the country. But this year, the introduction of these third forces, what do you really think could be their pull in this year's election? Because we've always said that Ghana needs a third force. We've always relied on the two majority parties, NDC, NPP, but we have a strong force in the third forces this year, which comes in the person of Honorable Alan Chamantin, a man who was part of this government, this current government of the NPP, but for some reason he had to break out and set up his own party to contest the elections this year. We also have in the person of Nana Kwame Bediako, known as Cheddar popularly, who is also coming in with a very strong force. People think he can make a strong case. Also, we have the Goom. He did really well in the last elections, coming in third place. Do you think he still has a chance of even improving on what he did in the last elections with these three forces and other people?
For Reverend Goom, I'm not sure he's going to improve on the numbers that he got in the last election.
Why do you think so?
Because I really didn't see him do much this year, because previously in 2020 you could see his posters, his banners across, but this year you hardly see his posters or banners anywhere, because he was just relying on his TV platform as well as his church. But the other ones, the introduction of Alan Chamantin, who has really worked his way into the game, especially in the last days to this day. You could see that Alan was really activating across the social media platform, also going on grounds. His wife was also doing some media rounds. His vice, who is a former musician, also doing his own part. So I always say that the reason why NDC and MPP will continue to dominate in Ghanaian politics is because they have the structure. Before we go to any election, NDC and MPP already has about 500,000 votes secured because of the structure of the party, because they have polling station executives across all the polling stations in the country. We have over 40,000 polling stations across. With the 40,000 polling stations, MPP has 5 polling station executives across all the polling stations. So multiply by 40,000, so like in the excess of 200,000. NDC similar. And with that, they have other executives that comes to play. So before we go for election, NDC and MPP already have that 300 to 500,000 votes there. And that is their basis to which they build on, going into election.
That kind of
but no other party
has
such structure. If there was a party that has that structure, then they can pose a threat, because when we look at previous elections and we do the analysis, we combine all the other parties, their total votes that they get. It doesn't even sum up to sometimes we don't even get to 1% or 2%.
No.
So if you're a party and you had that structure like the MPP or NDC, you could easily get 200,000 people voting for you on election day, and that would be almost a percentage of the total votes that we'll get, and that could turn out or affect the election. But we don't have such things happening. That is why all these parties, always they don't turn up when it comes to when it matters most. But Cheddar, Alan, yes, they don't have that structures, but they've also carved a structure for themselves that they are, using to, do their campaign. Especially this year when we go around. Me, for instance, I was privileged to go around earlier in the year. I went up north. I've gone some parts of the countries to, listen to Ghanaians. And people were really anticipating for a third person. When you go out there and you speak to people, they kind of tired of NDC MPP. They are fed up with NDC MPP. They want those duopoly to be broken. But who to trust?
With the third force is the issue.
Who to trust the mandate of the country to is the issue for them. Because they see most of these people not really organized. They see them not properly structured. They see them not to be there to take on the mantle of the country. So they are always left with the choice of either NDC or MPP. But if we had, like for instance, the way Kwame Nkrumah broke up from the GCPP, the first party
to form his
CPP, went around the country to establish his polling station executive and all that, organize people to just win an election.
You think if we have such
person who can take that Kwame Nkrumah strategy, go around the country and mobilize and get structures put in place, that person will pose a threat to NDC and MPP. But until then, NDC and MPP are going to be they're just going to be sweeping there, or they're just going to interchange between themselves here and there. But the big question this election is whether the NDC would be back in power after 8 years. We will just go the normal 8-year cycle, or the MPP is going to make history to break that 8-year cycle. And with their mantra, breaking the 8, which until recently changed because of the balloting. They still have that at the back of their mind that they want to make history. They want to go beyond 8 years because of the things that they've done, because of the things that they claim to have done, and all those things. So we just leave it to the Ghanaian electorate to decide for us who is best fit to lead the country in the next 4 years.
Good. But before we even get into the giants, let's still be on the independents. Looking at Alan Kyerematen, people are arguing the fact that he was part of this current government, which they believe, for whatever reason, might have mismanaged the country or the economy. And so him breaking out to form his own team to come and seek for the mandate from these same people, they feel like, how can we trust you? Because you are part of the team. So what shows that you are coming to do something different should we hand the mandate to you? Do you think that this has something to affect us?
That will definitely affect the chances of Alan. Not just that. And you see, Ghanaian electorate, the Ghanaian citizens are very, very intellectual. They look at things, they read things. They can entrust the country, the affairs of the country, into someone who will easily break off. Who at the slightest opportunity is gone. You see, the Ghanaian, even in our various companies, in our various homes, when it comes to leadership, you want someone who is always firm, who is loyal, who is there for the people. And to be sorry to say, Alan Kyerematen hasn't shown that even with his own MPP people. And that is his problem with the MPP. Because in 2008, you did the same thing. You broke off from the party, and they had to come and beg you. You came back. When you returned, you didn't really put in that much. But when the party came into power, they gave you position, which you were also doing your bit.
Well, he would also argue from that stance that he has been a founded member of the party. So in such cases, some privileges are, rightfully.
Let me give you a typical example.
Yeah.
When you go back into 1999,
okay,
thereabouts, NDC had Guzitano.
Yeah.
Guzitano was earmarked as the right successor to Jerry John Rawlings. But unfortunately, Papa J, went to endorse his vice president, late Professor Mills.
Sure.
Then, in the 2000 election, Guzitano broke off from the NDC to found his own new reform party. Guzitano failed.
Yeah.
He failed. And subsequently, we've seen people breaking off from either NDC or MPP. Going to form parties, and they failed. Because the Ghanaians will tell you that, no, when you are with someone, or when you are with an entity, and there are issues, find a way to solve the issues in there. And I said, the right time will come for you to also take to lead. So, for instance, if Akufo-Addo went to election with President Kufuor in 1998, he lost that election.
Okay.
And President Kufuor eventually became the president of Ghana in 2001. So if Akufo-Addo had that time, because at that time, and he was also earmarked to be, because President Kufuor had gone for 96 election and had lost. Okay. And Akufo-Addo was, putting himself after all those Kumipreko stuff. He was a candidate for the MPP. So if he had also decided to go off, leave the party, I'm not sure if Akufo-Addo would have ever dreamt of becoming the president of Ghana.
Sure.
He wouldn't. No one would have even seen him again.
Sure.
But he stayed focused. He believed in the traditions of his party and made sure that he served under President Kufuor. Subsequently, he was even put to the test in 2008 with the 17 other people, which even from reports were told that the favorite from the presidency was Alan, and Akufo-Addo had to go his own way to win. So if Akufo-Addo had also in 98 decided to leave or give up, I'm not sure today we'll be sitting here talking about Akufo-Addo as being the president. The Ghanaian people are mindful of that. It's not about party issue. The Ghanaian people themselves, they are mindful of the people that betray, quote unquote, leave.
So
try to portray that everything should be given to you on the silver platter. You need to fight for them. President no be joke. Charlie,
Presidency no be joke. We are still on Ghana Talks Radio, giving you all the updates live on our coverage. You can go to our channel on YouTube, Ghana Talks Radio, and you get all the updates and the images there. We are still in discussion here leading to the 2024 elections finale. Sana Brofobekano finale. I'm also saying it finale. But then, Papa, this year we have another force called Nana Kwame Bediako, popularly known as Cheddar. He's a new force. Businessman, as we all know him to be. Do you think he stands a chance?
That's a good one. But I'll go straight to the point. Cheddar has no chance in this election. Ghanaians are not ready for any third person now.
Really?
I can just go straight to that. Ghanaians are not ready.
Leading to this year's election, leading to today, 7th December, we had that conversation. People are tired of the duopoly. We need a third force. And presumably, they also needed someone quite in the youth, someone who can understand the youth and how things are going. And we can see Cheddar as youthful.
Yeah.
He knows the grounds.
Yeah.
You still think all these things can't guarantee him?
He stands no chance. Straight to my earlier submission.
Sure.
He doesn't have the structures to win an election. He doesn't have the election machinery. Election is about structures, machinery, and the day of operation. I can tell you for a fact that out of the 40,000 plus polling stations, Cheddar and Alan Chamantin even don't have polling agents across that 40,000 polling stations.
Wow.
So already you are even, you find yourself wanting.
Okay.
Meanwhile, NDC and MPP have lots of people, multiples of people at every polling station.
Okay.
So these people mean business.
Yeah.
You don't. I'm being told, or I found out that even some of the independent presidential candidates, both NDC and MPP do give them agents.
Okay.
to just fill the forms. Most of them don't have polling agents across the 40,000 plus polling stations that we have. So how sure you are serious about this business?
Yeah.
You don't have the structures, you don't have the machinery, and you don't even have the game plan as to how to go about to win election. Okay. And this is election operations day. And you don't have polling agents
at
polling
stations.
Yes, we are in this country. We've gone to the court several times, and the court has told us that elections are won at the polling station. And you don't have a polling agent, and you want to tell me that you are serious about becoming the president? So hell no, you are not.
Wow.
So yes, they've put themselves there, but because they lack the structures, because they lack the machinery, they lack the game plan, it will be extremely difficult for them to unless probably God changes everyone's mind and say, oh, way. But even look at the campaigning. Look at the NDC, look at the final rally they did. Look at the thousands of people that trooped to both NDC and MPP campaign. And where were the other presidential candidates? They were all asleep.
Yeah.
People are there galvanizing their base to let them know, to signal or to send a signal out there that, hey, we are winning the elections with numbers. And they flagged the entire media space with whatever they are doing. The entire Ghanaian populace are looking at it, are looking at what they are doing. Because, you see, sometimes it's a matter of psychology.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, conscience, right? So when people see the numbers, they tend to say, oh, when most often you go to places that people have not even made up of their mind who to even vote for on election day, but just because of the numbers that they see at their various political campaigns, they will just say, oh, when a dominant. We've had instances that people have voted because of the numbers that is following a particular candidate. They don't vote because of policy. They don't vote because of message. They vote because the particular candidate. So there have been instances in Ghana that people even voted because of someone's handsomeness. Papa J, 1992, 1996, Ghanaian women at that time will tell you that Papa J, you're too man because I'm not and you can go there and ask. People voted for Rollins just because Rollins was handsome.
Yeah.
Rollins didn't tell them anything that, I'm going to do something
for you.
They said that Rollins was handsome.
Okay.
So Ghanaian illiterate, they vote based on so many things. And I'm saying that people even vote because they see the crowd following you and say, oh, winner, not hearing anything from you. So if you are not showing those things, people will see that you're not ready for the game.
Okay, but then talking about some of these things that the electorates look to vote for a particular candidate. Back then, we are having the argument that first, on social media, and you say the data, the facts, and all were not really accessible to so many people.
Yeah.
But in this age, the people, the youth, the electorates are very quite informed when it comes to all the happenings in government. And they are showing much interest, especially from 2020 to now. Yeah. Some even say it can go back to 2016. In each of these years, that has been branded with the fact that people have shown interest in government or governance and having that access to information, deciding whom to vote for. What do you think is going to be the basis informing the electorates this year?
Okay. there will be so many factors.
Okay.
There will be so many factors.
But do you think I'm offended by Mafi?
Oh no, I'm offended. We've gone past that era of voting because of our unfair. That era, we've gone past. Now we mean serious business. People are talking about economy. People are talking about digitalization. People are talking about the fact that there is no money in their pockets. People are talking about galamsey. People are talking about, healthcare, education. You see, we've come to the point in our electoral process that it has become more of policy driven.
Okay.
Now, who is saying what?
Okay.
Who is bringing what policy? And what is the policy coming to do? Okay. Is the policy coming to affect my life? Okay. Is the policy coming to affect the generality of the populace? Okay. So people are looking at that. Aside that, we have the traditional voters who, whatever the policy is, from whoever, they are affiliated to this party. So you have,
whatever being the case, they are going
as we speak, by the close of this polls, you already know that NDC MPP have their 5 million votes already secured, because they have that 5 million voters who are, whatever you do,
they are loyal.
They were born, bred, and grown, fed everything in NDC or in MPP. So they are just going to vote for NDC or MPP based on that category. Whatever it is that is policy, they don't care.
Okay.
Then we have the floating voters who look at situations, current situations, happenings over the past 4 years. What has happened? The business world, how did their business fare? What policies did their government introduce that affected their business, whether positive or negatively? What is the opposition saying? Is the opposition giving them a better alternative when they come into power? Those people are also there. And then we have the over 1 million or so new voters. The free SHS kids. The new ones who are coming to vote. What are they also looking at? Is it because they went to free SHS? I don't know. Is it because someone promised to better their life when they go to tertiary education? Is it because of what they see on social media? Because these are the Gen Zs. They are social media driven. They are tech driven. Whatever is happening on their space, technology space, that is what their minds are. So these are the people that are going to, these are the things that are going to affect the decision of people, what they got over the past 4 years, how their lives has been changed over the last 4 years, what happened. People are not really going to even consider what the external factors that affected the country itself. They are all based on how they are feeling, how they felt over the past 4 years, the situation they were in. Is it better now or is worse off? So they are going to just based on that. But majority, as we know, the 5 million for each party, they are already decided. They know that. Me, I may try and say, easy maybe post, and I just walk in there and I cut my. I don't know. You don't even need to tell him that Obi the number 1 and Obi the number 8 and number 12. He knows that. Just look at the umbrella. Then he moves away. Those people, 5 million is already guaranteed for them. So we are looking for the top-ups, the floating voters, the middle class, the new voters. How are you going to convince them to sway them into your side?
So with these people in effect to affect the outcome of this year's election, and taking the policies of the candidates at hand, where you've been on grounds, listening to people, getting to hear from them firsthand, and looking at the policies presented to them from the candidates, whom do you think their policy is attracting more of the electorate now?
I think the last few days, our ladies went out to ask the Ghanaian electorate about these questions as to whether a policy like free SHS is going to affect or influence someone's vote. Something like the infrastructure that we were seeing, the commissioning that were being done, like all of a sudden.
Even with those commissions, people are still arguing that they are not completed.
So I think we have a video to that. I'm sure our MCR guys will put it there. And it's a balanced thing. The people really appreciate the policies that they've seen.
Okay.
People really appreciate the infrastructure that they've seen. People really appreciate those that had benefited from the free SHS. Yes, they will say that yes, they are going to vote because their kids, their nephews, their nieces went for blah blah blah. And on the other hand, people also are saying, yes, you might be doing free SHS, you might be building infrastructure, but our pockets are still dry. My business is not improving.
Sure. The dollar is dying.
The city is nowhere.
Depreciating.
You see, businesses are collapsing.
Yeah.
So, if my business is collapsing, whatever infrastructure that you are building doesn't affect me.
Okay.
So that person wouldn't, vote because you are putting up. You are putting up an Abiche cycle. You are putting up a Dubai or whatever it is.
Yeah.
No. He doesn't care about that.
Okay.
All that he cares about is that putting policies that will make his business thrive.
Okay.
Now he doesn't have that environment, and he's being taxed so much. Even the little that he's doing, there's so many taxes on it. So he's burdened with taxes. The business is collapsing. There's no, demand for whatever they are even selling.
Okay.
So that is a big problem.
Okay.
It's a big challenge for people. So yes, people will be talking about the free SHS and people will be talking about the infrastructure. Others are also looking at what has happened in their life. He sees that over the past 4 years, his life has not improved in any way.
Wow. Well, the news on ground now is that one of the major factors which is going to determine the outcome of this election is unemployment. In the year 2016, before the previous government left power, we had unemployment at the rate of 8.4%. Today, we have it at, I think, almost 15%. But then the government in power says they've created a job of about 5.3 million in their 8-year governance from 2016 to 2024. How does this correspond from 7.5% in addition to 5.8 million jobs created? How does it elevate the percentage of unemployment to 15-point-something%? People are talking about this, and I think it is going to affect some way, somehow, the outcome of these elections. But in your case, what do you also say about this?
Unemployment has always been a big factor for every other government. You could, when you look at the American election, unemployment was a big issue. Donald Trump made a big case out of that.
Okay.
And he cited the point that when he was leaving office, unemployment rate was as low as around 1 or 2%. But Biden's era, unemployment it has increased.
About 3.7.
So definitely the American voters, I think it affected, because at the end of the day, if you don't have employment, if you're not working, you're not earning. So
it makes life very
unbearable. Your standard of living is stagnant. So that will already affect your choice of whoever leads you. So if someone is giving you a better option, you definitely go for that.
Okay.
In our case, yes, the government says he took the unemployment rate from this, but when he came, he has created X amount of jobs. But then the big question is that where are the jobs?
Okay.
You said we've created over 5 million plus jobs, but the people are still asking, where are the jobs? There's millions of people, millions of Ghanaian youth still at home not having jobs. There are nursing training graduates who are still at home from way back as 2021 or 2020. All still home, not posted. There's so many teacher trainees who are still at home. There are a lot of people who graduated some way back as 2015, 2014 who are still at home. And still we are being told that there have been over 5.7 million employment or jobs created. Yeah. So people will still ask. Because this when you look at our electoral college, the majority of the voters are between the ages of 18 and 45, which is the youth bracket.
All right.
So if you have such majority, and many of them as possible are still at home without job, it raises a lot of concerns. And those are the people who are going to decide whoever leads them in the next 4 years.
Okay.
So you could have the data. Yes, some of these things, the government will come out with data and show you that, yes, they've created the employment here, they've done that.
Okay.
But yes, still, on grounds, people are not feeling it. It's the same way as government will always say the macroeconomy is good and that's so everything should be all right. But they will tell you that we are getting news that the president, His Excellency Nana Addo, is about to vote. So I don't know if we are going to get that. We are going to get that feed from our MCR.
Okay.
So already the vice president, who is the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, has already voted. Yeah, has already voted. We are yet to also get former President Mahama to vote. President Kufuor, former president, has also not voted yet.
Okay.
The former First Lady Nana Akufo-Addo, we've not seen her yet. The former First Lady Nadu Mills, we've not seen her yet. Samira Baumia, we've not seen her yet. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, we've not seen her yet. So we're anticipating all these big personalities to vote. We'll try as much as possible to give the live feed or the visuals to all these personalities. These are our state people. You can never do without. The Speaker of Parliament, we've not seen him yet. The Chief Justice, we've not seen him yet. The former speakers, we've not seen them all yet. So we are anticipating to see them and to hear them talk to the nation. Today is voting day. What is Parliament going to look like? If we are still going to have a hanging parliament in the 9th parliament come 2025, or it's going to be a clear majority for whoever leads the election. So we'll be bringing you the live feed as and when we get the pictures from the president casting his ballot. But we continue with what you're saying. The issue about unemployment is a big one. It's a big case for politicians. Whoever wants to lead will always have to find ways of convincing, especially with the teaming youth, on how to create employment. So almost all the candidates were talking about providing 1 million digital skills here and there.
1 million coding training.
Yeah.
And with that, looking at both parties and their policies. Okay, I wouldn't say both because we have other candidates, but it's mostly relied upon these two major political parties that we have, the NPP and the NDC. Looking at their presentation on jobs, the NPP comes up with digitalization and some 1 million coding program. The NDC also have the poultry, the 24-hour economy, which has resonated with almost every person that you encounter. And then they also have the coding program as well, and entrepreneurship program for some people who they are going to invest about 10 billion Ghana cedis into their businesses to help them come up with something to better their lives when it comes to employment. With these two, whose policy do you think is going to really attract the electorate this year in their decision making?
It's a difficult one because when you look at the employment policy, job creation policy from especially the big parties, I think even Alan has similar policy of creating, and one of the independent presidential candidate, George Chumberima, was saying, why is it that everyone is tagging to create 1 million coding or digital jobs for people? So what what happens to the rest of the youth?
The youth.
So if you create 1 million, that means you are done. So it also raises concerns. Because
if you are limiting it,
capping it at 1 million, then after when you are done with 1 million, you are not doing anything. And we are more than 1 million youths. And each and every year there are more graduates coming out.
Sure.
So sometimes we need to also punch holes in some of these policies. They don't even avail themselves for us to ask, because it's curious when everyone is saying 1 million. So what is it at that 1 million?
Yeah.
Meaning that if you
are
get to the 1 million,
that means
the rest of the people, it doesn't matter to you.
Yeah.
So it raises some concerns. Everyone is looking at the digital world. Yes, that is where it has become a gold mine.
Sure.
Whoever tells you that they will come and not focus on digital employment or creating jobs digitally or in the digital space, then they are joking.
Okay.
Because as we all know, when you have the skills in the digital space, in the tech space, you can be wherever you are and work from wherever you want to work from.
Okay.
Earn a living from wherever you are.
Okay.
Provided you have the internet and you have the skills. So it's a big deal for whoever it is that it gets there not to lead us.
Okay.
Because if you don't empower people, and yesterday one of my DJs was even saying, why would we be teaching ICT in class, and the ICT that we are teaching, we are just teaching it on book, on paper. We are not practicing it. So how do you even build the skills? Because you need the computers, you need the tablet for them to practically practice what it is that they are doing, build that skills. But always we are doing the theory thing. You go to the classroom, they will write, define mouse. The mouse is this. Meanwhile, you don't even know the mouse physical. So you see, we need to change even how we, develop or train our people in this era. And we've moved from just the typing of learning how to type on the PC, using that Mavis Beacon, what. No, we've moved from that era.
Okay.
We are going to a serious AI level.
Yeah.
People are using AI to do so many things. So there needs to be a policy that will capture
all these things.
A lot of people.
Okay. So in this case, from what you just said, it means that our entire educational system needs a restructure because of where the world is heading to. It seems we are stagnant in a world that is no more entertained outside there. So some of the things that whoever comes to power needs to be looking at is the educational structure.
I totally agree with you on that because and recently I heard the Minister of Education, Educhum, saying that is the more reason why there's a drive for STEM education, which is a policy that is enshrined in our development policy.
Okay.
That is somewhere in our constitution or sort of our educational policies that Ghana needed to be, championing STEM education at a point, but it's a matter of priority.
Okay.
It's a matter of priority who, prioritizes it most to, champion that.
Okay.
So I believe that is what they've started with those STEM schools. Okay. And if whoever comes to power, I'm just hoping that they continue in that direction because in recent times we've had this school, Methodist girls, McGee's, the Manfi girls, go to the world of robotics and win robotic champions with people from students from the States and China and stuff.
Wow.
So it tells you that we have
the potential.
We have the potential. So we just have to prioritize and invest in our kids and invest directly, invest right. So we need to change our educational system. We need to be more STEM driven because if we start with that, then we need to stop loading the kids with so many subjects that sometimes confuses us when even we get to high school because we are learning so many things at a particular time. We need to we need to start finding out as early as possible what are the interests of the students or the kids are,
Okay.
what their interests are.
Okay.
So when you get to know their interests, you design a program directed towards their interests. So you move them into that program. So if you have like 10 or 15 students, you've identified that they like engineering, you quickly move them into an engineering class, let them study the engineering way from primary to wherever they get to. When you have students who are interested in science, as early as you see it, you just focus or channel their energies into science. So that is how education should be. We don't have to bombard us with so many subjects that at the end of the day you don't even need them for anything. Let it be interest-based, skills-based. Oh, the kid seems to like music, so how do we develop his musical talent? We get him into a music school so that his focus, he develops his musical talent. Then we add a bit of the business to it so that when he comes out, he knows, aside his music talent, he knows how to market or do administrative work with his music. That is how we need to be looking at it, and not just bombarding ourselves with so many things. We are being told that His Excellency the former President John Dramani Mahama is at Bole about to cast his vote. So we'll try and bring you those feed
there. Still on election 2024, Ghana decides. We've looked at one of the things that are going to influence the people and the electorates on their candidate preference. But then, Papa, one other thing that I want us to look at before we even go on grounds to speak to some people to get to know how things are going so far, I want us to look at the issue of corruption. In the past 8 years, there have been series of corruption scandals that has really agitated and infuriated people all over the country. When you listen to people are just like, the more reason. I spoke to someone yesterday and she told me that enye se mempe NPP asemu na nso me hwe scandals na EPF omumu na so omanga so omotena so a omontwe omo ho aso nti foforo badia obetuma twe omo aso. Do you think that the issue of corruption, all these scandals, have a major impact on this year's election as well?
Yeah, it will. You definitely can't run away from issues about corruption. There's been a lot of scandals that some have gone unnoticed. The ones that they were brought to the limelight, we didn't even hear the end of it. Some of them were just swept under the carpet. People still have that memory in their thoughts. People still remember some of the scandals. I don't want to mention names, but if you go back in the last 4 years, things that have happened. You see, sometimes you might be doing things and you think the Ghanaian citizens wouldn't say anything, are not observing, but it will come to a point that they will come out to voice it out. And corruption has always been with the Ghanaian politician, from government after government after government. You always hear the issue of corruption, issue of scandals here and there, and you get the president to sometimes sweep some of them under the carpet. You get the president to sometimes, because it's a party person, they will just leave the issue to bear, and they won't investigate into the core of the issue for us to get to the core. But when the right time comes, the Ghanaian populace will just tell you that, hey, as we see here, you can't. Like, for instance, the issue about Ken Ofori-Atta, when the MPP people were even calling that, hey, President, get him off, because he was becoming an issue for the party. And it took so long a time for the president to eventually, take him off. So such thing, even with the party faithful, if they are complaining about such thing,
then how much
the neutrals, the opposition. So how would they take some of the things that have happened? Some of the things is just for propaganda's sake. So you don't really get because of propaganda. They will just come and throw it into the air, and they wouldn't even back it up with anything. Recently, I think 2 days before this election, we heard about the NSS issue, big issue, and we've not even gone into the details of the issue. I'm sure right after the election we might revisit the issue based on whoever is winning. So corruption is a very key fundamental thing that people are going to look at, because they look at how money has been embezzled, how funds has been squandered, how projects have been one sourced and all those single sourced and all those kind of things. They will definitely look back and say, hey, when we gave you the opportunity, you didn't take it right, you didn't do things as we said you should do. So people are going to pay for that. But then again, you have party or you have government. Okay, so information coming in. Former First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama, is casting her ballot now. I think she'll be casting her ballot in the Bono region, because that's her home region. So Lordina Mahama is casting her vote. She's looking at coming back as the First Lady once again in 2025. So Lordina is casting her vote. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, the current First Lady, we're also looking at her. The former First Ladies, that's Nana Agyemang Rawlings, as well as Nadu Mills. Who also, for Nadu Mills, she's been very, very quiet ever since the demise of her husband. So it's hard to even get any information about her public life. But definitely, her being the former First Lady, will definitely get some sights of her casting a vote. Sure. The former Chief Justices and as well as the Speaker of Parliament, we'll try and get all those details for our viewers.
But Papa, so far, throughout the electoral process, how has it been for you in terms of the EC's preparations and conducts? How has it been?
I will say EC has been quite okay, because we've not had any significant concerns, even though prior to the election, NDC were raising so much concerns, and there were bits and bits of errors that the EC were causing or were making. That I was like, come on, we've done this for how long? For over 30 years, and why would you be making such errors? Why would you tell us that you're going to limit the media into your collation center? It has never happened before, because you need the media to let the people know what's happening. So on what basis, which grounds are you even limiting media? And even if you are limiting media, which media houses are you looking at? Because you can't even have a preference in the media. You can't tell me that you're going to pick media A and leave media B. No, it's not done anywhere. You give full access to the media to cover whatever it is that we need to cover. We need to bring to the people of Ghana whatever they need to see or whatever they need to hear. So they were making some little mistake that was unpardonable, but hey, they are human. Humans are bound to make mistakes. I think they've also been receptive when they make mistakes, and we prompt them. They come back and say, oh yes, upon consultation, blah blah blah, they've rescinded their decision and they are taking right steps, and that's the beauty of democracy, and that is why their motto is free, fair, transparency. You need to make sure that the process is free, fair, and transparent, so that there won't be any doubts in the process, because we don't want a situation that we will finish this election, then we are back in court, wasting time, going back and forth, trying to explain pink sheets, trying to explain things here and there that we can't even explain. We need a clear winner. You win, we move, because there's no time. There's no time for us to waste in 2025. We need to move, because the world is moving. So whatever the EC needs to do to ensure that there's free, fair, and transparent election, they need to do it. And as we speak, I'm sure they're up to the task. They are doing it, and we hope that the process will go smoothly, without any violence, without any altercations, without any intimidation here and there. So we just pray that it goes as smooth as possible.
As at yesterday evening, we had the news that the Interior Ministry has actually given an order to close the borders of some countries that leads to Ghana, and so many people who were supposed to travel from that country, neighboring countries, Ivory Coast and then Togo especially, are being denied entry. And with this issue, people are terming it as disenfranchisement, because legitimate people who are supposed to be in the country by now are being denied access into the country, giving an order out of the blues without any prior notice to them.
Yeah, but no, you see, sometimes we take some of these things out of proportion.
Okay.
This is not the first time Ghana has closed its land borders prior to elections.
Yeah.
So, for someone who has covered elections or who has been following election for all these years since way back 2000, I know that there will be a time that the borders will be closed, because we've always had that issue of foreigners coming in to vote.
Okay.
Each and every election year, we've had that issue. That is why, from way back, we decided that prior to election, we close our borders so that we get Ghanaians to rightfully vote and decide who becomes their leader.
Okay.
So this issue of the Interior Minister announcing that there's a closure of borders prior to the election is a no issue for me, because this is something that we've been doing, unless you are not familiar with the election process. Yesterday I saw actress Lydia Forson tweeting and asking questions, and I saw a lot of people, you know, attacking her and asking her, why is this the first time she's experiencing elections in Ghana? Because sometimes some people just want to take things out of proportion. I repeat, this is not the first time Ghana has closed its borders. It might be very, very late this time, but every election year we do close our borders prior to the election.
But Papa, you see, in this case, I think these are some of the issues why we switched to the biometric process. So how do we then have foreigners still impersonating as Ghanaians to be able to vote in a biometric process?
Yes. The issue about biometric is simple. It's simple because all that you need is, when it's registration day, you bring in the people to register.
Okay.
So wherever you get the people from to come register, that even with registration, sometimes we do close borders to make sure that there are no foreigners, because this has been a big issue for politicians.
Okay.
So the fact that the person has come in to register, automatically the person is validated to vote. Then, if one party senses that during the registration processes there were people that were brought in
to vote,
to register, then they will raise the alarm that, okay, you might have had the opportunity to bring them in to register, but then we are going to we are not going to allow them to come vote.
Okay.
So that is where it comes. That yes, they might have registered, but no, they wouldn't allow them to vote. So it's not about the issue about we using the biometrics. It's about the issue of getting the person to come and vote, to register. So far as you get the person to register, automatically the person is qualified to vote. But it's up to you to then now find ways of, making sure that whoever the person is, so far as he's a foreigner, you don't allow the person to vote. And basically, most of the time, the sitting government, they'll use all these antis and all these measures to make sure that they prevent people from voting.
Okay. There's been some alarming issues going on and being alerted to the public that some 112,000 Ghanaians are being denied access from Ivory Coast and from Togo into the country. There are other issues that some ballot papers have been lost in the hands of the Yendi police. And so investigations are going on, but we will get to the bottom of these matters and then give our audience all the update that they need.
We should also let our viewers and listeners know that some persons have been arrested in the Ashanti region. Someone was arrested at the polling station with 70 extra ballot paper. Wow. We don't know where the person got that papers from because everyone is entitled to one ballot paper. So that person has been arrested and he's been taken away. Earlier in the day, some from I think was it K2 or something. There was an alarm of military personnel being brought in who were uniformed but unidentified.
Wow.
Brought in by one MPP official.
Okay.
So I think that was Dorman East.
Okay.
So the citizens raised the alarm, and I think the police had to go in and deal with the issue.
I think this issue of the military involvement in this year's elections is becoming quite alarming because the Ghana military themselves issued.
Okay, so let's take some reports from the police.
Okay.
Just in one person arrested for possession of weapon at St. Teresa School polling station in Okankwe South constituency in Accra.
Wow.
The Ghana Police Service has arrested one person, Michael Alote, for possession of weapon at the St. Teresa School polling station in Okankwe South constituency in Accra. He's currently in custody, assisting in police investigation.
Wow.
There's another one from one EC official arrested at Kintampo South constituency in the Bono East region for electoral offences.
Yeah.
The Ghana Police Service has arrested an electoral commission official at Kintampo South constituency in the Bono East region for electoral offences during the ongoing general election. The suspect, Derry Joseph, is under investigation for using about 15 ballot papers to vote that omitted the presidential candidate at the Apemsika Bayere police station. So that is that one also from the police. So far, 2 people have been arrested in connection with election malpractice and election violence. Not violence, but possession of arm at the St. Teresa School in Okankwe South. I think we might go to Okankwe South and find out. So if our MCR will get those images up for us from the Ghana Police Service, we'll appreciate it. So the person who was arrested at the St. Teresa's polling station seems to be a party agent because he has a party agent tag on his neck.
Can we get to know the particular party is?
That's I'm unable to tell. I'm just getting the info to our MCR so that they can get it on the screens for our viewers. I'm unable to. You wouldn't know unless you're on the grounds to find out which party the person belongs to, but you can see that he has a party agent tag in his neck or on his neck. The Ghana Police has sounded that caution that this election. The Ghana Police mean business this election.
I think they're really doing well.
The Ghana Police means business.
Really
So if Charlie, you spend your Xmas somewhere that you really don't want. So please, if you are yet to go to your polling station, please just go there with your voter's ID card. Even if you don't have your ID, just go there, verify yourself, vote peacefully, come home, come and sit behind your PC and just listen to Ghana Talks Radio. Stream us. We are on.
Get all the updates live.
So what do you want to do at the polling station after voting? You don't have any business there now. When you finish voting, just go home.
Yeah.
Go and be behind your PC, behind your phone. Yeah. Just be streaming our live feed. We'll give you everything that you need. Because even if you're at your polling center, you don't know what is going on at Bolivar Boy. So it's just up to the media for us to tell you what's happening across the country. So just go home and relax. Just listen to Ghana Talks Radio and just you people should stop this behavior.
There's been a breaking news right from Ablekuma West that the Honorable Owusu Ekufu Esla went there with food to feed the voters, and the voters have rejected it. The voters have rejected it.
Ablekuma West.
Yeah. And I think this is one of the electoral violences that we always talk about. That people or the candidates can't be doing this, especially in times of voting. This calls for an immediate cautioning. It calls for an immediate cautioning because this is all part of vote buying, which shouldn't be happening.
But you see, we need to probe some of these issues very well. Because I always say that some of these things that are happening ain't the first time that these things are happening.
Yeah.
Because every election year, you get the party officials cook, provide either food, breakfast, or drinks to people who come to vote.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, well, it could be enticing the people, but it has become some way a norm that both parties do bring food and drinks, breakfast, sort of, just to make sure that people who are in the queue, who are tired, you know, somebody might come there. For instance, when I went to my polling center, someone came there as early as 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Obedaho. So until 8:30, 8:45 or 2 abano. Charlie, the person might be tired.
And honestly,
so some of these things we need to look at it. If we need to find a way of going about it. You see, but it's not good. But because of our hospitality, how Ghanaians, how hospitable we are, we've come to accept that, yes, why not? We do, support our people in terms of this. So that's the statement of the Ghana police on your screens. One person arrested for possession of weapon at St. Teresa's School. If you don't know St. Teresa's School is at North Kaneshi. In the Okankwe South constituency, where it's going to be a very keenly contested battle between the incumbent Dakwa Newman of MPP and Kion and Nesta Domako of the NDC. Kion, the action man. Our eyes are on this constituency, Okankwe South. We have an interest in this constituency. So one person has been arrested by the Ghana police at the St. Teresa's polling station for possessing arm. And we've told you people, the police are wild this election.
They are very
Charlie, go there.
Charlie,
go there and do your thing.
But Papa, going into the constituencies, we have some particular constituencies which are really of the interest to the people of Ghana.
Oh yeah.
Okankwe South is one of them. Okay. We have the West Wogon Ayawaso constituency. But before we come to these particular two constituencies, I want to ask a very genuine question. If you were a candidate, would you actually stand against the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa in his constituency?
In his constituency? Oh, no. I've always said that there are some constituencies in Ghana, if you are the other side, you don't even waste your time to go there. But you see, then it's about numbers game.
Sure.
Every vote counts in an election. So you would go to your opponent's stronghold and make sure that you fill the candidate just to reduce their numbers. Because that is the basis of election.
Sure.
Because if you are everyone is getting their numbers wherever it is, then we are virtually be going to run off. But you need to deploy tactics to make sure that you are reducing votes here and there. And that is why basically people field candidates knowing that it won't succeed. They won't succeed. Because for North Town, which we will be getting images from there very soon. You hardly go there to win. Like you go to like a Futu constituency in Central Region where the majority leader, Afenyo Maken, is. It will be extremely difficult for you to win there.
Wow.
You go to, I want to give some constituencies that it's difficult for you to win. When you are at the other side. Okay.
The Honorable Kennedy Japon's constituency.
Yes. Okay, so His Excellency the former president is talking. So let's take. Oh, me in charge of me, I didn't go out to ready. Okay, send me the number. Hey, are we not? I'm chop. See, work.
Ghana for Ubiabi. Mean to mean Kase President Mahama by Wamami, why any but the Mamma home for son in America. Any free education. Sir, my 2 school fees. More fast people school me 2 school fees. And now, we should call is free. And to me, the mate Macano. And to me, the SC at 2 MPP ahead. Okay. Yeah. The
conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street together. Okay, so the infrastructure debate between NDC government and NPP government. Why now we're doing so about power no? We see more infrastructures.
Say Bambia be or yebi, NPP say yebi, but me there. You may be one say NPP to me.
Sir, me the to NDC and NPP. I mean, my behu NDC.
Okay.
Minimum the NDC to me yeah. Na me behu NPP. Me hu die kufuo ye ana ma be hu die nana kufuo do so de ababe
o hwe ya de sa en se ye bi jan MPP ana oba se apomudi ati sa bi so MPP so ye bi jan NDC
means being as obi anye obi aye
by we say we go afraid.
Oh, okay.
And for sure, Abba Swama me say no offer say for preparing your free education. And to me, meditating the ado be a yibi. Yen Ghana for be a yibi. Mean to me, Kase President Mahama by wa mama yibi. Why any dear? But the mammy minya home for son in America. Any free education.
Don't know your NDC.
Oh, sure. You may be over Ghana and NDC net also.
Yeah. Have you I don't know enough so far. I was going to be
Sir, free maternity care is one. Yeah, from MPP. At the moment for sure, many so back. Me, say maybe a few grand me that maybe a few grand make education. And to me, meditating with the ado be a yibi. Yen Ghana for be a yibi. Mean to me, Kase President Mahama by wa mama yibi. Why any dear? But the mammy minya home for son in America. Any free education. Sir, my school fees. More fast me go school, me school fees. And now, we should call is free. And to me, the mate Macano. And to me, the say that 2 MPP ahead.
Okay.
Ahead.
Yeah.
The
conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street to gather undiluted information, undiluted opinions from the people on hottest trends, hottest topic ranging from socials, entertainment, politics, and many more. I answer to the name of Himachi Moda. Do well to visit our YouTube channel at Ghana Talks Radio for more content. Okay, so the infrastructure debate between NDC government and NPP government. Why now we're doing so Oba Pawano? We see more infrastructures.
Womusa Bambia Bia or Yebi, NPP say Yebi. But me dear, you may be going to say about NPP to me.
Sir, me de etoto NDC and NPP. I mean, my behu NDC.
Okay.
Minimum the NDC to me, yeah. Now me behu NPP. Me hun die kufuo ye ana mabe hun die nana kufuo do so de ababe
o hwe ya de sa en se ye bijan MPP ana oba se apomudi ati sa bi so MPP so ye bijan isi
means being as obian ye by we say on go afraid.
Oh, okay.
And for sure Abba Swama me say no offer say for preparing your free education. And to me, meditating the ado be a yibi. Yen Ghana for be a yibi. Mean to me, Kase President Mahama by wa mama yibi. Why any dear? But the mammy minya home for son in America. Any free education.
Don't know your
NDC. Oh, sure. You may be over Ghana and NDC net also.
Yeah. Have you I don't know enough so far. I was going to be a
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, members of the press. I've come in and I have voted both in the presidential and the parliamentary election. The process has been smooth. The lines I can see are very orderly, and we are expecting a very peaceful election, encouraging all Ghanaians, get up and get to the polling stations, queue peacefully and vote and exercise their right to vote, and let this be a very peaceful election.
Sir, are you hopeful of winning this election?
Yes, I must say by the grace of God, I am very hopeful of winning this election. I think that we have done a lot of work. We have put our message to the people. I think the message has been well received, and I believe that by the grace of God, when all the ballots are counted, the MPP, myself and our parliamentary candidates will emerge victorious in this election.
How do you see the election so far?
So far, I am very happy with what I'm hearing in terms of reports around the country. There is calm. There is very little tension that I can see around the country. People are going to queue. In fact, I gather that people were queuing from midnight across the country. It shows enthusiasm, and I believe that that portends well for the democracy of Ghana.
Any figure of a margin of victory?
Stephen, you're going to set a trap for me.
Can you say again?
I'm not going to fall in that trap. A victory is a victory. We just want to win. So, by the grace of God, we will win.
Can you say again what you expect for this election exactly?
Well, I expect a peaceful process. I believe that we will see a democracy in Ghana entrenched. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, members of the press. I've come in and I have voted both in the press.
Thank you for interviewing me this morning. We are here in the morning. Up to now, lack of the stamp doesn't come. That's why we are not able to vote. The other setters started, but we are not voting now. We are waiting for the stamp to come so that we start our voting.
For how long have you been here?
We are here almost 6 o'clock now.
You've been here since 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's almost 7:35. You've still not started voting.
Yes. So they told us that they will bring the stamp.
They will bring the stamp.
And the presidential stamp, the up now is doesn't come. So they say the people on the way coming up now, we are not able to do anything.
We are starting.
Now that they reported, so we are here. So we are not going to start.
Okay, so this is North Town.
Yeah, North Town D.
Manya
Methodist B. So now that they bring the stamp, so we are going to form the lines where we start voting.
Thank you.
My name is Foster Azuwaga. That's all.
Welcome! Daddy, welcome! Daddy, welcome!
Go, please go. Please go. Hey,
Daddy, welcome! Daddy, welcome! Daddy, welcome!
Yeah, your mama, maybe I mean, call it, say, and I said, BBA, I was football player, I'm that's it. It's a idea, it's a baby, I'm a to and yet, and that maybe I'm a
Mr. President, are you satisfied with the event so far? Are you satisfied? Yeah, join us. Yes.
It's smooth and didn't take more than 5 minutes for me to everything the same everywhere. Yes, there's one election that almost everybody can see whether it goes. Other elections have been not as obvious, but with this one, everybody can tell the direction it is. And that's because of the abysmal performance of the Mami Akufo-Addo government, the situation of our economy, the hardship people are facing, the increasing unemployment, and all the difficulties. They want somebody who's competent, who knows how to run things, to come and talk about and rescue this country.
Maybe a good parliamentary majority.
Absolute majority. It's going to be I predict more than 150 members.
Mr. President, prior to this election, you had cause to complain that the EC was colluding with the...
His Excellency John Dramani winning ballot. As it came for Bakere, and you tell me, John Dramani winning ballot. As it came for Bakere, and you tell me, His Excellency John Dramani winning ballot. As it came for Bakere,
having an upper hand.
Please open up.
Yeah, your mama, maybe I'm football.
That we have, but then we also have some other constituencies which are almost like the classico of the election. We can first look at the Ayawaso West Wuogon, which always attracts chaos and violence. Always attracts chaos and violence. But the challenge has been a very close margin from 2016. Do you think the table is going to flip this year in favor of the NDC?
It looks likely, because when you look at the margin to which Honorable Lady Sarah Malasan won in the last election, was very, very close. John Dumelo gave him a very good run.
Okay.
Money. And one thing our viewers should know, that in previous elections, or most elections that we've had in this country, whichever constituency that you find a public university in, whichever constituency you find a public university in, mostly is being dominated by the MPP. Okay. So Ayawaso West Wuogon is a typical a university tertiary education hub, where you have about 3 or 4 universities. You have Legon, University of Ghana, the premier university. You have UPSA being part. You have Kingsford University. You have there's another one there. And University of Ghana itself has about 10,000, 20,000 population. So if you have them all voting, and you know how it's going to go. And MPP's TESCOM is a very strong constituency force within the university body. So every constituency that has a public university there, mostly MPP does well in those constituencies. So it's going to be a very keen contested constituency this time around, because John Dumelo has done really, really well with the Legon students, with the University of Ghana students, because he has been with them even when they didn't vote for him previous election. He's always with them, like even in opposition, he goes there, he visits on normal days and stuff. So he's built that rapport and connection with the university students. So that is what, yes, that is what I sense that might work in his favor if the students are really going to stick with him. But then you have the
indigents,
the indigents
people there.
Then that is a class A. We have the class A residents within that constituency. You go to the East Legon, the Ajinganon, and the stuff. And those people also think
differently from the students or from. So Ayawaso West Wuogon is a constituency where you have a student population, a student constituency. You have the middle class population, then you have the class A people. Also then you have a bit of slums in there.
Yeah.
So it's a very mixed constituency that you need to make sure that you are catering for the needs of each and every demography. So it's a very, very tedious constituency to work around with. So, but MPP has always won it typically based on the students and the middle class and class A people. They've always won it based on those demographics. So we wait to see what happens.
But then we look at how close John Dumelo was in the last election, the previous election.
Let's try and get the figures. I'm trying to get the figures.
What do you think he needs to do this time to make?
I don't know the tactics, but all that I can say is that whatever you need to do, you might have done it. All this while, because election day there's not much to be done. All that you need to do on election days, make sure that your eyes are wide low, your people to come out to vote for you. So if you don't get your people to come out to vote for you, and they sit at home and we declare results and you come and complain, So it's about getting your people to vote for you and making sure that you protect your votes and making sure that your votes are being counted in your favor. Because the court has always told us that elections are being won at the polling station. So whatever that happens after the polling station, Charlie, we're not going to mind you. So make sure that your polling station, you are sorted. You DG for there. You are sorted out there. So I'm sure if two elections that he's gone in Ayawaso West and he hasn't learned any lessons from then that would be his. I'm trying to look for Ayawaso West Wuogon results in 2020. If I can pull it up from the EC database. So that would be Ayawaso West Wuogon.
You are still with us on Ghana Talks Radio. We are still updating you on all the information, all the happenings on the ground on election day, 7th December, where Ghana decides who leads them into the next 4 years. As the country finds itself on a crossroad, do we go for a bold solution? Do we go for a resetting?
Just in again the Ghana. I've told you that this election, Ghana Police, the way they mean okay. So just in from the Ghana Police, polling station agents arrested for double voting at Wassa Ekropon, Apia Chrome polling station in the Western region. So the Ghana Police Service has arrested a polling station agent for double voting at the Wassa Ekropon Apia Chrome polling station A in the Western region in the ongoing general election. The suspect, Kofi Stephen, is currently in custody assisting the police in investigation. Ghana Police, no. I said, I've been privileged to see the police election command center. And trust me, Ghana Police has their eyes everywhere. Everywhere. Election ways also ube Jimmy dia. You S-man you better baby
So, but you know it's really refreshing to have such assurance from the police institution, because Papa, let's be honest, leading to this election there was so much tension. People were scared, afraid. So many people anticipated some things that I think as at now, which hasn't happened, tells a lot that the police are actually in control. We just hope that it continues until the end of the declaration. But so far so good. The police is doing well.
I've always said Ghana Police, unless they decide that they wouldn't do it. If they say they will do it, they will do it. So if you are yet to go to your polling center, please just go there peacefully, vote peacefully, and come home. Because Ghana police there, Charlie better baby, on pay Bonya, yes, we want to make everybody enjoy the Bonya.
Oh,
because in Bonya, the son of DJ Rock, mini Bonya, no. Oh, you be now Bonya at Fahodia, some
DJ Rock, or Sobama Musoloku, well, be Winibia, Usoloku, one in the same.
So I'm trying to pull up. Yeah. I've pulled up Domeko Abenya in 2020. Domeko Abenya, because Domeko Abenya remains the biggest constituency in terms of population. Yeah. Domeko Abenya is the biggest constituency in Ghana in terms of population wise. Yeah. And in 2020, lawyer Sarah Joseph won by 58%, getting 75,041 votes. The NDC's Faustina got 52,262 votes. That's 40% of the valid vote count. So lawyer Joseph won almost with 23,000 plus votes. Lawyer Joseph is not on the ballot this year. Michael Quay Jr. has replaced her for so many reasons that happened in the last 4 years. Faustina is still the NDC's candidate. So we live to see if Faustina is going to close that 23,000 gap. It's huge. It's huge. Really, really huge. Huge number. So we'll keep an eye on the Domeko Abenya constituency. I'm trying to get the Ayawaso West Worgon for us to see what the situation was on the Ayawaso West at the Ayawaso West Worgon in 2020. Okay, yes, I have Ayawaso West Worgon. So in 2020, Ayawaso West Worgon, Lydia Sarah Malasa, 39,851. That is 51% of the total valid vote count. Wow. John Seto Dumelo, 37,478, 48%. Wow. So that was like 2,000, a little over 2,000 difference. So something like 2,100 and so. So John Dumelo has 2,000 votes to close 2,000 votes. That is not huge.
Yeah, I think
if you work your way out, you could close it.
Yeah, he's had the past 4 years to work on that.
Yeah, he has the past 4 years. So that's what I'm saying, that it depends on the tactics, the strategy that he uses, and the relationship that he's had with the people. Because that constituency is a very, very mixed constituency, which has everything in there. You have the elites, you have the middle class, you have the students, you have the poor and needy, the special children, and as well in the constituency. Ayawaso Central, where the interior minister is Henry Korte, who is also facing a very, very tough time this time. Last election, he won with 33,003 votes. That's 52% of the valid vote cast that year. Abdul Raf Tubazum, 28,000 for the NDC. That was a little over, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 vote difference. We'll check who the NDC candidate is. Okay.
So we are still on. We are your online election coverage today, bringing you all the updates on the 2024 elections where Ghana decides. People are really turning out to vote. We have instances where some places are still supposedly not being able to start voting yet because their materials were delayed, their setups were delayed. But so far so good in terms of security, in terms of how things are supposed to be going. I think the police are really handling things very well as of now, and we still hope and pray that things goes according to plan. We also encourage the citizens, the electors, to conduct themselves very well. It is an election. You just go, you vote peacefully. Afterwards, if you want to go home, you can go home and still monitor the elections from the comfort of your homes. Don't go and create any unnecessary chaos, which can lead you into some places that you don't really want to find yourself at. So let's all conduct ourselves. Let's understand ourselves. If anything goes in a way that seems alarming, you can just alert the security personnel. I believe there are police personnel and other security personnel stationed all across the polling stations in Ghana. So you can just alert them. You can take your phone, take an evidence to make your case, just in case it's been contested of. So yes, we just hope everything goes accordingly as it is ongoing. We are still in the studios of Ghana Talks Radio, and we have our people on grounds who will be getting in touch very soon to get all the updates and feedbacks on how things are going in various places. We have our personnel in Ashanti region who will join us very soon on phone to give us what is happening. So yes, let's just keep in touch, keep streaming, keep sharing to people, to follow, to subscribe, and share your thoughts on everything that you think you want us to know, and we will interact with you. Papa?
Yeah, so as you say, right, we are live and in charge on Ghana Talks Radio across our socials, Facebook, YouTube, X, TikTok, and everywhere. You can take us on the go-to on our mobile app. When you're on our live stream, you just let us know if you voted, how the process was for you, how fast did you vote, what is happening at your polling station, what is happening in your constituency. Let us know. If you have any pictures or visuals you want to share, you want the people of Ghana to see, you can just send us DM, just send us, or just comment under the live stream. We'll put it up for the rest of Ghana and the world to see what is happening in your locality. This is Ghana Talks Radio, your election zone, bringing you all the updates, all the details as they unfold in this major election. This is a history-making election. When we have two things that will happen: whether MPP is making history by breaking the 8th, or whether His Excellency the former President John Dramani Mahama, as the first president in the Fourth Republic, who was given just a term, will bounce back to do his second term after 2 times of action. So it's a history-making election. Wow. Everything someday inside. The third force, the third force is also looking around. Alan Cash is also, making some statement for himself. The other presidential candidate, my presidential candidate, Her Excellency the late Ekuwa Donkor. May rest in peace. Was a day. I'm not Obama media car. Oh, I'm Obama media car. And I'm my yama.
So yes, we are looking at 2 very politically inclined people gunning for the seat of whom to lead the country in the next 4 years. And as Papa said earlier on, we have the Vice President of Ghana for this current administration of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is also the flag bearer for this year's elections. And we have the former president,
I think, Her Excellency the second lady, who is looking at the opportunity of becoming the next first lady, is voting. Okay. Samira Bawumia is currently voting. So if MCR can pick her feed on her channel, yes, okay. Samira Bawumia is currently voting. Yeah. She's looking forward to becoming the first lady of the Republic from 2025. Okay. So,
Papa, looking at the wives or the ladies of the gentlemen, who do you think they've really had any impact leading to these elections? Looking at Lodina, looking at Samira.
Okay, I said this some time ago on my Facebook wall that in the last 3 elections that we've had in Ghana, from 2012, 2016, 2020, including this election, so that probably 4. When you take out John Dramani Mahama, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and Mahamudu Bawumia, Samira is the next person who has been able to campaign across the length and breadth of this nation.
Really?
She's campaigning like she's also a presidential candidate.
So,
so the last time I was even telling some MPP fanatics that, see, Samira has really placed herself in a very good position that in future, if she dares to put herself to contest for the MPP presidential candidate, she might likely pull a surprise.
Wow.
Because she's one person that has campaigned for the last 3 elections.
Okay.
Every campaign.
Okay.
You always see that she also has a team
Yeah.
that they go to campaign differently, separately from her husband.
Yeah.
And she has been doing this consistently in the last 3 elections. And that is how you put your face in the faces of Ghanaians. So whenever you avail yourself that you want to take a leadership role, they already know you.
Yeah.
That is one thing that is making it difficult for a lot of people to win elections in Ghana.
Okay.
Because they want to see the face, they want to be familiar with you.
Okay.
And she's one person that has been doing that. Unfortunately, this year, I don't know what happened. The former first lady here, Lordina, didn't do campaign that much.
Okay.
The last thing we saw of her was the commissioning of the Lordina, the maternity ward in her home region. Yeah. That's basically the highlight of the campaign that she's done. She's not been active in the campaign, so I don't know. For the chances, for the impact, the influence of them, yes, you could see from MPP's various previous election that the Samira and Bawumia factor helped them in the north where they come from, because they appreciated in votes in the past 2 elections when they were vigorously campaigning. Unfortunately, the former First Lady Lordina lost her home region to the MPP, so you could tell, because we are using data and analysis, you could tell that she didn't really have any influence to influence her home region for NDC. So on the basis of that, you can say that Samira has always been that's usefulness for the MPP.
So now let's really look into the personalities of the candidates on board.
Okay.
Let's first take Nana Kwame Bediako.
Sure.
I think the 4 major personalities that we have leading this contest of the 2024 election are Bediako, Alan, Bawumia, and then John Mahama. So, looking at them, what do you think they stand for? Nana Kwame Bediako, what do you think he really stands for in the chances of becoming a president or a leader to lead us in the next 4 years?
Cheddar, I've always termed him as the showbiz person.
Okay.
I've always said that Cheddar is running his campaign as if he's doing a reality show. He just wants social media buzz always. He's been that figure, like he's that fine, freaky gentleman, always trying to party here and there. So that's basically Cheddar. Bediako, yes, he's a good businessman, a real estate person, a business mogul, trying to put his hands in so many businesses. Very, a personality that gets a lot of the big celebrities around him in so many ways. So you don't basically see that political side of him. He doesn't have that political
pool.
Yeah, okay. he doesn't. He's more of that, social life person, party person, and stuff. So it will take time for him to get into that group. Even for the current vice president, MPP's flag bearer, when he was introduced way back in 2018, you could see he's a technocrat who is brought into the political mix. When he started, you could see that this is not a politician.
Yeah.
So
even up to now, people still
think he's not a politician. So it has taken time for him to mold himself a bit into this role, and that is exactly what Cheddar. It will take time. If if he really wants to, you know,
get into
it,
political
then
business.
he needs to change certain things, how he goes about certain things.
Okay.
You look at someone like Kennedy Japan.
Yeah.
The moment he decided that he wants the presidency, he changed so many
changed,
things.
yeah.
He changed so many things because presidency is not joke. It's not mean business.
I mean, the first
To become the
gentleman
first
of
gentleman of a republic,
nation,
you can't be tagged with so many things. So you need to have that class. You need to have command, that authority. You need to have that authority, that persona around you, for people to, you know, really accept that yes. The more reason why, for a very long time, when you ask people, even in NDC, they always tell you that MPP former the Alamba, because they see that personality, a presidential personality in Alan.
Okay.
I tell you that is how Ghanaians think. That is how our psyche, and that is how we look at things.
Okay.
Sometimes we look at the physique, the structure, how you carry yourself about. All these things count before somebody would entrust the leadership of the country in your hand. Even with our local assemblymen, when we are going to vote for an assemblyman, you can't tell me that no. You're going to be the leader of the electoral area. So we need somebody who looks responsible, who we can entrust whatever it is that we have into their hands.
Okay.
That's only on by Basa.
Okay.
So that is how Ghanaians see their leaders to be. So if you are not molded in that form now, you need to make sure that you get yourself molded in that form. Stay away from all the controversies and all the. Make sure that you are following the political line. Okay. You be yourself, but make sure that you are toning the political line and make sure that people can, you know, really trust you to be a leader.
So you think as now Cheddar is not really into that mode?
No. Cheddar is not ready.
Okay.
Cheddar is not ready.
You mentioned Alan.
Yeah.
I mean, having such a presence.
Yeah.
What do you really think that will make for him in this contest?
Alan,
his persona.
Yes, Alan has the persona. Alan has the personnel to be a leader.
Okay.
But Alan lacks certain things.
Okay.
Those are the things that has always, you know, fought against him in the MPP. Someone that they can trust.
Okay.
Someone that they can rely on. A person that, whatever be the case, he will stand firm and be there for his people. And that is certain things that Alan has lacked over the period. Okay. And it extends to the Ghanaian people. You see, when we are doing party politics, you might think that a party from Kwana is sharing on, but whatever happens, no, the rest of Ghana will look at it from that angle. So if whatever happens in MPP, the rest of Ghana will sit about, no crowd for crowd. I can't see.
You see, Ghanaians, we have this thing like charity begins at home.
Yeah.
Or only if you put.
Only if you put what I say. Oh, how feel crowd to me. So they look at it from that angle.
Okay.
So when to me and yes, then to be sorry, you don't have any business in the larger space.
Okay.
So those are the little things that is fighting against Alan.
All right.
Because you see, politics, political hierarchy, enye ahindi, ena ebedu obiso. For you to say that when you are, I'm the next in line. There's nothing like you are the next in line.
Yeah.
It is something that is being voted for. It's not a monarch. It's like Otumfuo. If Otumfuo is not there, we know where the next person is. Yeah. It's not like that in politics. Yeah. Politics, you always need to fight for the position.
Okay.
Somebody might come from nowhere,
and
just come and take the position because of ABCD.
Okay.
And that is how political leadership is. Okay. So you need to fight for it. You don't sit down, relax, do nothing, and just tell the people that I'm the next in line. You are not. It's never done anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, if that was the case, by this time, His Excellency the former President Mahama wouldn't have been the NDC candidates as at now, because there are so many great NDC men who from Rawlings's time have been with NDC, and they can equally also do it. Claim the flag bearership or the leadership of NDC. Yeah. But you go for a contest, and the larger or the majority of the party faithfuls will entrust the leadership into your hands. They will say, "Oh, okay, but you don't just sit down and say, oh, do me so, I'm the next in line, I'm a founding father." Everyone is a founding father. Everyone is a founding father.
Wow.
You see, so some of these things, those are the little things I always say that goes against Alan.
Okay.
If Alan had really, since 2008, he knew that he will come back again, or which he has always come back, which he has always lost. So you should just sit down and look at, why am I losing? Yeah. What is happening? What am I not doing right?
What do I need to change?
What do I need to change?
Okay. But I mean, in terms of his age and his political career, how long he has been in the system, do you think after this election he still has a chance?
After this election,
or you think there's the time for him to?
After this election, there, because as we speak, okay, after this election, the only party that will have a known face might still be MPP. Okay. Whatever happens in this election, definitely Bawumia will come again in 2028, so he will be a known face. Okay. NDC will definitely have a new face in 2028. I don't know for Alan, because if it doesn't go well in this election, he has no chance. Because then again, it goes back to my earlier submission that you need the structures, you need the machinery, and you need the plan, the tactics, the human resources to win a general election of this sort in Ghana. You can't just be somewhere with like a group of
people and you
like
just
1,000 people and think that no, it won't work. It won't work. It will be difficult, extremely difficult for him.
Okay. So then we are left with the two major opponents. I call one the new flame, I call one the old fire.
One of the independent presidential candidates refers to them as a used breath and used breath and I've forgotten that. So he was saying that we need a fresh breath, because one has been used and one is being used or something.
One is in the process of being used.
those two people.
Wow. But then, do you think Ghanaians are ready for a new flame in this context, or they'll go back to the old fire?
The new flame being
Bawumia.
Then the old fire being John Dramani.
At least we've experienced Mahama before.
We've also seen Bawumia as a vice president, who many tout as one of the most active vice presidents we've seen in the Fourth Republic. This is no doubt because his vice presidency, we see him, because most vice presidents, you don't see them, you don't see what they do.
It seems he brought a little
energy into the vice president. Yeah, because most vice presidents in the Fourth Republic, we hardly see what they do, except for the late Aliu Mahama, who did that discipline campaign that was very, very big, that Obrafo and the rest all jumped on to do songs. Most of the vice presidents, you hardly see their
activeness,
their activeness or their ink on the government, but he has been active. But it's up to the rest of Ghana to decide what they want. The majority of the Ghanaian voters will decide eventually by 5 p.m. to see whether we are going to upgrade or we are going to reset. The country. So what the people say is what we all follow. We all have just a single vote. What the majority will say, we follow. But it when you look on social media, every other poll that we've done on social media, like goes towards Mahama. Every other voting polls that they've done on social media across every platform.
So you think on this road that we are, on the crossroad, we don't need both solutions? That's what the polls say.
No, that's what social media polls say. But then they will tell you that elections are not won on Twitter or X. Elections are won on the grounds. And I also say this. You see, elections is not about Greater Accra or Ashanti region, Kumasi. Elections is about the people in the hinterlands. Elections is about the people in Central Farm Plains who hardly get even network to call people.
Wow.
Those are the people elections is about. Wow. The elections is about people who even don't see you on TV. They don't know anything about you. Those are the people that you need to reach out to. Elections is about people who don't even know how to cast their ballot. Those are the people elections is about. And when you are getting those numbers, then you are winning election. Because when you look at the data, Accra and Kumasi, yes, the biggest voting population. Together we are around what? A little over 7 million or so. And here, 7 million, we won't get 70% turnout. The rest of the country, where demonstration doesn't happen there. Whatever demonstration we are doing in Accra, they don't even know. They don't care. Those are the people that in real life, things are affecting them. Where the Galamsey thing is happening, we Vietnam Galamsey demonstration, but you go there, the people that the thing is affecting them, those are the people that are going to vote. So when we sit in Accra and make all the noise, the political parties, when they are in Accra or Kumasi and making the noise, so like, people are wasting time because the people that will vote for you, most of them even don't know how to vote. And they will go and vote. We're in this country in 2008 and 2012. Ronaldo needed 45,000 just to win the election. Rejected ballot was in excess of 100,000. Rejected ballot was in an excess of over 100,000, and rejected ballot was like the third place in the election. So you need to do more election education. Teach these people how to even vote, how to identify you. So what's in Krahana, and you're not showing your people how to vote. And even we that we are making the noise, but we're not into about. We are all relaxed. But the people that will vote, the people that will go and queue 1 a.m., 2 a.m., you are not even in touch with them.
But back to what you said with election education. Do you think this year we've done enough educating the electorates?
For that, I can hardly answer to it because those who are in charge to educate first of all is the political parties who need to educate their members. So,
and I was actually coming to that. You believe that it is more reliant on the political parties to educate the electorates and not the EC?
Okay, so the EC has a role to play. The NCCE has a role to play. Those are the people, especially the NCCE, is constitutionally mandated to teach, inform us on this election process and stuff. But the truth is, those people they are barely resourced, so they can hardly go into the hinterlands and do those education. And even if they are doing education, NCCA, the whole of this election process, I can even count the number of times the adverts have rolled on. So they are hardly resourced, so it will be difficult for them to do that. But it relies on the political parties who are seeking the mandate of the people. Because if you are seeking my mandate, you need to sit me down and even teach me
how to give you that mandate.
Was it earlier this week? I was watching a couple of videos online, interviews with first-time voters, and someone said he doesn't even know how to vote. He's a first-time voter. He wants to vote, but he doesn't even know how to vote. So such a person might go there and end up
destroying the ballot paper.
his ballot will be counted as rejected ballot in the end of the day.
Yeah.
So these are the people that you need, and most of the what do you call it? The parties have data on of all these people.
All these people.
Yeah, because the parties are always there from the start of the process towards elections. When we do registration, they take contact of each and every person that registers, so they have data on them. So it's up to you to go and educate the people on how to even vote, especially with the first-time voters, our Gen Z people, because they are naive. So if you don't teach them, yes, they will turn up, but majority will end up, with rejected ballots. So the political parties have serious role to play in voter education, because at the end of the day, they are seeking the money of the people. So you need to make sure that every vote is valid and counted in your favor. And you need to ensure that by educating them earlier on before they go.
Wow. There is an update that there's been some 4 NPP guys busted at Royal Inn Hotel by youth of Pokuase with cash, ballot papers, BVD machines, a printer, and other electoral materials. We'll get to the bottom of this, but then we really have evidences and pictures of all these things that has been stated. But I don't know, but I think we are having so many of these complaints in this election. I don't know, but it seems the desperation is.
They will come in because it's an election process. I think we have a video that will be scrolling very soon, very shortly. So we might be taking that. I think it's an interview with one of the MPs. I don't know. So MCR. So let's see if you are ready. Let's get to hear the interview. Then we'll take it from there. But those issues
I'm encouraged.
No election or practices here and there. It definitely will happen. You get corporates here and there. That's will always found themselves wanting. That is why we always advise people that Charlie, elections is a process. Just go and do yours. You only have one vote. Go and vote and just leave the premises. Go home, relax. Listen to the media. We'll give you all the information that you need, so that you don't find yourself in any of the election malpractices, because the police service are very, very on alert. They don't want to mud this election with any violence that will escalate and tarnish their image as well as the image of the country. So they are on high alert for all these things. MCR.
I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged because I haven't been to any other place apart from here. But I've had, information. We have our agents around, people who are giving me information as to how the process is going. And I haven't had any complaint of any disturbances anywhere. And for me, that is refreshing. I believe in democracy. I'm a political scientist, and I would want to see our democracy go inclusive. And because of that, I think that everybody should be happy. Tamale Central, everybody knows is a hotspot, particularly when it comes to, unfortunately, sometimes, some of these disturbances. Since I came in 2020, we didn't have much problems in Tamale Central, and I have no doubt in mind that we wouldn't have any problem again. But perhaps for me, it has to do with how we are engaging each other as political actors. Myself and the MPP candidate, we've been very good friends, and there isn't any MPP youth group sitting place that I do not visit. Anytime I'm passing, I'll sit and I'll make them understand that we cannot all belong to the same political party. We certainly would belong to different political parties. We have choices, and there are several factors that inform the choices we each make. You may disagree with the choices I make. I may also disagree with the choices you make. But I need to respect your decision. You need to respect my decision. And I think that if everybody had understood politics to be like that, I don't think that we would have had some of the problems we have. So I am very, very happy. I just pray and I hope that it will continue till the counting is done and the collation is done. Usually you have disturbances in the mornings and perhaps in the evenings.
Thank God that we haven't had any registered disturbances anywhere, in Tamale Central this morning. I am very convinced that we wouldn't have say in the event. Here, the MPP agents and the NDC agents, they are all brothers. I grew up in this area. I mean, almost all the MPP agents here are people I grew up with. Some of them are even my big brothers. And I have never, lost touch in terms of having conversations with them. So what we have done, I can tell you that the work we have done in Tamale Central will speak for itself. So far, I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged because I haven't been to any other place.
citizens asking their views towards the election. Make sure to download the GTR app on all platforms at Ghana Talks Radio or at www.ghanatalksradio.com for more detailed information. So between the country Ghana, your job, and then your home, which of these three can you manage best?
Let me manage your man Ghana. Mejuma pa first, and as a father, I will manage it to now. Ala Mejuma. As for my home, that is where I live, so I have to manage that place very well before I go out.
Aden,
Ejuma ne mama miska. Ejuma ena di sika ban when you be dia hwefie. Na mpanifo bu be o se wonni adagye so a wonnya wo ba yie. Enti ase otumi siesie fie yie. Na mama woni ko adwuma ho mo, no otumi nya bi e de siesie fie. So me modo my Ghana shame sa to say the ye ka no enwomasua ya ade a eye oman bia fapem. Enti enwomasua na me be fapem pa se na be ya akwala bia benya enwomasua ho faso. So when you give me Ghana to manage, it's the whole country. And I'm not ready for that now. Ejuma na me ye no. Enna me de be kokoro me yere na me ma e ofie. Se ejuma no enkoso ana se ska eni ho anma efie enye de. Ana aban ayi so sha won sa obetimi manage. Because ska ni na aba won jai.
Still giving you all the
updates. Indingo baby for fresh. Aha se nya wo so bo modin se obetimi akohwe ho no mo na wetimi aye ade kakra ho no mama wo.
The next 4 years. Are we going for the movement for change? Are we going for the new force? Are we going for some bold solutions, or we are going for a resetting? Baba?
Yeah, we are still here. So earlier on, we saw an interview that our correspondent in Tamale Central had with the. All right, Nana. Nana, good afternoon. And so, Ghana Talks Radio, so my live report, baby, our. Okay. Okay. Okay.
One moment after presidential. Then how come the little in a contest for the parliamentary seat?
Okay.
And the NDC, you know, your friend, I had Nana, about the Nana Ampao, Kwame at the Frimpong.
Okay.
How did the friend in Buffalo, Ojama NDC, not number one.
Okay.
Anna number two, I had the Ojama NDC, a friend of Evan Charles, how did the friend, a year with it, that's not
okay.
Now, upper hands were Senator one of the biggest stations attention.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I cannot maintain what to be by the no video. I'm on the camp, but now doing some person better. The other Jakarta, and yet the police by Muna, the other two from then began at your beer to Naba as you.
Okay, Nana, young should be currently no above 130. Osha, how many people have so far casted their ballots?
Because Nipa Waha, me Helipe Waha, Omodo to Name Revo Matuntua. May how many are the public in 200 and betting up to
200. And how many people are there? Are we expecting to cast their ballots at that particular polling station?
The blue guy says 212, so far Nipa 212 now.
Okay.
212 now.
And how many people are we expecting?
Because Nipa are more suspected that they are really too. Almost 750.
Okay.
Almost 750 for that police station. And so far, no. Nipa 209 now. So I'm almost so we should move over 100.
Okay, so we still have over.
There's a process now. I used to look at our Hammond bar.
Okay. So aside that polling station, on generally on your ground, on your rounds now, within the new Joburg constituencies? No, how is it going so far?
Mako, I Abuaka North constituency. I Abuaka North. Yeah. Baby, I'm way of 20. Anna, so far, baby, I'm a 2 hour. Our month from police electoral area. Anna Honor Town Copy. If you are the Mako centers and Mako centers, by 5 Mako, Prezi 1 and 2. If you are Boko Mako, first Methodist. If you are the Mako Zungu so on, we are 1 and 2. If you are that near, if you are area NCO. The only Basa is after not mentioning wait a minute now. Thank you, police. Abamuma, the Biaba.
Okay. So far, no, both parliamentary candidates, no, Omabe Toma, what is Tomaba?
For the bad time about me, who say, Nibuta and Omoso Obiama, but me name the Omoto, a young Mabano. And said in the year, and to become minister, and this meaning the 2 of President. I am to I don't know that they are autonomous.
Okay, so in general, the ultimate say the elections is quite okay or still raging. Yeah,
it's nice and
okay, so all the when you can anticipate say we'll have a high turnout.
A very peaceful election.
Okay.
Because then I had no moment you know. If you had the one more and maybe or on 20, but because of line, who's on a bed joining.
Oh, okay.
Like a better name, to be there everything for more.
And another for much uncle.
About a prefer from a higher Ghana credit. It's a no action of Nampata would be hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Impacho now wait me to Aba. Now process net is saying.
Oh, we are fine. We are fine.
And Pacho process now and there easy that to a quite and now compared to last 4 years now. Osha there in a Mudaho.
I feel really Mudaho.
Oh, okay.
Look at cancer. He's here above one. Oh, but about a beer and the beer cost Fala.
Oh, okay.
I hear you about the beer to come. I can see it is Panama peso. And next idea that they are multi chain, they got a being was earlier more.
Okay.
That's how
okay, may I sure say, yeah, can you say the easy for better now? Who send on my my numbers no reduce.
That's how be any was
okay. You better was a pa na ya wish mu na well na mu na mo bom ho ban man na ye na ye nya bibia asumdwe mu.
Okay, you go to that.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello Nana.
It is na bibia da dinti. Do betia. Tana mama swatu.
Okay, all right Nana. Yeah, that's a pa nti bibia ni a ye be bo ho me.
Yeah.
All right. All right. We'll soon in tonight. That's a pound.
Yeah.
All right. So just gone by your correspondent or Ibuakwa North constituency or the Eastern region. Nana Kesi, Nana Opon Kesi. Our my live updates from the Ibuakwa North constituency. Ultimately, Bibia Edadin Boko. Senna, we've been saying since morning. The situation, the election is muchly calm and peaceful. I mean, people, Ghanaians have come to realization say elections is about just going to express your view. Okay. Just going to express your view that who becomes the next leader. There's nothing like going to fight, because even throughout the campaign trail, you could see that NDC and MPP supporters just come together. They dance. MPP supporters dance with Mohammed's song. Obiashi Jama. So it tells you how far we've come with elections. This is Ghana, and we are the beacon of democracy when it comes to the African continent. And we've always shown that Ghana, when it comes to democracy, we might have our differences, but when it comes to the bigger stage, we will prove to the world that this is, when you are looking for democracy in Africa, Ghana is the definition of democracy in Africa. So we'll always, come out successfully in this thing. So it's of no news, say. So far, no, it's been relatively calm, and way.
That's cool. And we'll still be talking to many other people as time goes on, and then almost by my updates and views from grounds on wherever particular locations they will be as at then. So there's still Ghana Talks Radio. We are still here giving you all the updates.
We are live and in charge. Won't join here. Kindly join us on our socials across all the social media platforms. Facebook, YouTube, X.
Just join us. Just stream. Just share for others to also get feed.
And we want to also engage our viewers, our listeners, wherever they find them. So we want to know how the process is going so far at their various constituencies.
And viewers, you can also share your views and whatever you want to share with us, so that we let the public know.
So you are still live on Ghana Talks Radio. This is our election coverage, election zone. Ghana Talks Radio is your election zone for the 2024 general election. We will be giving you all the feed from wherever we get it. We'll be going straight to Bolgatanga in a very short while to pick up what's going on in Bolgatanga. We have our eyes across most of the regions in Ghana, because Ghana Talks Radio, this is also Ghana and Kasa. Kasa also Ghana Fonti say yes, and this is unbiased coverage. Everywhere we are covering, and we are giving you all the updates. Wherever the interviews are, our folks on the grounds will be bringing you all the big interviews. You've already listened to the Vice President and the flag bearer of MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You've also listened to the former President and the leader of NDC, John Dramani Mahama. We've brought you all those interviews here on Ghana Talks Radio. So you just stick and stay, enjoy the stream. Make sure you share for your friends to also join our live stream, and just let us know your views, how you've seen the election so far. What has been your experience when you went to vote? How was the process? Let us know so that we can, help you out with. I'm receiving something from Bolga. I'll just run it shortly. Okay. So our viewers see.
But then on our hanging conversation.
Okay.
Yakasa edu baby na yabedu ekukudam for me no Bawumia ene Ora Mahama.
Sure.
Yeshemwa. Senya asase no ebisa ye Ghana for beko for before for anase omobeko for nipa de da bia yaso na hwepen.
And because it's a big question, and that's a big decision to Ghanaians, big decision for Ghanaians to take now. Barring any other circumstances, we don't foresee any other third person coming in now. But the two giants there is a big question, because when you look at the campaign trail now, my year over the last year and so on, you see numbers everywhere. People receive him massively. Wherever Bawumia goes, you get the same sense around there. So it gets to the last point where the voters would then go into the voting booth and decide who they really want to among, because even with the rallies now, you could see say Obi Eshe MPP t-shirt or Ezu or Kamahama on so onto my MPP. Meanwhile, the person is wearing MPP t-shirt, and it goes around like that. So until the person has cast his vote or her vote, you never know how the real intention of the people. So the Ghanaian faithfuls will definitely decide. Ghanaians have always done this, and we always choose someone that we think that at the moment is best fit for the role. So we'll just leave it to the Ghanaian people to do that.
But looking at more personality,
sure.
Yendi can fa ura Bawumia because on as a see a Yebeka say or that's why Benwa Yehudia oye and then they are on ye. Papa say the personality. How does it speak to the electorate?
Bawumia's personality, you know, coming from a technocrat background. I know we have a short documentary on Bawumia. I'm sure the MCR coming from that background, banking, economics background, someone who was not politically inclined. But let's educate our people that Bawumia's father was a politician in the Nkrumah government in the Nkrumah era. Also by joining the Northern People's Party in Asifo. So his background has that political history, but he himself not on Shadanya politics. He's from the technocrat background, where President Kufuor, from his interviews, we brought him from America, where he met him after all year presentation. We were America at a point, and Akufo Ebisa said, "Who is this?" And he had to bring him to Bank of Ghana from deputy governor. Then President Akufo-Addo eventually, then candidate Akufo-Addo picked him as his running mate, and he kept him. And you see, sometimes then you talk about Akufo-Addo's loyalty as well, because Bawumia is the only vice presidential candidate that has been kept as that position for consistently over 4 election period: 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020. No other president has kept faith in one person. Because in 1992, the late President Rawlings had Aka as his vice. Circumstances be among late President Atamos by Kufuor had Aliu Mahama throughout. Late President Mills in 2000 and 2004 had different presidential candidates, and so in 2008 over far President Mills, President Mahama as his vice. So Bawumia is the only presidential candidate that was surviving consistent for 4 election period.
And that alone tells something about
him. It tells you something about him. That for no reason at all, if the leader doesn't believe or trust him, he won't keep him for that long. And they've lost 2 elections, and you could have easily kicked him out. We're going to 2 times. We are not bringing anything, so just go. But he kept him. He kept faith in him, and he's run with him. In there, even coming to lead the MPP, there were so many question marks because people said that MPP was an Akan party, and they were never going to reward the Notna as the leader of the party. And so it took so many things for Bawumia to come to lead. So to say, over the period, we're building the momentum, we're building a home. He has positioned himself for this, and at least I better know.
But Papa say he was brought in specifically for a purpose, which is the stabilization of the Ghanaian economy, which involves the dollar cedi, parity. Share the state of the economy. Na share nipa yedena buy say omeye economy ni ye. Yedena modern bo e compare states na economy ni wo mu sesia. Do you think Ghanaians will entrust the nation into his hands?
A big one again, because if we are going on the basis of those lectures now about Bawumia over the years, especially
when the fundamentals
are weak, the exchange rate will expose you and all those kind of things. When you're going on that on that tangent now, Ghanaians will tell you that you've virtually failed because down the exchange rate has exposed you largely. But then he also makes some analysis that in the 8-year period of Mahama Mills administration, the exchange rates, you know, the ratio was larger than on any period now, even when he makes that percentage analysis. Then I go back and say that, you see, most Ghanaians don't care about some of these things.
Yeah.
Whether the exchange rate is up or not. What they care about is their living, their pocket, how they feel now.
Sir. First, cocoa not 21
cedis. In there,
25 cedis.
Yes, those are the questions that the normal Ghanaian will always ask. So if we exchange rate will say we're keeping at a percentage, they don't understand those macroeconomics. They want to feel things in their pocket. They want to see that they are also being able to look for themselves and even their immediate family and their friends and dependents. Those are the things that Ghanaians are looking at. So if you're unable to solve some of these things, it raises a lot of question marks around you. And that is one thing, say, most voters are going to look at that. The past things that you've said. Most of them came back to haunt you when crisis came. And you were unable to really put your hands on them, even though you tell us that you are solving it. You've provided alternative ways to make sure that the thing is stabilized here and there. But Charlie, still people are feeling the heat. People are feeling the heat.
So you show on that basis, that means a better thing,
on that basis, if they are going to use the exchange rate politics in there.
In fact, let's say the entire economy, because we all have that speech from His Excellency, the outgoing President Akufo-Addo, say, Bawumia is coming because of the economy.
The Wale announcement.
Yeah. It is a economy in said that amount for, I think, say,
so then, I mean, that is what I'm saying. So if people are judging based on that, then it will be a big blow for him. Probably the reason why he did initiate other things that to make sure that he covers grounds and tell the people that, hey, even though this and this didn't go well, but I've been able to do A, B, C, D. That is also gaining grounds for the country and the citizens. So people have lots of things that they will based on in terms of choosing who their next leader will be. So let's see how this goes.
And so no na fe ya besane ewo Ura Mahama so sana wo kan ye no post ni nyina list to favor him. It favors him in these elections. What do you think has been the turnaround for Mahama? A lot of factors correlate to that. People are frustrated on the street. People are angered. But during his first term, I think we had same issues.
Yeah, you have them, but you see, people won't complain when they are okay. People will always complain when they are not okay. People will voice out when things are going wrong, when they expect that you could do A, B, C, D, and you are doing the otherwise. People will come onto the streets when they are frustrated about things that they know that ordinarily it's easy to solve. But some of these things have gone under the radar, and it's been difficult for them. So you look at the anxiety, the frustration, the pressure on people. Most of the times when they do this thing, when you go on social media, people are talking out of frustration. People are talking because some petty things or some common things that they expect that the government should be doing, they are not doing. So you voice out your frustration, you bring your anger on them, and that is what is not helping them. That is what one thing that is helping His Excellency the former President John Mahama across the social media. And social media is predominantly made of the Gen Zs, like the youth. they are there and they are feeling the heat. So anytime, any little issue, they will bring the heat on you.
Okay.
The agenda, and that has been how things work. So it's obvious that former President Mahama has been leading the polls on social media, but you can't fold your arms in the comfort of your home and say that, oh, Charlie, Twitter, because every other day for the past 1 month or so, every other day TV3 does a poll on the election online, and all the polls Mahama is leading. You could get Mahama leading as far as 60+%, and Bawumia will be like 30 something or 20 something%. I was like, hey. Wow. And they say social media so na mode beto about the Bawumia also enjoy campaign. Also enjoy campaign, but Ali, some of these things, yes, Emma Agronier did. So then it tells you what to do. Okay. So I'm sure the Bawumia campaign team have also taken notice of all those things, and you could see that they've worked extra. They've gone extra mile.
Okay.
You could see that sometimes they would just come and lambast it, or make it seem like, oh, really a fake and as an agenda. But I'm sure behind the scenes they take it serious and make sure that they are working on it, so that they cover as much ground as possible, so that the election they don't find themselves wanting.
I want us to get into one very interesting conversation there, and I know you will really enjoy this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we spoke about the current vice president,
mm-hmm.
who is also the flag bearer for the NPP, making the vice presidency very popular
mm-hmm.
in this Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
Now, coming into this election, looking at the vice presidents that the candidates have chosen for themselves as their running mates, what are their influence so far? Let's take the most obvious ones: Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman and Napo.
Even this morning, I think yesterday and this morning, I was telling our people that if NDC loses this election, one will be the choice of vice president.
Okay.
Nana Jane, Professor. She's not really put weight on this election. She's not adding numbers to this election.
Really?
Oh yeah, I'm not seeing that factor. I was telling our people yesterday that should Mahama had Mahama picked someone like Zenoto Rawlings,
mm-hmm.
the former Rawlings' daughter, this election would have been done deal for Mahama.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Should Mahama had picked Rawlings' daughter, Zenoto, this would have been a done deal election.
Why do you think so?
She has the clout,
mm-hmm.
and her father's name and her father's whatever her father has achieved with the NDC will spark the grassroots of NDC, especially in the voter region. Then they will feel that yes, now we are part of the party again. You get NDC people even overvoting in voter. Should Zenoto be their vice president? But for whatever reason, and it's obvious, NDC has maintained that tradition of picking their vice from the central region ever since NDC came into power or came into existence. Since '92, NDC has kept faith with the central region, because the central region is one of the key kingmakers of elections.
And we'll get there. We'll get there.
They are a stubborn region, so if you don't satisfy them well, they are amateur mafia. So NDC has just kept faith with the central region, and I'm hoping that I want to let me see. Let's see if what the margins were with regards to the central region last year, so that we can probably do the data. Because you want to pick, if you are picking a vice presidential candidate, you are picking the person based on the numbers that the person is bringing. Where is the person's constituency? Where is the person's region? So based on that, the numbers game. So if the person is really not adding anything up, you probably not choose the person. But if the person is adding, then you look at that factor. So let me try and pull up the NDC, the Central Region results of 2020, where Professor Nana Jane was first introduced as the running mate of His Excellency, the former President John Mahama, and we'll use that to see, because John Mahama had lost the Central Region in 2016.
Okay.
So
let me say, okay. He win in 2020.
The 2020 he lost again.
Lost again. Sure.
Nana Addo was winning 613,804. Mahama did 538,829.
Yeah.
So over
almost like
80,000 or so votes between John Mahama and President Akufo-Addo in the Central Region, where Professor Nana Jane hails from.
Okay.
So clearly you could tell that
she couldn't pull.
She didn't make.
She hails from there.
She didn't make any impact on it. So then I can easily conclude on even my analysis without even seeing previously seeing this, that Nana Jane has barely had influence on the candidacy of President Mahama, especially from her home region.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to Napo, Napo is from MPP's stronghold. MPP's stronghold that they always rely on as well as a royal.
Okay.
So, and he's also has a constituency. Napo has a constituency because he's a former MP of Menchia, which used to be one of the biggest constituencies in the Ashanti region. So already you know that he has that base that he's going to get you that 40,000 plus votes.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay.
Aside whatever it is that might also allude to his advantage or probably his disadvantage. Okay. He has that base already. To feed on.
Yeah.
So that will be the advantage that he will have on Professor Nana Jane.
Okay.
But then again, after his nomination, all the fracasses here, all the all the speeches.
You think all these things are going to have an influence?
It's cold because we have discerning voters. People look at all these things and say, why should I go and vote for someone who will come and be quote unquote jail on us? And so people will be thinking in that direction as well. But for Nome's game, Napo will have the numbers ahead of Nana Jane because Napo already has that constituency, which is bringing almost 40,000 votes to you already. So he'll bring in that numbers. And being an Ashanti boy, you definitely know that he's going to galvanize that region for them. Okay. So Nana Jane, I was shocked that Nana Jane was retained when Mahama announced him. I was thinking that he would have looked for alternative to Professor Nana Jane.
Okay.
And that alternative should have been from the Volta region to just get the base of the party going, because NDC, even though Volta still remains a stronghold, but they are losing grip of the region because they think that everything is done there, and you are not. For how many years now? Since Papa J's era.
Yeah, they've reduced in numbers.
I'm not even talking about numbers. They've not really had someone that they say that Voltairean that only D, or now he's in the ranks of Fifi Kote. Fifi Kote, the general secretary recently, is a Voltairean, but at the presidency level, they've not had since Papa J. And Papa J being virtually the founder, at least you should
have that prominence.
Yeah, you should have that prominence in the party.
Okay. So going back to the Central Region, a research has led me to the fact that each and every election year, the party that wins in election Central Region wins the presidential.
Yeah.
What do you think is the deciding factor in the Central Region? Because clearly you can tell that nobody really has a particular grip
of the region
on that region, not NDC, not NPP. So what do you think are the factors that influences the electorates in the Central Region?
Is it Central region is a region of two halves.
Okay.
You have the coastal central region,
okay,
and you have the inland central region. The coastal being from Gomoa, Senyabreku, stretching all the way to Cape Coast.
Okay.
Then you have the inland central region of the Sredos, the Asens, the if I'm saying those are there.
Yeah.
Those that decide the election for central region are the coastal belts.
Okay.
Those along the coast.
Okay.
So if you are winning along the coast, trust me, you are winning central region. Okay. And because it's mainly about the coastal people and fishing is mainly their work. They don't take it slightly.
Okay.
So if you are messing up with their premix issues, if they are going fishing and they are not getting bumper harvest, you have issues with them. If you are not supplying them with premise, you have issues with them.
Okay.
So always, for you to make sure that you are winning the central region, you make sure that you are in good faith with the people along the coast.
The coast.
You are sorting them out, especially with their premise issues. Reason why in recent, was it last year or this year, Dr. Baumia launched the automated premise fuel pumps. I think they started around Tema Place, and there are some dotted around the Cape Coast line, because they want to take away that issue about premise. Because premise, there's the issue about premise is that it's in the hands of party people.
Okay.
So, for instance, a coordinator in, say, a constituency is in charge of premise fuel. So when the premise comes, it comes to the coordinator, and he decides who to sell to.
Okay.
And he might also have boats and canoes, and he will be selling to himself and leave the rest of the people.
Okay.
As well as the same as the outboard motors. If government brings outboard motors and reduce it, discount it, they would in turn add their own cuts to it and resell to the people. So it's been a huge problem for every party, every government that comes.
Okay.
Their own people always frustrate them along the coast. So the best way is to just make it automated. Then even in recent times, I've seen that Dr. Baumia launched the solar powered outboard motor, so that they take away the issue about premix and stuff.
Okay.
So you see, if you're not taking care of these people, the fisher folks, you are losing central region, because they determine how the region goes.
Okay.
And it's a king-making region.
Yeah.
Central region, Western region, Bono region, these are the king-making regions. If you are winning, you will win your respective strongholds. But if you don't win those regions, then you are likely to lose the election. So that is it for central region.
And looking at the performance of the NPP in government this year, do you think that they've done enough to rethink
central region?
Yeah.
That will be a bit difficult to answer, because most parts of the central region that I visit are always the coastal belt.
Okay.
And you always hear complaints of low catch here and there, and the premise going high and stuff. But inland central region, I really don't have grip over there to know exactly what the issues are, if they are getting the needed development that they want. They are also, because the inland central region will be mostly farming communities here and there.
Okay.
Aside the Cape Coast metropolis, the Mankesim, the Winneba, that you have a bit of corporate things happening there. The dangerous and stuff will be about farming. So you wouldn't know their issues unless you are there to engage them, their sense and the interest and the Sredos and stuff. Okay. So unless we go there and find out if they've gotten their fair share of development, then it will inform us whether they are voting for the incumbent party or not.
Okay, all right. Still on Ghana Talks Radio. We know we are giving you all that you need to know and hear, giving you all the updates that is informing you on what is going on all around the country for this year's election. Papa?
Yeah.
We
so
are getting closer.
We are getting closer. It's 2 p.m. now. So we have barely 3 hours. Three hours to vote, and so we are urging all citizens, if you've not voted yet, you just get up, go to your polling station and cast your ballot, because we don't have time like that. Because there people will go and decide for you
and you'll be ranting and complaining again.
If we go and decide, if you see, the last election, I made it clear that, especially with our celebrities, our so-called celebrities, our musicians and footballers and stuff, they will be sitting on X and be making noise, yet they don't go and vote. So if you don't go and vote, and we that want to go and vote, we go and vote and decide whoever to lead us. Obelidi, and now you have any complaints, don't come and disturb us online, because at the end of the day, you had the opportunity to also vote and make change, or do whatever it is. So if you don't get yourself involved in the process, but always be on Metina Radio, so you sit on your socials and be making noise, you can't tolerate that friends and nonsense going forward. So they should look at that.
Okay.
They should get themselves involved,
and
we are telling them they are Ghanaians. They are not above anyone. Go and vote, whatever you think you are, go and vote, so that when we are talking, we know that you too, you are part of those that went to vote for this person or that person.
And see, I feel we have all sets of people. We have the business class, let's put it that way. We have the middle class. Oma haircuts nakeka omo pensioners no omo so DDP no atwa omase abo your youth na unemployment say e bo mu mfimu ma ena efe nso ye wo omo dollar no egu omo businesses. Your market women no microphone is going to omuntu meto ade mfiri omo ho and here the citizens themselves are eniema boyedin into omuntu mento ade. The new voters coming in, and your youth no, for so many reasons they are very agitated, or they seem agitated. Papa, I feel sure which class of people is going to decide the election.
That's a bit difficult one, but definitely the majority, when you look at the demographic of the voter population, which has the youth being the majority, then from all indications how agitated, how frustrated the youth seem to be, especially when we look at happenings on social media, then we are made to believe that if they turn out to vote, then they are going to be the deciding factor in this election. But there is another Ghana thing that now social media the day of the action, so that is the sad aspect. People might be making all the noise, but the opportunity is there for them to effect the change that they've been crying for, or maintain whoever it is or whatever it is, but you won't see them in action. But from the demography, the youth seem to be the biggest constituents within the electoral register. So they need to make, if there's any change or if there's any decision to be made in this election, they will be the biggest pool to make it. But let's see if they will indeed turn up to vote, because I know it's a whole issue on its own. If they turn up to vote, fine. But if they don't, then they have themselves to be blamed for whatever choices that people make for them. That is it. As citizens ourselves,
the ruling party is still seeking for another term from us. Looking at how they've been with us, how do you think things are going to go for them? Is it going to be an easy path? Is it going to be challenging?
The sitting government knows how extreme and how difficult this election is. So you look at the last months of the election, of the campaigning period, you've realized that they've involved everyone. Everyone in the MPP is involved, from ex-President Kufuor, the First Lady, the Second Lady, the party chairman, every big person, Kennedy Japan, Hackman, Uswajman, Papa Uso, every other big person is involved one way or the other, because they've seen how difficult the election is going to be for them. So if they don't get their asses right, it's going to bounce on their faces. So they've gotten everyone involved, and they are hoping that for whatever campaigning they've done in the past few months prior to this election day, it will yield fruit for them to get the needed result that they want to break the big eight that they've been calling for. So we look to see, because for me, they've involved everyone because they saw that it's a daunting task, it's challenging, and it's not going to come on a silver platter. Reason why they've got everyone involved, everyone talking, everyone doing one thing or the other. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Very soon we'll go onto the phone lines to speak to a few people, and then we'll give you all the feedback for you to also know in the comfort of your homes what is happening around the 16 regions in Ghana, as we decide who takes us onto the journey of the next 4 years. Okay, so we are getting a report that there's some bit of misunderstanding in the Okankwe South constituency, where there seems to be confusion between some voters and some alleged money distribution ongoing in some of the polling stations in the constituency. So I'm sure we'll get those feed rolling on our screens pretty shortly. Okankwe South constituency. Okankwe South, as we said, will be a keenly contested constituency between the incumbent Dakwa Newman and the challenger Ernest Adumanko, who has really come in with some big force in the constituency. So let's see how that pans out. Okay, so I think on your screens we can see visuals from the Okankwe South constituency. I'm sure one of the primary schools in that constituency. Okankwe South, you knew Okankwe South. So it's a constituency that has been dominated by the MPP since I think '92. The NDC have always had a difficult Okankwe South constituency. It's one of those constituencies that I say is account dominated in terms of demography. So you always get the MPP win. But something happened in the last assembly election. In the assembly election, even though it's not partisan, but we all know that it's party influence. So NPP had majority of the assembly members, but in the last assembly election, when was it? Is it 2013, 2023 also? NDC flipped the coin. Flipped the coin, getting most of the assembly members on their side. So it clearly tells you that things were changing in the constituency of Okankwe South. So we'll see if indeed it will eventually flip for the NDC for the first time in so many election years. We'll see if that goes the NDC way. Okankwe South, Honorable Dakwa Newman
and Keon and Esther Dumanko. Big battle in Okankwe South. So those of you who are not familiar with Okankwe South, when we talk about Okankwe South, we are talking about Awodomi Estate, Aveno, Circle, Kaneshi, Bubuashi, Atiko, those cable and wireless, those environments. So those are the places within the Okankwe, North Kaneshi, the Mod area. Those are the Okankwe South constituents. So,
Papa, as we are in the constituencies, let's look at Medina.
Medina, big battleground.
Big battleground. But I don't know. But from where I sit, I think the NDC candidates quite has an upper hand.
Yeah, he does. He flipped the constituency. I think was it 2016 or 2020? Yeah, he flipped it in favor of NDC because it was previously held by the MPP, and ever since he's held on to the seat for some time. He's become a big favorite. Yeah, a big force to reckon with when it comes to the constituency because he's had a firm grip of the constituencies ever since he flipped it. Okay. So it's going to be difficult for Lamte, the MPP candidate over there, but you never know because it's election and it's like the Adentam constituency where each and every 4 years they tend to flip, they tend to change it. But Medina voting NDC is not surprising because when you look at the demography of Medina, you understand. Yeah. So sometimes you just have to look at the demography of the settlement because Medina has a lot of Evers and Muslims, the Zongos in there. So, and we all know how they vote aligned to. So if NDC is winning a constituency like Medina, you shouldn't be too much of surprising. The same way I tell you about Domiko Abenyan because of how the demography is. So you definitely get MPP winning. So it's going to be difficult for Lamte in Medina, but you never know what will happen in election.
Moving towards Adentan, where we have Kozi and then I think Ramadan. Kozi has really campaigned. Do you think it's really going to have an influence in shifts of favor?
That constituency is when you look at the people contesting that constituency, you tend to laugh because Abu Ramadan is the brother of Samira Baumia. Yeah. Kozi is an MPP. Abu Ramadan is Samira's brother. Samira is the second lady. Abu Ramadan is an NDC. Yeah. So ideally, yesterday someone was making a claim. I was watching it on Kesben TV late in the night that the Baumiers sponsored Abu Ramadan to unseat Yabu Abin at that time because Samira would definitely that is allegedly. I'm not saying that is it. Yeah. So and Kozi being also one of the darling girls of the party. His father has been the campaign manager for MPP for some time, McMahon. So we'll see. It's going to be a dicey one. But Adenta always every 4 years they change. Yeah. Every other 4 years. Adenta and what is it? Lejekuku or Krowo? Every 4 years they change who leads them. So it's likely Kozi can turn it around again because Adenta has never given 8 years to anyone. They give you Mukwaba for 4 years. So it's likely if it flips, it's normal because that is how they vote in Adenta.
Okay. Now to the Kole Kulote, where the daughter of the late president Jerry John
Rawlings is
do you think she's going to retain this?
I've told people that until Zenato tells them that she's not going. She's a force. You see, even with that name that she has, that alone, gives her an edge always when she enters into a race.
Okay.
Sometimes these things do happen, just with the name of the Rawlings, because she's a daughter of the former president, and she's also worked hard to get that seat, because NPP had that seat before she took over the seat, and ever since she took her, this I think her third term or so.
Okay.
She's held on to the seat. MPP has changed candidates like twice or so, and yes, still she's still holding on to the seat. Zenator is a strong force to unseat at the Korle Klottey. But I think last week, was it this week, I saw one student from Accra Technical University saying that, was it then, he would resit. Was it resit or is it resit? Oh, how do you say it? He would defer. Yeah, he would defer if Zenator wins the seat again.
Really?
He was making a bold, I was like, hey, now then we grounds will be defer, of course, for 1 year if Zenator wins there. Zenator now what can answer no or Chen Mugabe. I was like, hey, and in we might have to call their youth organizer and find out what is happening. We'll try and put youth organizer is a friend of mine, Maxwell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll try and put him online and see are they winning? Are they going to flip? Are they going to take the seat from Zenator so that the guy can continue his course? And so Obia promises he will defer his course if Zenator wins. But Zenator, no means is a big force to reckon with in Korle Klottey.
Yeah, sure. I'm Memphis Central. I think it's Joanna Jan.
Joanna Jan, yeah.
There's been a whole lot against it.
2 days in almost Uncle Call too.
Yeah. And I mean, they got ruled in their favor. What do you think is the basis for all this?
I don't know if it's based on. I've not really paid attention to the courts, the court issues to know exactly why they are continuously challenging his candidature. I don't really know. I don't really know.
But aside that, do you think she can make it? She can win the seat there for the NDC?
But that seat is an NDC seat.
Yeah,
it's an NDC seat, and the current incumbent lost their primaries to John. And John has money. The election involves money, so if you put in money, you definitely. But she so far as it's an NDC seat, and NDC has been holding that seat for.
She's going to.
She's going to try and keep it.
Okay.
Try and keep it.
Okay. Wow. We are still on grounds. We are getting in touch with a few people that we'll be talking to very soon. It's almost 2:30. It's 2:22 now. Ghana decides right at 5 p.m. we are going to close the polls. So if you are home and you haven't voted yet, kindly stand up from that seat, wake up from that bed, wear some slippers, get your thumbs ready, go and vote for whom you think is the right person to lead us into the next 4 years. Because one go vote, no be could decide them out. Now be complaining. So kindly go out there, go and vote. And we keep urging each and everyone who is out there to vote that just keep it simple. You go there, you vote. Don't get yourself involved in any misunderstanding or any unnecessary challenges and quarreling that will lead to the police arresting you, or even some injuries popping up. Won't say bro do answer na when you are back on ahono enti when to me ehu akoko ne nsa no mpo na waka na worry. Let's conduct ourselves very well. We also commend the police for how things has been running. They are really, yes, we do get complaints of things popping up, but it seems the police is really up to the task. They are attending to each and every situation very well. So we keep commending them. We keep ushering the electors also to conduct themselves very well. It's still Ghana Talks Radio, and we keep bringing you all the updates from all the 16 regions. We'll be bringing you feed very soon from all the 16 regions, some of the things that has been going on so far, and then we see how best we can run it. So keep in touch, keep locked in. We'll get in touch very soon. Yes, so we are back with you on coverage, giving you all the live updates from all the 16 regions regarding the 2024 Ghana elections. Very soon we'll go online and speak to Dennis Mapuri. He is in the English Amanfro constituency. We'll be talking to him very soon. We have other correspondents that we'll be talking to very soon, so stay tuned, stay glued. So many updates coming in from various constituencies and various polling stations that we will be updating you with. So kindly make a date and stay with us. We'll give you all the info. It's 2024 elections. Ghana decides. Ghana decides. Are we going for the old fire, which is John Dramani Mahama, or we are going for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as a new flame? So we have Dennis on our call right now. Hello, good afternoon, Dennis.
Good afternoon. Good to be on the program.
Sure. We are so glad and honored to have you on our program today on Ghana Talks Radio. So,
of course,
it's the 7th December finally, the Ghana decides elections. How has it been in the English Amanfro constituency?
Relatively calm. These areas, electoral areas, really do not have any flashpoints. Okay. 4 years ago, I understand, there was an attempt to pick up the ballot box. Yeah. So, but the youth here fiercely resisted those attempts. So, the Electoral Commission has had to ensure that there will be more ballot boxes and to ensure that people can vote quickly. Okay. Once they turn out.
That's good. That's good. And in terms of security, how has it also been?
Well, security has been really tight. Okay. We have some fire police on ground who are ensuring that all the voters comply with the necessary security procedures that are on ground to ensure that we don't have any infiltration of strange people, because we have seen events or incidents of people trying to sneak already thumb-printed ballot papers into some polling centers around the country. I'm sure you've been following as well.
Yes.
That aside the fact that we had about 1,210 missing presidential ballot papers in Yendi, which I find to be very strange, because these ballot papers were supposed to be securely kept in a police armory. Yeah. How they developed legs to go missing, to walk out of the police armory is another conundrum. Exactly. Sure. I think is the 8th wonder of the world, calling for an investigation, an urgent investigation after the election. But I'm glad that they've been able to resolve that. Talk about some of the issues that have surrounded this election so far. Sure. A man carrying a pistol, at the St. Teresa's polling station. Yeah. Mm-hmm. St. Teresa's is a school actually that's being used as a polling station at the Nekwe South constituency, and he was actually wearing a party agent. Yeah. Wow. Yes, accreditation tag, which I find to be rather worrying, because
and he had a weapon on.
Exactly, he was carrying a pistol, a firearm, at a polling station. This is rather worrying, and we've also, we've also seen an incident of double voting somewhere at Wassa, Ekropong. Pierre Chrome has confirmed by the Ghana Police Service. So these are all worrying situations that have come up. One of the most disturbing, though, is one that happened, with 15 ballot papers that did not have the first presidential candidate. I'm referring to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. His face was partly ripped off. If you look at the ballot booklet, you see. So you can actually read meanings into it. I mean, was it deliberate? Because one is a mistake. Two, we can still forgive that and discuss it. But 15. And if you know the process very well, let's just walk listeners through it. Once you approach the electoral offices, they're supposed to give you a presidential ballot paper, and then they give you a parliamentary ballot paper. So for you to actually give, you know, a presidential ballot paper 15 times and rip the first presidential candidate, you know, halfway, 15 times, I think that's not. That appears deliberate.
That appears.
So he was arrested.
Then it's not to cut you, but from your analysis or from your viewpoints, how do you see the turnout in this year's elections compared to 2020? Because we are receiving information that it seems that the turnout looks a bit low from where people are. So from your end, how do you see the turnout?
You know, Ghanaians are actually last minuters, if you know anything about us. Exactly. So most people, from the look of things this morning, it appeared that most people were opening up their shops, you know, running around doing some little business to ensure that they could, you know, make ends meet. And I've spoken to a few voters who have said they are interested in voting, but they'll come in the afternoon. So so we're still expecting people, even around this electoral area, which is the English Amanfro, you know, constituency, the Botiano English Amanfro constituency. We're still expecting people to come in and vote. It's just that, you know, they want to be last minuters, you know, around this time. And I understand 4 years ago it was the same situation. They still came in to vote, by the way.
All right.
Yeah, but around the country, you're right. I've also heard reports of, you know, low voter turnout. And we're tracing that down to voter apathy, suspected voter apathy, because I believe strongly that most people would have loved to vote the MPP, you know, because they had some goodwill. Nana Akufo-Addo and you know, Dr. Bawumia had some goodwill, you know, from the Ghanaian people, but that confidence that was put in them or placed in them was not reposed, you know, with a good performance or a more convincing performance. Is the reason most people are not even interested.
Okay, so that has been one of the major reasons why the low turnout has
yes, from my reading. I think most people are just disinterested because they are disappointed with the level of or the quality of governance that has been delivered over the past 8 years, and they feel that both parties are the same. It's the narrative that you know, has been carried through the election campaign period. But of course, some people are still coming out to vote, and it looks like we will be having some improved numbers later in the afternoon. But just before I wrap up on that, I'm sure you have reported on the Pokwasi Royal Inn Hotel incident where some men were arrested for thumbprinting ballot papers inside the hotel. I think the reason why I raised that actually is that I think that another interesting dimension or twist to this year's election is that we've seen youth vigilantism. Yes, and we've seen how, you know, whistleblowers have actually helped the process.
Then it's not to even catch you. Even around 2 a.m. this midnight, Doman East, the youth there, you know, reported an incident of unnamed military personnel, military officers.
One of them had his face covered.
Yes.
In the video, yes.
From what you're saying, the youth vigilantism is really
around the country, and it's beautiful that Ghanaians are actually coming out to protect their own election. I'm loving the youth vigilantism I'm seeing across the country. Like you mentioned, Doma East, we've had one in Pokwasi just this afternoon. You know, so the whistleblower, I initially said on Twitter, X, that the whistleblower must be rewarded, you know, given a cash reward. I think that we're all you know, involved, and we're all doing our little best to ensure that the process is protected.
Then before we wrap up, generally, what do you think has been the main informer to the electorates on whom to choose to lead us in the next 4 years as a country?
I think that casting our minds back to the poll, if you look at the poll, the various polls that were conducted.
Yeah.
You could tell from Global Info Analytics and Smart Sapon's poll, for instance, which were a bit more detailed. So I can't make reference to Uncle Ben Efson's poll because it wasn't that extensive. It wasn't that extensive.
Sure.
So making reference to those polls, you could tell that, and also social media commentary, you could tell that people were more interested in the economy, matters to do with the management of the economy, education. Also played one of the was a sensitive issue as well. Education, the quality of education. So yes, people are voting mainly on the economy this time around, and also just a few people, I think, in the Ashanti region talked about infrastructure.
Okay.
So I think that largely it's on the economy. It's on the economy.
Wow.
From your constituency, a typical BNA Botiano English amount from constituency where it's made up of a mixed demography, where you have the coastal settlements and you have a bit of the elites and a bit of slums here and there. How are the constituents, what is informing their decision to maintain their incumbent Sly Tete or to go for the alternative, which is Felix?
Well, I spoke to some of the NPP members in the electoral area where I voted this morning, and from their reading, just the recent assembly elections saw a toppling of the NPP, assemblyman.
Sure.
So when you look at the analysis, retrospectively, you realize that anytime the NPP assemblyman loses in these areas, in these electoral areas, it affects the member of parliament. And also, even though the NPP has had an MP in parliament from Botiano English Amrafo for the past 8 years. The last time was Habib Saad, and this time around Sly Tete, who's running again.
Sure.
They may, and I say that instructively, they may not be able to pull enough votes this time around. They themselves, the NPP members, have been upfront. They've admitted that there's voter apathy, and that people, if work is not done, on the ground to ensure that they motivate people to come down and vote, people may just decide that the constituents may decide that they won't come in large numbers.
Yep.
You understand, to participate. So those are the fears. But then I was given a better appreciation with the analysis in retrospective terms to understand that the assembly elections has
influence on
an impact on who's chosen as MP.
Okay, that's great. Dennis, before I leave you, your personal expectations after 5 p.m. leading into the declaration of whom might lead us in the next 4 years. Whom are you going for?
I think that my personal expectations will be that around 4:35 p.m. security, agencies must be more alert, because this is when all the drama begins.
Sure.
Because that's towards the time where the closure of polls, of voting, and counting begins right after. So the drama begins from 4:30 p.m. So security agencies across the country need to tighten their belts, if I should put it. And also for the counting of ballots, for areas where there were disputes, like Yendi, where the over 1,200 ballots were missing. Yeah, they have to be more careful. I'm talking about the EC officers who are going to be counting the ballots, because when you look at some of the ballots which have been intercepted, already thumb-printed ballot papers, those are fake papers. When you compare those ballot papers to the ones that voters are actually using from the EC, you realize the difference. The fake ballot papers, which are already thumb-printed, has notice of poll written on top of it. Now that's not in the booklet of the EC. I have a copy of the EC booklet. So when you do the comparison, you realize that there's something amiss. But you see, at night, a lot of things under the pressure of trying to finish up and go, you may want to, if there's ballot stuffing, that is, you may want to count the fake ballot papers with notice of poll written at the top of it, and mix it up with the original from the EC. So care needs to be taken. I mean, it requires a bit more vigilance, if I should say. Yeah. So I think those are the two areas that we must be more, careful with. Caution must be applied. Security must tighten their belt, and also the EC officials who will be counting the ballots need to be more vigilant so they don't count fake ballots, because I think that we have been given enough detail to be able to identify which is fake and which is original. The fake ones have notice on poll on top of them, and then the original ones do not. So it will be easy to tell from the booklet which is actually coming from the EC booklet.
Okay. So information we are receiving by the Ghana police is Ghana police has arrested 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Yankpala in the northern region, which has
That's
led
right.
to
We understand that was in Tolon. The MP for Tolon, he was also involved in that particular shooting incident where we are told that he shot. Yeah, so that's right before I came on air.
Wow. So one person is reported dead and the other is injured. We didn't want to hear any death in this election, but
but one was rushed to the Tamale hospital in Tamale, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think he has lost his life. It's a very difficult, situation. To always have to go through this. I remember in 2020, Richmond South, we lost 8 people. Yeah. So it's never an easy conversation to have. Sure. And it's the reason why I'm calling for improved security around this time, because reading from my time is exactly 15:03. That's 3:03. We're just nearing 4:30 p.m. and that's where the drama will start. And that's where the ballot box snatching, attempted ballot box snatching, if I should say, and all the drama of counting, miscounting, and all those things will begin. Yeah. So I'm expecting security to be improved, and then also the EC officers, for their own good, to avoid disputes and create mayhem, should be vigilant and deliver, a fair reading of or counting of the ballots.
Sure. So then, are we going for both solutions, or we are resetting the country?
Oh, that I can only give you my personal opinion, because the results haven't started trickling in yet.
Yeah.
So, but personally, I think that when you look at the polls, again, I refer to the polls, and you look at the social media polls as well, you can tell that there's a yearning for change.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Even though some may not want to vote for ex-President John Mahama, they are forced to, because, well, he's the only one who has the more realistic chance of seizing the presidential win. Okay. So it makes it a bit dicey. Some want to vote for Alan, some want to vote for Nana Kwame Bediako, but they may end up voting for John Mahama because they don't want their votes wasted. But obviously, in this country, just like in the US, we have a lot of people who are party loyalists. We have MPP members. They vote. They vote because they are members of the MPP. They believe in their party's ideology.
Exactly.
Yes, and I think that it has to be explained pretty well, because some people, yes, of course, not every MPP member is voting because of their ideology. Some just feel, I was born in a home to a mother who was MPP, so therefore we are all MPP. And we have a lot of those members around, those voters around.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, but I believe that we will see a lot of that as well. Is the reason why we're still expecting that Dr. Bawumia will have a reasonably high number of votes because of party loyalty. That counts in our national elections. Whether performance was good or not, you will still have a lot of loyalists, casting their ballot for their preferred party. That counts. For us, of course, I have a media background, so I'm really careful whenever I'm putting my opinion out. But when you juxtapose the two manifestos, I don't think that any of them is bad.
Okay.
But you look you look closely at who can we trust. We now discuss credibility. We've gone beyond policies. It's not only about, because I look, I can present a document with fabulous ideas, but the question is, can you trust me to deliver on my promises?
To deliver. Okay.
Exactly. So you need to, we need to scrutinize the person who's coming in, with those promises. And I think we didn't do that pretty well in 2016. But Ghanaians were charitable enough to offer Akufo-Addo another term. Yes, but greatly disappointed. And so Ghanaians are more careful this time around. Some are just not even interested anymore to vote, for which reason the voter turnout around the country has dwindled and has not been encouraging. We saw this coming. Because the reason why, if you remember, the KMA boss, Sampine, ordered for the KGTM market to be closed down because they saw it coming. You see, people who are on the ground know when there's apathy. Yes. And compared to the experience they have as well from years, of engaging in election, organization, they know when to take what decision. So I wasn't surprised that the KGTM market was closed today until 6 p.m. Because they saw that there would be, low voter turnout, and that needs to be guarded against.
Because I've just read Kobe Asante's tweet, and he's pleading with the Kumasi people to just come out and vote. Yeah,
exactly.
It tells you that.
But just to poke a bit of fun, Sampine and Napo, they had some really good. I'm sure they wanted to do that to protect their party's votes, which is the MPP. But to shut down KGTM market is one thing. You can shut the market down, but you can't go to the traders' houses to pull them out individually. You cannot force them.
Exactly.
You can shut the market down, but you cannot bring them to the polling station. That for me was a laughable angle to the whole conversation. The moment I analyzed that, I started laughing. People were asking me, "Why are you laughing?" I said, you can shut the market down, but you can't get them to the polling station if they don't want to be there. So it's a gamble, and I think that it infuriated them because there was a pushback initially when it was announced that they would shut the market down. They should have listened. I think that would have been more, proficient for them to listen. And maybe go down there and engage with the traders and tell them something. I think that that wasn't handled properly. And that if they had engaged. If Mr. Sampine had engaged the traders, I think the voter turnout would have been more encouraging than it is now. Yeah.
Okay. And Dennis, one other thing. Which set of people do you think are going to determine the outcome of this election? Is it the youth? Is it the middle class?
The elite?
The elites. Which set of people do you think? We also have the new voters coming in.
It's yes, of course, the new voters coming in may have an impact on how the votes the election turns out, and how many votes actually will go for NDC. But if you look at the youth this time around, I can tell you on authority that I haven't seen the youth participate in pre-election conversations in any election than this one.
Wow.
This has been a historic moment for the youth, political awareness.
Wow.
Yes, and it's very encouraging because it's good for our civic education going forward. It's good for protecting the civic rights of the citizens. Because look, if you have a younger brother who's looking up to you and he's seeing you discuss politics from a governance perspective. Now, not what I said, that you're discussing politics not from a partisan loyalty perspective, but from a governance perspective, then he begins to learn the right way. Because in school, we're not really taught civic education anymore. The curriculum has changed. So from a practical viewpoint, you get to learn a lot when you are raised in a home where the youth in that home are actually actively participating in the governance conversations that ensue in the country. And that's how you grow, not just on party lines or party loyalty, but you actually acquaint yourself with the right discussions. And those are some of the discussions that would shape your voting pattern going forward in your adult life. So I think it's fantastic that the interest from the youth, has grown in politics and in governance matters. And also that's because of the cost of living crisis that we've gone through, particularly from 2022, which hit a certain height. I remember I left the country. I had to go work in Qatar when things were rough. Yes, it was that bad. I've never traveled out of Ghana to go and work. Yes, the last time I traveled was when I went to Egypt. So for me to leave my country, a place I love, then it should tell you things were really rough. Yes, and I think it's the more reason why the youth still love their football, but they are juggling that with politics now. And I think the youth will be a deciding factor. It is clear, and why am I even saying so? There's another evidence I can evidence my speech with another incident. Look at how the youth vigilantism all over the country, standing against the military who plan to make their way to polling stations, trying to, become whistleblowers and attack people who, miscreants who are thumbprinting ballot papers, fake ballot papers for that matter. So the youth are actively involved, not just in the voting process, but also in nabbing the miscreants who attempt to mar the electioneering process. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dennis. I think we'll make much time and then talk to you much more. Even after
yes, of course. When the results start trickling in, I'm sure there will be much more to discuss.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We thank you for your dedication and your insight. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Mari, and the team.
Thank you too. All right, so that was Dennis Mapori, a veteran journalist, a sports journalist in that regard, giving us all those insights that we need on election zone. I've told you this is your election zone for election 2024. We are covering it. We are bringing you delightful insights. We are bringing you analysis, up to speed analysis, and all the data and analysis that you need. You should be here with Ghana Talks Radio. With a team, with our resource persons, with our team on the ground and our resource persons from all over the country and outside the country. We'll be engaging them as and when we get them, for them to also share their views, their knowledge and their insight into the elections. So far, so good. It's been very peaceful and calm, except for that incident that happened in Tolon area in northern part of Ghana. We hope that will be the last of it, because we don't want any bloodshed anymore in our elections. It's unfortunate that one person has to lose their life because of election. That is something that we never wanted to hear, but it's unfortunate. But we hope that will be the last of it.
And we also urge the security personnel to increase their awareness.
Sure. On the grounds. But we must also commend the Ghana Police Service because they are doing great job.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they are doing great job because they've been on the spot. Whatever it is that is happening, they are up to speed. They are just de-escalating or calming nerves down and just getting those hooligans arrested.
Sure.
They've also arrested a couple of people in one hotel in Pokwasi who were alleged to have tamperinted ballots. So they have been arrested. The EC has also issued a statement. Incident with ballot issue at temporal booth Bayuri polling station. So this is the statement from the EC. The Electoral Commission has received a report from its Bono East Regional Directorate confirming that a ballot issuer at the temporal booth Bayuri polling station, the Techiman South District, tore off the head of the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party while issuing 15 ballot papers to voters. The ballot issuer, Mr. Joseph Derry, has since been arrested by the police. The commission will cooperate fully with the police to get the bottom of the matter. The Commission warns all election officials who violate our processes and electoral laws, will be prosecuted. The Commission further warns that it will not shield any election officials who misconduct themselves during the election. We urge the public to remain calm and report any incident to the police or call the Commission on its toll-free number 0800 324 324.
Wow. So we'll keep bringing you all the updates that we are getting from the grounds, and we have a couple of people that we're also going to talk to. But earlier on, that was Dennis Mepuri, a veteran journalist, as Papa Kwesi said earlier on, now into much more political activism. He gave us all the insights that we needed to know, and we thank him very much. We will be going back to talk to him after the final count and declaration. So yes, still listening to us on Ghana Talks Radio, giving you all the updates, all the information that you need. We are closer to the final stages of the election. We are just about a few hours to close all the polls, and so if you are an electorate who hasn't gone out to vote yet, we kindly ask you to go out and vote. Go and vote in your numbers. Go and decide for yourself whom you want to lead you into the next 4 years. Because if you don't, someone will go and decide for you, and you might not like the choice that he or she makes on your behalf. So kindly go out and vote. Still here in the studios of Ghana Talks Radio. So many incidents also has happened, leading to some misunderstandings that we've actually heard of, someone losing their lives in the Tolon area in northern region. We kindly urge all electorates, do not involve yourself in any violence or chaos. Do not involve yourself. If you see something that you don't like, just report to the security personnel around you. We all know that there are police officers stationed all across the polling stations. So don't take any laws in your hands. Kindly respect the presence of the security officers, the security personnel, and then report any issue that you think it's not making a lawful reason. Don't engage in any violence, any chaos, any misunderstanding that will lead to all these things that we don't actually want to hear or see no more. And we also urge the security agencies, especially the police. They are actually doing a very good job. They've been on top of issues since the entire voting process began. But we will kindly urge them to up their awareness so that what happened in Tolon won't repeat itself anywhere else. So very soon we'll be speaking to Mami Epia from the Central Region, who will be giving us updates on all the things that are going on.
Hello.
In the Central Region.
Mami, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Now today was Central Region Hall.
Mpacho, sisi amebo pewo baby a oye command to the MA school.
Okay.
Mpacho, mutaka nyimpo ba ye ekuru ebian bi amepa denka. Maybe se bisa won nsam kakra nti. Mpacho, good afternoon. What from Adrina? Because of Ghana Talks Radio.
From Stephen, if you command haso the primary school.
Okay. Mpacho, abatonu ihune den.
Oh, abatonu so far anapano only bibia the cool, but anapana na understand bimba, but so far the bibia the cool. And the same people in I the back.
Okay. Okay. Nti so far no basa ye bia enko do wa de.
Oh, basa bia said and see. But for Phoebe na oba was a party agent. But ye sha me hu be original later no we kejina China ye catch us say won tun ho na the vote is of secret. The person obi be hu obi ne vote ade ɔre yɛ nti later no police nso ba ba kɔ na nipa na quarantine wɔn twɛn wɔn hɔ ɔno na understand bi ba man kɔfo no so wɔatwɛn wɔn hɔ kɔ nti so far bɛsibɛsi bi anhyɛ dansi wɔ ha bi.
Okay no mpɔtɔ yɛ daase mpɔtɔ maate dɛ ɔwo na ɛyɛ assemblyman wɔ Komante House de hade na mpɔtɔ mpɛdɛ mi bi sɛ wɔn nsɛm kura ebi nfa abato no de wɔyɛ a ɔrekɔ nti mpɔtɔ ihu abato no de.
Oh, about so far, it's my kind of BBI fine. BBI record because if other places in say the mission phone do a kuna zero sino. I know what but about Komante House are there on there. BBI record Jojo, Yati and Wasi, it's in your dome. BBI record fine. So far, you're sure they are.
Mentum was to be uncalled.
Oh, so far, I meant to was in code. Yet in your dome, Papa.
Okay. But your ear dash.
Hello, so Mami.
Yes.
But so far, what was your grounds? How has things been?
Okay. No, Obia to no one. BBI record come. When I was lying, once what one abe no Obia to ya na wa schedule coffee boko. BBI did the boko wa hade.
Okay.
Mami, but what's your voter turnout? No, it is a month for abeto, a month for the donor abeto aba na say a month for titifia one by.
So na mu den nkofo line mutu mu den nkofo bebre na one by one bottle one aba no.
Okay.
Now what show ma dey na ekọ na sa wo dey na discourage electorate say from them to come out and then vote.
Pacho mama tin den nkofo bebre what den ka wo pede wo mo won bibi kaka ansa na wetum na why we wa bottle aba no.
And young copper party for no member of Baby Kakran, and yes, wrong.
Uncle one wa hade ya.
Young copper party for no member of Baby, yes, wrong. Monto Aban, yes, I'll be we are consolidating among pay. Into my every infantiman command here and I call him fan.
Pacho me pede mo ko Abanzi.
Oh,
no ba no ko Salt Point.
Okay. All right. Until the BB any updates be na am I alert na yeah put you on.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
So that was how to respond to the central.
So, as we said, no, we are everywhere. Ghana Talks Radio, more updates from all the regions. To find out how Ghanaians are voting and what it is that is happening on the ground. I'm getting feed say everything seems to be okay smoothly. Not to no important or pictures ever in us just almost to be calm. There's no bad news be as now. Anything relative now, what me say, we are having a very calm and peaceful election, except for that incident now issue Tamale, but and that is rather unfortunate. But let's just keep our fingers crossed. But when we spoke to Dennis, he made mention that from 4 p.m. going in, that is where the shenanigans and all the atrocities and all those noise making start. So I'm sure the police are also aware and they are well alert. Say at that period now, we are getting closer to the ending of the polls. Some of these instances will start. People will try to be tricky here and there and try to find their ways of manipulating the system. So I'm sure the police will be on red alert, high alert on such instances, especially in that period, because so far across board, it's been peaceful, it's been calm. All that we are hearing is probably we might have a low turnout as compared to 2020 because of voter apathy, but we are just also hoping Ghana for last minute for Anshana, last minute Ghanaians they'll just come in and turn up and vote. So let's see what happens, Nana.
And you see, as Mami Okuya said, I mean, people also needing something before they vote.
No, that issue is because of the politicians. Because when ordinary citizens who are not party people, party members, they see how party primaries are being organized and they see how they've monetized the party primaries before you choose your presidential candidate, before you choose your parliamentary candidate. How they pay their ways through now. Then it tells the ordinary citizens that then if you have money to pay your party people, then equally you have money to pay me to vote for you. Okay. So the BBB share Ghana for you say before Menya vote so on your screen live pictures from Obuasi East shooting incident here Kosovo Obuasi East picky feed way from TV3 thanks to TV3 live shooting incident at Obuasi East. This is what we are not we are calling against.
This is really appalling.
This is bad. This is bad. This
is really appalling.
This day and age in Ghana politics, where we've all become one, where we've all understood how politics is. We don't want to be seeing such things. And you can see the issue Dennis was talking about citizen youth vigilantism.
Yeah.
The youth are trying to make sure that they hold on or they catch the culprits, because they wouldn't sit down for you to come and mark their peaceful elections. Everyone will stand to all these hooligans, because we've said no to vigilantism, we've said no to hooligans in the elections, and this is not the time for you to come and show your macho power or cratchy power. Yes.
And Papa, is it a military uniform?
We see people in military uniform. You can see uniform personnel.
We were clearly told these people
stay away from polling stations.
Wow.
So on your screens, viewers, that is a shooting incident that occurred at the Obuasi East in the Ashanti region. You can see military personnel in uniform, fighting or arguing with some people.
We just hope and pray.
There won't be casualties like the way we've had at Yankpala in the Tolon.
Well, as we keep advocating to all
voters, just go to the polling station.
Afterwards, you go back
vote.
to your home.
Vote. When you are done, you go home, sit down, relax in your comfort of your bed or your couch, and just tune in to Ghana Talks Radio. The election is being streamed across board all media houses. So just tune in, and let's take you around. We'll show you whatever you need to see, because even if you are at your polling station, you wouldn't even get a time to even see the updates that we are giving you. So just go home, sit down, relax, and enjoy the feed. It's as simple as that. When it's after 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and you want to go back to the polling station to witness the counting, yes, it's allowed. But as soon as you are done voting, just go home. Go home and relax. Get some food to eat. There's no need for you being or hanging around at the polling stations. It's of no use. So we are just pleading on you guys. Let's go through the process and let the process be free, fair, transparent, and devoid of any violence here and there, any shooting. We don't want to hear any shooting incidents again. We've had enough. Enough is enough.
It's exactly 3:30 p.m. now. We have just about an hour and 30 to wrap up the voting.
polls.
So just go out, go and vote. The last minute thing, all these things going up.
We urge each and every one to go out to vote. If you've not voted yet, please go out. It's peaceful. It's calm there. There are no queues. There, go out. Just exercise your franchise and make sure that you are part of the decision making in 2024, because we don't want anyone to, in 2025, sit on social media and complain that be part of the process. Be part of the process, so that you can also make a claim when there needs to be a claim to be made. So it's been peaceful, it's been calm. Just go and exercise your franchise and let's make the right decision.
Reports are suggesting that, looking at the low turnouts, we might not hit the national average needed for the decision making. I
have told our colleagues here that this election is likely that we might go for a runoff because from the report that we are gathering across, it seems there's some sort of apathy in there. People are not really coming out to vote, and if that is the case, then meaning we might not even get to the valid votes that we got in the last election, and which would also, make it very difficult for anyone to probably cross the 50+1 because I don't know, it's national in nature. It's not as if someone's stronghold is voting massively and the other person's stronghold is not voting. So it seems it's cut across. So we just hope that in the last hour and a half, people will just go to their polls and try and as much as possible cast their vote before the closure of polls, so that we because Charlie plans no doors for Xmas once and for all, because Charlie, we can't afford to go for a second round, which will be 3 weeks later. That will be probably 28. Charlie, anytime is our my emo. So we are urging each and everyone who has not voted yet to make way to their polling station to cast their votes.
Sure. Bejo. Say I'm share no corona honestly, Papa, because that's going to increase the tension. Yes, corona is going to increase the tension. So we just have to go in our numbers as we have the opportunity now to decide once and for all.
Because we can't afford, and it's stressful and it's costing. It's expensive.
Yes, very expensive.
Because that means with the government needs to fund the EC again, to go for such
exercise and that film, sir.
And that film.
Party more mining so for the past 4 years, my brains,
employers just say yes, Ramon Charlie go
we still have a couple of people, a few people that will be
speaking to our correspondent and our resource persons.
Just stay tuned, stay connected, and we'll be bringing you all the updates.
So we still urge our viewers to engage us. We want to be reading their comments. What is the situation like on grounds at their various polling centers in their various constituencies? Let us hear. If you have anything to share for us to broadcast for you, let us know, so we let the people know about it. Let me see who Charlie. We know. I'm on for also drop a press release. The West Africa Examination Council Ghana results upgrade from election. The most more during West Africa Examination Council. Charlie, data see, we mean business in this country.
Papa Unsa off air, no, we were having a discussion on the NPP's press conference, and our guys arrived after this.
I was
saying this is
that is how election day is. Press conference upon press conference. You from this press conference to that press conference, you ever follow almost. So it tells you then what happens to the other parties, the other presidential candidates. They are doing nothing.
Yeah, because the structures are
not there. You don't have the structures. You don't have the resources. You don't have the manpower.
Yeah.
These people are well structured. They have the election machinery. At every point, they've planned on how to execute it. So they always be the people to get the mandate of the Ghanaians. That is how it's done. Because if you don't have election machinery, you don't have the resources, you don't have the structures, you can't win election in Ghana. It will be extremely difficult.
Okay.
Extremely difficult to win an election in Ghana without having the structures, having the machinery, and having a proper plan as to how to go about the election process, because election is not an event, it's a process. It starts from somewhere. It started, this election that we are having, it started way back like 2 years ago. The process started like 2 years ago. So we are in the final day. So if you've not been with this process throughout, you are out. Even if you miss a step in that process, you are totally out. And NDC and MPP have that structures, have the machinery to go through all this process till the final day. And that is why they will always continue to lead the people.
Okay. So far, there hasn't been any new chaos yet or violence anywhere, except that which we earlier reported, and we just hope that it remains that way. We keep talking to all our audience and the voters that kindly go out and vote, but as you go and do it peacefully. We don't want to lose any other life again. So let's all go, but then we should go peacefully. Now every no bro nya eta ho e twen me ne wo nyina.
I'm sure sir, when the NDC press conference starts, we'll join the live feed. We'll join the live feed. We join the live feed so that we can bring to our viewers the NDC's press conference. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. So yeah, I'm hearing something from the new force. And now Kwame Bediako accusing of being. Let me try and pick it well. Let's pick it well and see what Nana Kwame Bediako is saying actually. Are we ready for the NDC press conference, or it's not started yet?
But Papa, yes, Ewutu Senya also. I think they also quite an interesting.
Ewutu Senya East, where the Honorable Hawa Kumsin.
Yeah.
That is a flashpoint, and that is a hot zone.
Okay.
Because of the incident that happened in the previous election, where the honorable member Hawa Kumsin was alleged to have shot in the air. Okay. Okay, so Ewutu Senya East, and then also another shooting incident. One injured in gun shooting event at Ewutu Senya. Another election, another Kaswa. Kaswa, the Kaswa for moon to me, Enjimudin free at the Bonimu.
Wow.
Kaswa for moon to me, Enjimudin free at the Bonimu. And my people in Kaswa.
I think, say.
What is it?
I am not so sure, but I think the NDC's press conference is leading to an information we are gathering from I think say Ashanti Regional Chairman Joseph Yamin.
That's the national chairman of national organizer of the NDC.
I'll say from the information I'm gathering, some 500,000 ballot papers are Omakum or NPP supporters BFE. I mean, it's been voted already, which they are planning to infiltrate the system with it.
So they've intercepted.
They've intercepted it.
Okay.
If that is true, then they've done well on behalf of the end.
No, this election, everyone is vigilant. Everyone, because we've been told time again that elections are won at the polling station. So what's now polling station, you don't have any reason to come and cry to anyone. So it seems everyone is very vigilant. Everyone is paying attention to the very little detail.
Okay.
And so it is what it is. It is what it is.
But I mean, why should all these things still be going on in this age of the century? Now, Papa.
It's power.
Leave it to the electors, the voters. They will decide whether they still want them to continue or not.
Power. That is what power does. Because they always want to hold on to power, and leaving power is something that the politician doesn't want to hear. They always want to hold on to power. Yeah. So every ways and means to make sure that they are held onto power is what they are going to do. But you see, you can't do anything anyhow, just because of your own parochial interests or selfish interests at the detriment of the entire population. Okay. Because at the end of the day, Ghana is for us all, and your actions or inactions affect the majority, which we most of us will fight against, because we want a peaceful nation that we can all be proud of, that we can all live in and enjoy whatever God has bestowed on us. So we wouldn't allow, or we didn't sit down for a very small group of people with their own selfish interest to try and misbehave or do things otherwise. But so we call on each of the political parties, the major political parties who are really at the forefront of this election, that hey, whatever you do, you need to make sure that it's in the best interest of everyone. It's in the best interest of the majority of Ghanaians. It's not just in your interest. Yes, you might be craving for the power so badly as you show, but make sure that you don't go overboard, that it will affect the masses. So they need to keep cool heads. Keep cool heads, and let's run this process and end it peacefully and successfully, so that what's the cradle that we've created for ourselves, that we are the beacon of democracy on the continent. Yes, we will once again lift it high to the rest of the world and show them how it is done, and let them know that the Ghanaian knows how to do it, and we know how to do it better. So we just played on them. Whatever it is that they are doing, they should just exercise restraint and exercise patience with their machinations that they are trying to pull up.
And in some other news too, there's been a report from a TV3 journalist, Mohammed Asafu Musa, who has reported that he spotted 2 sealed empty ballot boxes being transported in a bus. The bus was labeled Daboya Community Day Senior High in the Mankregu constituency, the Savannah region.
Daboya.
But then the police has intervened, and
they've intercepted it.
Trying to make reason out of.
The police are on high alert. I think kudos to the Ghana police. They've been on high alert in some of these instances, and it's good. It's good that they are, they are doing these things, at least to ensure us that they are on top of the game. Because I don't know, if you allow some of these things to go through, then you are maddening the entire process. Then people will have reasons to tell you that the elections was not free, was not fair, and wasn't transparent, and the elections has been rigged in someone's favor. But if all these things are going on and the police are being swift to react and get the culprits, and then we have to just applaud them and just tell them that they should go on like that, because we are all behind them. We don't want anyone to mud our elections and spoil our beautiful democracy that we've had over the years. So we just applaud them and just continue to urge them to continue the good work that they are doing.
Well, in some fun reportage, in some other constituency in the Crow.
Okay, so we are going for the NDCs.
For the NDCs,
NDCs, yeah.
Okay.
NDCs.
Their press conference.
So
as we wait for that, the point I was making is this. The Electoral Commission doesn't work for the NDC. The Electoral Commission is supposed to be an independent constitutional body mandated to conduct public elections in Ghana. So if one officer in the whole of Ghana, out of 40,000 polling stations, one presiding officer of the Electoral Commission, in tearing a particular ballot paper from the ballot booklet, makes a mistake according to him, and tears not the whole top part of the ballot paper, but a small parts of the ballot paper which had the image of Bawumia. How is this? Look at the small part which was torn. It is this ballot paper that the NPP claims is evidence of the NDC rigging plots as far as this election is concerned. Nothing could be further from the truth. Clearly you can see that this is yet another frivolous allegation by a desperate, failed political party who can smell defeat coming. And so they resorted to all manner of frivolous allegations just to incite their hooligans and their thugs to engage in violence and manipulate the electoral process. This was not done by an NDC officer, it was done by an Electoral Commission officer. And so if anybody ought to be blamed, it is the Electoral Commission and not the National Democratic Congress. It's as simple as that. In fact, we are even concerned because chances are that that voter might have voted for the NDC candidate. But if this ballot paper is rejected, that goes against the NDC. And so we didn't have an issue with the Electoral Commission. But of course, when you are dealing with an election being manned by human beings, you must, as a reasonable person, give room for human error. There must be a margin of error. And so you just don't pick one case like this out of 40,000 polling stations and then say that the NDC, which is not responsible for tearing ballot papers for voters, is the one responsible for this. These guys are just wasting everybody's time. Then the last allegation they made this afternoon is that the son of the NDC constituency chairman for Akrema Kwamoma in the Ashanti region has been caught with 76 ballot papers. And so it is evidence that the NDC wants to rig this year's election. Again, this is another frivolous allegation by the NPP. Number one, the young man in question is not even per the preliminary information we have received from our executives in Akrema Kwamoma. He's not even of voting age. He's a minor, number one. Number two, the young man has a mental problem. And number three, the young man was not caught with ballot papers. He was caught with, or they found sample ballot papers in his custody. Here again, we are not talking about ballot papers, but sample ballot papers meant for voter education. And because this is a young guy with, a mental issue, he went on a frolic of his own to this police station for reasons best known to him, and he was caught. That cannot be evidence of the NDC trying to rig an election with sample ballot papers. Who rigs an election with sample ballot papers? When any reasonable man ought to know that during the sorting process, that sample ballot paper will be flagged as a foreign material and removed from the ballot papers, which will be eventually counted and the votes collated.
And no any year breaks here. It's no Yabedu Hamo, yes, any fire police commander will be briefly how many incidents here, so the appropriate report. But what I'm seeing now is the youth having gathered to resist an attempt to frustrate the elections. Now, my own soldier Fonso at a video ever. Now, meaning say a do one man because a mother also any say. Young first soldier for and must have a to you. And this is one be here. Now, we say, I'm not going to know what you're doing. Now, I have a soldier for about. As a woman to the police for Dr. Tukono, dear Metias, as soon as for Kanye say, police for any of the now everybody are edging some more and where they are almost very reinforcement. Now, maybe a casa, your papa, I know, and I don't know what's in your papa, and Because if the police have arrested the people, there will be peace. But if they have allowed the people to run away, there will not be peace. Because peace will be peace is a product of the actions of the security agencies. So they should arrest them. Arrest somebody who are now you're not from the other kind.
Okay. And that the Akoteman situation still ensuing, where other NDC headquarters, where Samidifi has been addressing the media, but we also take you to the Akoteman area. And as we speak, it looks like there's a military reinforcement. They've just come into the scene. And of course, Peter Bomo Tukuno, the former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, they're interacting with my colleague on the ground, raising concern about the presence of the military and asking that those persons who came into that constituency to foment trouble should be arrested by the police, and once they are able to arrest these persons, calm will be restored to the area. So it remains to be seen what exactly the military is going to do together with the personnel on the ground, because we see persons on the ground. We see some immigration officials also on the ground.
Okay.
If persuasion fails, force must be applied. In a nutshell, that's what I want you to understand. Right? So you pass this message to them. If persuasion fails, force must be applied. Accepted, right?
Alright, you can know about where did you? Then take a break. Then you're mobile.
both in that area and interacting still with my colleague on the ground. So the concern,
Vice President of the Fourth Republic and the 2024 flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia.
Today is a big day for me. I thank God for making this day possible. There are so many people that I need to thank. First of all, I would like to thank the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for having the confidence to nominate me for a third time. I don't think this has ever happened in the history of this country, that a flag bearer.
Taking a glance at the history of an eminent personality whose civilization and mannerism is said to have positively influenced his political affiliation and the country as a whole, although acting as a subordinate to his superior for 8 years, has been widely acknowledged for changing the dynamics of politics in Ghana and Africa within a pace of his existence. It is therefore not surprising that he is the only person in the history of Ghana to be nominated for 4 consecutive times. This distinguished personality in person of Dr.
Now, looking at the queue, you can see that there is less pressure on us. And so far, the male, those who have voted is about 101, that of the female is about 116. And the total number of registered people here is 405. So gradually, we are expecting that getting to 4 at least, we might have done with more than half of the number.
Okay, so has anybody come in?
So that's that press conference.
Your people to see that the person is not supposed to vote here, but to go to a different police station.
Actually, we've been experiencing this particular station for once was a police station. Now it is divided into 2 A and B. Despite that, people do come from the other neighboring police stations thinking that they are supposed to register here, they are supposed to vote here. And in actual fact, anyone who comes here, the first thing we do, as our protocols demand, we check through your voter ID. Then the voter ID will tell us whether this code is for this particular police station or the other station. If it is the other station, then we'll direct you over there. Exactly, that is what we are doing.
Has anybody come here and say that as you went to go through the project, maybe you're supposed to vote here?
We've not experienced
that. You can't find it.
We've not experienced that. We've not experienced that.
But what time did we start today?
In actual fact, we started 10 minutes after 7. Okay. And the reason for that was one of our stamp pads wasn't clear. It was very black. So we had to go to the office and change that one. That is what made it for us to start after 10 minutes past 7. But we agreed among ourselves that once we are done, that particular 10 minutes, we'll add it. If people are still in the queue. That was the agreement.
With the total number of people supposed to vote here, and they're looking at the number of people who have come to vote here, you think that by 6 o'clock, the number of people that will be able to
by 5.
By 5.
If they all turn up, looking at the queues now, I think we should be able to clear it.
Please repeat the video. Repeat the video. This is Kwadaso. We have reported it to the police. We are inviting the media there to do and take a look. 500,000 ballot papers. So now let's go to the Royal N Hotel picture, the one that you put on. Let's go to all those pictures. Let's show you what happened at Pokwase Royal Inn Hotel. Now go next image. That is a printer which was found at Royal Inn Hotel. Next image. Yes, I mean the CCTV footage of the guys, some of the guys who were arrested. Next image. This one of the devices they were using. Next image. Yes, next image. Next. So this is the guy who was leading the police. And we will actually put you the video of when they were put into the police vehicle and were taken away from the said location. And now I personally brought this to the attention of the CID boss. Do you have another image? Yes, so this is when they were show up the video. That's our original organizer confronting them. Continue the video. You will not that's a printer. The DVDs are in. The picture of the ballot paper so that people will know that this was not sample ballot paper but real ballot papers. That picture is there. So you can see, check out this, you can see the top of the ballot paper is written the ballot paper. This is not a notice of who. It is not a sample, it's ballot paper. And that is what they were printing today. And they had printed all the NDDC was mine and the NPDP state for trouble. And the police is aware of this, they have effected arrest. So that is it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let's give me points because we are oblivious or unaware of the shenanigans of the Electoral Commission 8. I'm not getting the process and rigging this election. We are very much aware, we are on top of what is going on, but we will focus on the process and we will focus with our agents across the 40,000 police stations in this country, policing the process, making sure that even as they plan, they don't succeed in executing their plan. And so a lot has happened. I'm sure you are aware of the closure of our borders for the sole purpose of preventing Ghanaians who live across these borders from coming into vote. It's the most nonsensical decision that has been taken in the processes leading to this year's election. Because as I speak to you now, people are flying into Ghana. I had a friend who flew from America into Ghana this morning to vote. And so if people can fly from foreign countries into Ghana to vote, why can't people travel by road into Ghana? Through approved security checkpoints and border points to come and vote. They just want to disenfranchise Ghanaians who live in these border towns, who live in Burkina Faso and have the desire to return home to vote legitimately, exercise their rights to vote as Ghanaians. That is what we have done since 1992. But to disenfranchise them, we have prevented them. And this has gone on from morning till now. Aside that, contrary to what they told by the military high command, we've seen the deployment of a lot of soldiers. And I'm sure that you in the media will see that yourself. They are everywhere. They are at police stations. They are roaming everywhere, having needless confrontations with voters. The level of military deployment we are seeing today, we have never witnessed anything like that in the history of Ghana. We know that the military command is not in support of that. We know that the CDS is not in support of that. But we know that President Akufo-Addo, Alhaji Bawumia, who are desperate to hold on to power, even though they know that their time is up and the people have had enough of their tyranny and their misgovernance, are determined to hold on to power through the power of the gun and not through the power of the tongue. And that is is why they have done this. They are working with their prime tools and collaborators in the military. But we know that in that same military, there are men and women of conscience, men whose fidelity is to the Republic of Ghana, men who have respect for the oath they have sworn, and men who are working tirelessly, even as I speak, to protect all of us, men who are standing ready to intervene if there is any security situation which overwhelms the Ghana Police Service. We know that these men are doing their part, and we salute all noble men and women in uniform who are doing their work professionally and diligently. But for the NPP who have been killed in military uniforms, and some military officers who have been deployed for the purposes of causing mayhem, for the purposes of aiding the NPP to implement their regain plan, please advise yourselves. Ghanaians need business this time around. Violence cannot win this election. Only the will of the people of Ghana will prevail. And so, be mindful of the fact that what is going on today is at the heart of the democracy of Ghana. The future of our country, the peace and stability of Ghana depends on this. And so, don't go ahead with the evil plots you've hatched with the NPP to shoot innocent people and kill innocent people. The military high command should be serious. Told all of us that the military will have no grounding role as far as election security is concerned. They are only to intervene when they are called upon to do so by the election security task force, chaired by none other than the IG. That is our arrangement that all stakeholders have accepted for the ongoing process. And let's all respect that, because Ghana is all we have. And we must all be responsible, whether you're military man.
Cooperation from the security services. So the security services are also on top of their job, and they are also performing to satisfy. We are happy to also polling station and the rest are also working very well. So we will continue to urge you to help in giving the right information and not being sentimental, and to execute issues. Let us be realistic and know that every information that we are putting across is the truth, nothing but the truth. Whenever I meet you and media, we always tell them that whenever you are putting the message across, you know that it's not your personal integrity, the integrity of your employer. Because if you put the information across and it turns out to be true or to be false, you have disgraced your own institution, not the Electoral Commission. So please let us be sure, with this age of misinformation and disinformation and fake news, deep fake, let us be sure that when you see even a video or audio, you need to check, especially when you were not there personally and you were informed by somebody. Other than that, you will help in circulating fake and deep fake. So that is that. So thank you once again for coming, and we wish Ghana well. Thank you.
At this point, we would like to take 5 questions. You raise your hand. Shall we have a mic on the left side and another at the right side, so that please go behind the mic. As we've been doing, mention your name and then your media house, and we'll give 1 question each.
Please, my name is Zita Opan. I work for Class FM. My question has to do with the temporary suspension of voting in Medina because rains have erupted the rains, yes. So I want to find out, voting is ending at 5 p.m. Are we to see an extension of time Medina?
Next question.
Mawina with TV3. First off, in your address, you mentioned that all your DVD machines were working, but a colleague has got notification from the Monava polling station in the Anyasotu constituency as well, where the report suggests that there's difficulty in voting proceeding smoothly because the machines are not being effective. There has that come to your attention as well. That's one. And then the second is videos are being circulated on social media by the NDC that ballot papers have been picked up somewhere in the Ashanti region. I believe as a commission it will be of interest to you with regards individuals bounding. Reports would suggest that they've up to 500,000 ballot papers. What's the Commission's response to some of these things, just to clear the air?
Please, where is the location of that story?
It's on, I think, the Ashanti region. There are videos on social media with their national organizer, amongst other things.
So you don't have an idea of the specific place?
No, we don't have an idea, but I'm just asking if the Commission can clarify on some of these things.
All right, so my name is Maxwell with Onia TV. I want to pick the Commission's reaction on shooting incidents at certain polling stations, and does it have any potency of marring the beauty of your exercise?
Come again with your question.
Yes. So we have received shooting incidents with pictures and videos at certain polling stations.
So let's be specific.
Good.
So that we can
Nyampala, resulting in one death. Yes. So your reaction on that, and then does it have any way of destroying the beauty of the exercise?
Vanessa from Metro TV. I think when my colleagues were asking questions, you were asking them to be specific. Is it that you were not seeing the videos that are going around? You are not seeing that. The reports that are being made by both sides, NDC and BP, and then the arrested polling station guy that tour of, I think, the presidential, the first.
So that was what I've mentioned.
I know. So are you saying that with that and other things that are going on social media that are raising concerns, you've not seen that? Or you've not heard that? Or they are yet to bring that to your attention? Because it looks like when they're asking questions, you said be specific, be specific. Yeah, an NPP, like on social media, once again, an NPP member arrested in Bogatanga Central with a printed ballot papers. I mean, these are things that you might want to go on social media, if you care, to look at those things, because we are getting those informations and we need clarifications, I believe. And so I believe that when you go and you get this information, you are supposed to clarify instead of saying, I mean, things like that, like make a specific something, like you're supposed to brief out on those things, right? Thank you. Yes, I asked a question. The question is, are you saying that you've not seen the videos, the comments by both NDC and NPP on social media suggesting that both sides are, I mean, some printing already ballots, and then people are being caught in hotels? I give a specific, like, Bogatanga. People have been arrested. Are you saying you've not seen that to address those? You've not seen it?
The last question.
Yes, sure.
You have already answered your question.
Well, just a last question in relation to the END. I know Mr. Samoteti had explained earlier in relation to that, but we've seen on Fact Check Ghana issuing a release that yes, indeed, it is true that 1,200 ballot papers went missing at the END, and so it will serve the interests of everybody if the Electoral Commission can clarify that again for us.
So, yeah, first, with respect to the grains
disrupting the activities at Medina. Voting ends at 5 o'clock. So if it rains and it stops before the 5 o'clock, we'll still give room for people who are in the queue, and we will handle them up to the time that we create the last person in the queue. So voting does not stop at 5 o'clock. But when there are people in the queue, we will cover them up to the time that we cover the last person. So I don't think the rain disrupting for some time will have any effect on the elections. With regard to the Lomnava BVD challenge, it has not come to our attention. So we'll call the officers concerned and verify, and if it is true, it should be addressed. Because we have the main BVD, we have a spare BVD, we have the power bank, and we have spares at the district and at the region. So I would be surprised that if the two that were allocated are not functioning well, the officer will have to fall on the district for the district spares. If you do it one way, there are regional spares. So some of these things, till you talk to the right person, you may end up giving the wrong information. So we wouldn't want to comment on the one we are not on top of that. But I would be surprised that it's a true story. Then with respect to videos of ballots, security and the rest, and social media issues and the rest. That's why before you ask your question, I was talking of let us be very careful of. That is exactly so. So that's why I wanted you to be specific, because we have had a lot of them. When you go and check from our officers, you read that it's not true. That's also to be specific, so that if it is, for example, we had the one from Achuma Kwahoma about some 79 ballots. I don't know whether you had it. And you talked to the district officer personally. He said you also heard of it. And when you followed up, he said that it is now with the regional commander. So he said, the case, what do you say? So till you have the facts about it, you cannot speak to it. Because you cannot come here and chant half-truths. Other than that, will be deceiving you. So if you is only when you give very specific, then we see whether they are in line with those that we heard, that they have turned out to be false. Then we can talk to that. So the mention of NDC and people doesn't change anything. So we have the facts, we cannot talk about issues that we are not so sure of. And don't think that any information you see in the social media is the truth. Be very careful about that. So you too can also find out, cross-check and be sure that what you are hearing or seeing are they the truth. So it doesn't follow that once it has been in the circulation, that means they are the truth. With respect to the Nyampara shooting incident, we've heard of that. We have contacted the IGP, they're also working around it. So now you have also been confirmed that one person has been shot dead, but the security people are doing the investigation and they are on top of the situation. So in order not to make any comment that will escalate issues, let's allow it and let the security people work on that. The voting is ongoing. Mr. J will now talk to the ND issue.
So, with respect to the Yendi issue, we've spoken with the regional director, we've also spoken with the district electoral officer, and then the returning officer. Currently, voting is ongoing at all the polling stations, and we have not had any reported incidents of what ballot shortage. So that is the situation. There was an earlier mix-up with the validating stamp, which we need to correct. Yes, it has the presidential as well as the parliamentary imposed on the validating stamp. But as explained earlier, it does not render the ballot paper invalid. You can clearly see the presidential ballot as well as the parliamentary ballots. So the swapping of the two does not invalid date the ballot paper. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming. Our next press update will be at 6 o'clock. 6 p.m.
BC Director of Training, Dr. Sribo Kweku,
Sorry for catching up here. What I wanted to know right now is that how is the election going?
By His grace, in fact, early in the morning the numbers were in as usual. But as I speak now, looking at the queue, you can see that there is less pressure on us. And so far, those who have voted is about 101, that of the female is about 116. And the total number of registered people here is 405. So gradually we are expecting that getting to 4 at least we might have done with more than half of the number.
Okay. So has anybody come here and as you go through your papers, you see that the person is not supposed to vote here but to go to a different police station?
Actually we've been experiencing this particular station for once was a police station. Now it is divided into 2 A and B. Despite that people do come from the other neighboring police stations thinking that they are supposed to register here. They are supposed to vote here. And in actual fact, anyone who comes here, the first thing we do, as our protocols demand, we check through your voter ID. Then the voter ID will tell us whether this code is for this particular police station or the other station. If it is the other station, then we'll direct you over there. Exactly, that is what we are doing.
Has anybody come here and see that as you went to go through the structure, maybe you're supposed to vote here?
We've not experienced
that. You can't find it.
We've not experienced that. We've not experienced that.
But what time did you start today?
In actual fact, we started 10 minutes after 7. And the reason for that was one of our stamp pads wasn't clear. It was very clear. So we had to go to the office and change that one. That is what made it for us to start after 10 minutes past 7. But we agreed among ourselves that once we are done, that particular 10 minutes, we'll add it. If people are still in the queue. That was the agreement.
With the total number of people supposed to vote here, and you're looking at the number of people who have come to vote here, you think that by 6 o'clock, the number of people that are supposed to vote will be able to
by 5.
By 5.
If they all turn up, looking at the queues now, I think we should be able to clear them. If they all turn up, we should be able to clear them. Because right now, with what we have crossed 215 going.
and there's nobody's complaining that he came and then the people are rejecting that.
No.
Maybe complaints.
No. Earlier on, the elderly women, we experienced that about 4 or 5 cases, but later they all came back and went through the process smoothly without any difficulty.
So what's the name of this place?
This is Ta'azib Block A. Ta'azib Islamic Primary A. The other one is Ta'azib Primary B. Unfortunately for us, the parliamentary candidate for this constituency, Honorable Haruna Idris, is voting here, but he's voting at the B side.
So maybe we have a shop for hire, and I'm off when I'm a day. After I'm a cotraba. So what I say, Minier, 20 Ghana, 30 Ghana, no. And I never saw
NDC for a purpose of some cotraba. And I'm on some baby.
Overture Junior, and this and the one way is get there. You go to okay,
I see.
Hello, Debbie. Hello. Yeah. So, which constituency are you currently? Okay. So, what's the situation at Kaswa in Owutu-Senya?
This place is actually very calm. There is no chaos or nothing. The whole process is actually going on very well. And then I've actually spoken to this place actually has 4 centers. center A1, A2, and then B1, B2. So I've spoken to center 1. They said so far the total voter population they are looking for is somewhere 661. But the number of people who have voted is close to 215.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I came to B2, the center I'm actually speaking to right now, and they're also saying that the voter population here is 660. But he hasn't given me 660, and then the number of people who have casted their vote so far is 318.
Okay. But we've been picking reports that there's been a shooting incident at Kaswa within the Owutu Senya East constituency. Have you heard anything of that sort, or have you come across?
Actually, I've not come across any of that or heard something like that. But then I've seen an incident where one guy was trying to capture his vote just here, right here. But then the police here didn't allow him to do so.
Okay. So from Wejagbawe to English Amount from to Owutu Senya East, what would you say about the turnout? How is the turnout?
Well, I started from Malam, Makati, and then right here at Owutu Senya. I'll actually say that the process is actually going on very well. But then at Makati Hills, and there was some misplacement of pink sheets that actually made some of the voters very frustrated, because some complaints they've actually been there for 2 good hours without nothing ongoing. And then when they started the process, they came to tell them that those who have already voted, that's not their patient, and so they have to go in for a different one. But then aside that, all the police centers have been to, like, everything is very calm. People are actually coming to vote, but then it's not that frequent, like comparing it to previous years.
No.
So, Debbie, also initially from the turnout report that we've had since morning, that it has been on the low, has it increased as time is almost up to close the polls?
Please come again.
The turnout from the morning has been reported being on the low. People are not really showing up to vote. But looking at the time getting to the end of the polls, have you seen a change in turnout yet?
Not really. In the morning, it was actually impressive, because you could actually see people lining up to vote. But then, getting closer to 12:1 from Fortiano, ECC down the lane, the voters were not actually coming. You actually see people like 3, 4, maximum 10, 11.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been able to talk to some of the CEOs, but even though they've expressed their dissatisfaction, they also said that they are hoping that by 5 p.m. people will come out to vote. But one also told me that some citizens are actually tired of voting, because they voted and they are not actually.
They don't see any change. Wow.
Yes, and so they believe that a major factor why some citizens don't want to come out to vote. Yes.
Okay, we've also picked reports of people asking or demanding for money before they vote, especially from some part of the English Amount from constituency. Have you come across of any voter or voters who were of the view that they need to be paid before they vote?
Oh no, personally I haven't come across anywhere they actually being paid to vote. No, I didn't. The only one I came across was when somebody was actually taking a picture of the ballot, which the security personnel here didn't allow the person. But I didn't come across any incidents where there have been misunderstanding or chaos because one party was paid to come and vote. No.
Okay. But speaking to the electorates, the voters on grounds, what has been the view per your conversation with them, with which they are going to base on to decide whom to vote for?
Please come again.
Speaking to the voters, what do you think is a determining factor for them in whom they are choosing to vote for in this election?
For this year, okay, so so far the number of voters I've spoken to are actually basing on the fact that the current government has actually done something great for them on which they want to vote for. Some are also saying that they are not actually for any of the duopoly parties, but they are in for someone who actually changed the country, and that is based on NPP, NDC, and they are not actually doing anything. And so they are in to vote for a different party altogether that will be the case. But I think the maximum or the multitude are actually talking about the current government and then the free executive policy and stuff. As a major factor why they will vote for the current government. But then a few of them also talked about the former president, talking about the challenges, especially having to do with the economy. Why they vote for the NDC, but then they are just
Okay. And then the parliamentary candidates there, what has been the momentum between them in terms of the electors and voters deciding for whom they want to represent them in Parliament coming 2025?
Please, can you come again? I didn't get clear.
The parliamentary candidates there.
Okay.
What has been the momentum between the voters and whom to decide for in representation in Parliament for them there?
Oh, okay. So I think most of them are actually basing on the fact that most of their parliamentary representatives have done probably one or two basic, provide some basic amenities in their constituency on which they are going to vote for. Some are also complaining that their parliamentary representatives didn't actually do anything more for them on which they are going to vote. And so they are of high hope and belief. Let me say they are of high boldness to vote them out and then bring in a new parliamentary representation that can actually turn the development of that particular constituency.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Debbie, we'll leave you here. We are picking a live feed from the MPP head office. They're having a press conference. So we'll leave you here to do your rounds. I'm sure in the next 30 or so minutes, the polls will be closed. Then we'll start getting the results from around the country. So all the best on your rounds.
Thank you.
All right, so that was our correspondent in Awutu Senya East Kaswa municipality, giving us a feel of what is happening in the Awutu Senya East. I think she started from Wejagbawe, so she walked us through Wejagbawe, English, Amanfum, all the way to Awutu Senya. So we'll be joining the feed for the MPP press conference shortly. The MPP is having another conference, press conference, which is being organized or which is being led by their General Secretary, Kodia Justin. Okay. So we'll be joining the feed to listen to what the MPP has to say around this time. But from the report that we are picking, it seems all in all, yes, there's calm, there's a bit of peace, but the turnout seems to be the problem. So we're just hoping that in the last 20-30 minutes remaining for the polls to close, people will just troop in and just be in the queue so that by 5 p.m. They will get the opportunity to decide who becomes the next president as well as to lead them in parliament.
Sure.
Any news from your end, Omari?
I've gathered a few information from especially the Ekrapem constituencies that things are actually running smoothly there. But you know the Ekrapem is a high base factor for the MPP. Yeah. They always get a seat there. The Sami
Uku factor, and they want to still maintain both the Ekrapem North and South seats. So we'll see how that one also goes. I'm picking some reports from Tamale, our correspondent Oscar from Tamale. So we'll share that with our viewers very soon. I want to be clear as to what the details of the report are.
But we have just barely 20 minutes to end the 2024 election.
To close the polls, yes, let's 20 minutes. Yeah, Ghanaians, they say Ghanaians are late comers, so we hope that they turn out in the last 20 minutes, so that at least we get a good turnout for the elections, because we need to go past 60%, 70% of voter turnout at least to get a fair representation as to who becomes the next leader of the country. Because if we are getting less than 50% of votes, then it obviously is an issue.
Okay. Reports also coming in from Medina is that
it's raining.
Yes,
it's raining,
so
it seems
was halted.
The process was halted. But from the EC's press conference, I think they said they will give them a bit of time, as when it's 5 p.m. and people are still in the queue. Okay. They will still allow them to vote. Yeah, they'll still allow them to vote. So that's not a big issue.
Okay,
that's not a big issue.
So
Medina, those of you in Medina, just take and stay, and you'll be sorted out. You'll be sorted out. We are still live on Ghana Talks Radio. The live feed.
Live coverage, giving you all the updates since morning, and we are going to be here with you until the last count and declaration from the Honorable EC Chair, Madam Jean Mensah. So keep giving us your feeds as well, wherever you are, any report that you would want to share with us, anything that you would want to interact with us upon. We are arms open to hear you out and to share your views as well. Ghana decides 2024. Is it going in favor of the bold solutions? Is it going in favor of the resetting campaign by the former president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama? Let's see how it turns out, as by the time the EC declares who we all decided to lead us in the next 4 years. But keep going out. If you haven't voted, there is still time. Go out, go and vote, and after voting, conduct yourself peacefully. We don't want any other incidents where people are losing their lives, people getting injured, all in the name of politics and misunderstandings. We don't want that. So kindly conduct